Yo, how's it going? I'm really excited to be broadcasting Brandon Spencer's wonderful Lex Naturalis. And because me and the boys been talking, on them one great work warriors, you got that natural law. So yeah, waiting for some folks. I'm gonna play a little music and yeah, I'm gonna introduce the presentation before we kick things off. So enjoy.
Getting ugly. Communities lost faith with only one person. Youth are hungry, don't know where they belong, with whom they stand. Are you ready for the truth? It's stupid when education's first to go in the master plan. You know it's sick now when oil takes precedence over our children. So what will happen when they have only sold TV into their brains? Become a docent. Thanks to this, become the seeds of darkest pain. Are you ready for the
Love that woman, Destiny Wolf. She's awesome. Much respects to her, and yeah, much respects to everyone showing up. Yeah, Theo Lukes, he's ready, and he's got that natural law. Have you heard? nattylaw.com. We'll talk about that later. But holy shit, I got a special surprise for y'all. Hope y'all are ready for this one. Because here he comes. Brandon, what is good, my brother man?
Howdy, man. What's going on?
Just
How's it going?
The train roll through, man. It's 10 o'clock in the evening. I'm fasting for the first time. I'm getting, sober as hell for our upcoming chat with them one great work warriors, man. I know you're ready.
Yeah. Yeah, going to be talking about, of course, how natural law and the governing dynamics and what it is, what's the definition of it, what is the essence of it, and, of course, trying to get this in the public consciousness so that we can at least change this shift, or change this tide, and get people to understand causality, and get them to understand that the thinking is really what is influencing behavior. And that's the most important thing, is to get people to understand that our thought forms, our worldviews, unfortunately, through indoctrination, have been toxic. These forms of wrong thought. And the only way to change that is to shift, or, to restructure, to remold, how the individual thinks. And I've always seen that as, like one of the main factors in natural law, is to look at how you think and change the way you think. Therefore, you can change the way you behave.
Yeah, man. And yeah, it all goes back to the first cosmic law principle, mentalism, all about our state of mind, like it is one time for the mind. And yeah, with my channel, AwakenYaMind, whatever, man. It's so cliche these days, but yeah. So just a quick question before we get things rolling. And yeah, Brandon, just for everyone listening, I'm really happy that you're gonna stick around and pop in. We're gonna have an intermission. There's two parts to this. The first part is 2 hours, something like that, right?
Yeah. I want to say the first part, I got 1 hour and 50 something minutes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and we'll do a little break. I'll throw in a little music. Our good friend Dorian Greens will be on the scene to kind of smooth things out, get a little stretch in, break, whatever. And yeah, maybe if you wanted to do some questions, answers, if anyone in the chat room wants to have any questions, concerns, whatever, and where we can learn more about that natural law, for sure, man. And obviously, people can look at your QR code. That's where you can find Brandon's work. He is not on BooTube, really, because BooTube doesn't like him at all, apparently, which is really fucked up. Like a lot of our comrades in this, in the great work of just trying to, do right, uphold these sacred principles, man. I really love, you've just been consistent. And yeah, the question I wanted to ask and come back around to is, what was your motivation and what was your inspiration to kind of, make this presentation? Because it was a big undertaking, man. It was like 80 slides you put together and 4 hours of material, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. The motivation was, of course, I created that presentation. I want to say February 2022. And, that was, I guess you can say, getting toward the end of the COVID nonsense, and just seeing the low level states of consciousness. So I wanted to put something out there and dedicate it, not just to the truth, but kind of, as a sense of all the great natural law teachers who have come before me. And I just wanted to, just put my own, effort, put my own take, put my own spin on it, and kind of acknowledge how natural law, acknowledge the truth, and acknowledge the great, wonderful teachers, because there are so many of them, that have come before me and have paved that pathway in order for me, to see. And that's really what my motivation was. And it took a lot of time, hundreds of hours, because of course creating those slides slides just don't magically create themselves, trying to form, like trying to trying to format and organize a presentation is time consuming. And I was spending like 100 hours a week just trying to put it all together. And I remember Autumn told me, she was like, Brandon, don't get stuck in that presentation, because one of my downfalls is I get so focused on something that I forget to eat, like I'll just get up and go to the bathroom. Like I will just totally block out and forget about all other things. So she was like, hey, Brandon, don't just focus on your presentation. You still got to, take some time for self-work, some self-care, and some self-love. So don't be so focused on your presentation. You still have to take some time, off for yourself. And unfortunately, I wasn't doing that because I was just, focused on that presentation. But that's the kind of person that I am, which I think Derek, that if I want to get something done, hell, I'm focused on it. Like I have like laser, like pinpoint focus Probably why I'm such a good umpire. But yeah, like when I'm focused, there's nothing that's going to take me off my focus. And if I have something that I want to do, I'm going to get it done because that's just the kind of, man that I am. So that was my motivation, just to, to serve the truth and, just a sign of respect and gratitude to the great teachers who have come before me.
Yeah. I'm looking forward. Well, I've watched this before in 2022. Yeah, it was cool. I was like, damn, Lex Naturalis. This looks hot, So yeah, yeah. And I love the fact that you did highlight, more people that have quoted natural law, anything along those terms in the past, and you brought up certain, uh, some of the doctrines within certain religions that have the golden rule, whatever. We can highlight that, yet kind of cast aside the dogmatic stuff, whatever. But yeah, these things have been going around in the public domain for a while, but they're just like little fragments of it. So it's great to see folks like you just like synthesizing something so people can like get it in like one delicious soul food meal.
Yeah, and just real quick, that my Lex Naturalis presentation, in actuality, which I like have never really have released this, but that's just a part one of the trilogy. The actual second part is why natural law is not a religion, and I'm kind of working on the third part, which that's going to be about moral relativism and why it's such a mind virus. So yeah, they all three need to be watched, held together. But when I created Lex Naturalis, that was just kind of I kind of tailored it off Mark Passio's Hell Natural Law seminar, like the same, a kind of format, because I was still kind of in my early stages of of creation. Now like I've kind of gotten better at my craft, and I've gotten more creative. I've learned how to use more tools. I have more technology at my disposal, than I did 2 years ago. I'm very blessed to have pretty much an unlimited supply of technology, unlike most people, so I'm very blessed, so still creating presentations, but my next one is going to be called Devoid of Consciousness and Lacking Conscience, and that's going to be all about the mind virus of moral relativism. And it's probably going to be 4 hours long, but I'm going to be talking about how it's such a mind virus and how it's so destructive, and how this satanic like egoic mind virus is being influenced in all aspects of society, because that's what how natural law is supposed to teach us, is teaching us how to get rid of these mind viruses, these false axioms that don't lead to anything that we say we want. So therefore we can have this internal harmony within ourselves, learn how to behave by learning how right and wrong, so we can co-create in this objective reality that we share with everybody.
Yeah, I love that. And yeah, we've had a chat with the One Great Warriors talking about morals, values, and ethics, whatever. And is this presentation? Are you dropping that for the next Seed conference? I don't know if they have that planned yet, or the Funnel conference. I don't know if Chris had you on for that, or
No, this is going to be something that's separate, because it's just going to be too much. It's going to be too long,
right.
and
We only
hey,
allotted an hour for those. I forgot.
yeah, trying to put a presentation into 1 hour format is extremely hard, especially if you've never created a presentation before, because you can put so much information, put so much time, you can put 1,000 slides in a presentation, but when you have a time format of 1 hour, there's a lot of stuff that has to be taken out and cut off. So this kind of presentation can't be put into a 1 hour format. So
I hear you. And yeah. What was I gonna say? Uh, we should probably get this show rolling. Otherwise, I'll be up until 5 in the morning, and I still got to put out another one of those little hermetically sealed visuals of those eternal principles. But anyways, anyone got any questions before we get it cracking. Anyone in the chat room? Not really. Anything else you wanted to mention, Brandon, before we start? You obviously have a caveat in your presentation, but if you wanted to let folks know anything else that you might have left out, or buckle up. No, I'm just kidding.
The main thing that I want to continuously hammer on now is wrong forms of thought. Wrong forms of thought is what is creating the suffering and the slave system that we have. And, Derek, you've heard me talk more behind the scenes than most people, but I have a unique perspective in what I do as far as an umpire. So I've been able to witness these, these wrong forms of thought in my life as far as what I do to pay the bills. And I've traveled all across the country. I have 18 years of experience, and I'm actually going to be creating a video soon talking about some of the main caveats that I have witnessed when it comes to wrong forms of thought and the degradation in consciousness. And I really want to hammer on people that we really have to shift, we have to change, we have to remold, we have to we have to reshape the way that we think. We can't continue to stay attached to these false axioms, these wrong forms of religious, dogmatic ideologies that aren't leading to the goal, which binds the way we think, which binds our creativity, which binds our knowledge, which binds our evolution and consciousness. We have to be willing to let that go. And unfortunately, in 2024, mankind still wants to stay attached to wrong forms of thinking. And I see this every day when I talk to people. I see it every day when I go to tournaments. And I see it every day when I'm online, in forums, that people think that we can get to freedom while still, people think we can get to freedom while staying attached to dogmatic mind viruses, because they don't understand how causality works. They don't understand the metaphysical structure in reality. They don't want to understand the governing dynamics. And I equate this to people not wanting to understand how natural law and how, we co-create consciously. I equate this to because, again, I umpire softball. I've seen coaches come out there and try to coach a team, but they don't understand the governing body of rules of the game. And that's ignorance. And I tell the coaches, you need to read the rule book. You need to understand how the game works, because until you do, you are never, ever going to be good at what you do. You're not going to understand the game. If you don't understand the rules of the game, then how can you compete at this level? So we need to understand the rules of the governing dynamics of behavioral consequences in order for us to start to learn how to co-create in this manifested reality.
Yeah, that's definitely why natural law matters, and why we hammer on it so much throughout all our talks. I mean, you and I have had like 30 recorded videos together at this point,
Yeah.
Obviously a bunch with the Great Work Warriors. We've had a bunch together ourselves in the past, and with the Libracast, the good old Fred Gingras. Yeah. So, man, thank you so much. I'm pumped for the show. Are you guys? So, let's get this rolling, shall we? I'm going to take our videos off and play this guy.
But as long as we say to ourselves, we will do as we please, the same thing, it falls into our moral structure. The morality of the people is falling, and falling seriously.
Good morning, everyone. I hope all is well on this Wednesday. I think it is in bulk, or what people term Groundhog's Day. We are in between the midpoint of the winter solstice and the spring equinox. So we are at that 45-day period in between the two. It's going to be interesting to see what they have in store for us when it comes to the time of the season of sacrifice, I hope all, goes well, but, who knows what is in store for humanity, when dealing with these social engineers and these dark occultists. So today, coming with another presentation. This one is going to be a little bit longer and possibly split into two parts. So I hope everyone, will have the willpower to watch it in its fullness. And if not, you can always pause or, come back to it and check the source material to gain a better understanding. So today's presentation, Lex Naturalis, which is just simply Latin for natural law. It was actually it was also coined or phrased as jus naturalis, since jus was always associated with rights and law. So lex naturalis, which is again just natural law in Latin. And the reason why I am hammering on this is because until humanity comes to this understanding, until humanity aligns their behaviors and their actions with natural law, then don't expect too much to really change. So, as always, jumping into all these presentations. These presentations are not for the emotionally unstable, the people who get offended easily, the people who, still want to act like children. And the reason why I say that is because I don't like to bullshit people. I'm very straight to the point. I'm not a fan of fluff. So, I'm just going to tell you, how it is. So if you want to make presentations that are for the babies, then go do that. That's just not me. That's just not how I do it. So I always like to get that out of the way because, people will see this kind of stuff and get offended, and then they want to send you stuff. It's like, well, you were warned beforehand. No one made you, have watched that video. No one put a gun to your head and made you, sit down for that hour, 2 hours and watch that video. So you can go cry someone else, on someone else's shoulder. You can go find someone else's nipple to suck on. And I am stating up front, yes, this is piggybacking off Mark Passio's natural law seminar and the other works on natural law that many people have put out. This is piggybacking off of, Chris Nelson's work. This is piggybacking off a lot of the stuff that, people on the One Great Work Network have put out on natural law. So this isn't going to be anything new. And just like the screen says, there's nothing new under the sun. Yeah, because there isn't anything new. So if you think you're going to be learning something new here, then you're sadly mistaken. I'm just repeating myself, going over what I've, gone over multiple times. Plus, I wanted to put it in a more updated format. And also, too, I always like to kind of go back to my roots and principles, just to, to hardwire, those principles within myself. So as I'm presenting this too, I am, taking in the information, myself. Yes, I know this stuff, but how many of you know this stuff deeply? How many of you have, used these techniques of mind influence to get this form of information, installed into your psyche, installed into your subconscious? And that's what this is all about, is taking in this information and resonating with and putting it back out for others. So that's all that I am doing. And I'm just trying to present the requirements for freedom and end the slavery, because that's what the end game goal is to free minds, to plant seeds, and to reach a world of freedom. Not just freedom for me, not just freedom for, for my friends and my loved ones and the people who I hang around, but freedom for all beings, because that's what we should be trying to create, is a world based in freedom. And the only way we are going to do that is by coming to an understanding of truth and coming to an understanding of the universal immutable laws. And like I said in my last presentation, please try to watch the full presentation. People only watch like the first 10 minutes or the first 15 minutes, and then they'll turn it off. It's like, why even bother? If you're going to even start a video, it's like, why not finish? You can always pause the video and come back later. People will always make excuses on why they can't, on why they don't get shit done. Oh, the video's too long. Well, there's a pause button. Hell, you can watch the first hour, then watch the second hour, then watch. It's like, stop making excuses. Just get it done. But these are the lazy, hard-headed fucks. And most of these people will be the ones saying that they know what's really going on. Yet they haven't, put in the time. They haven't really put in the sacrifice to really get true understanding of the causal factors and the roots and the heart of the matter of what's really, of what's really going on. So before we get into the information, let's look at, the best position to learn. We can't be overly, arrogant to where we just don't take any, any information, to where we shun it. We think we know it all. These are the people who are usually in the left brain mentality, the left brain, how dominant people, they're very arrogant. And we can't be too cynical, Then we also can't be the antithesis of that, the people who are in the right brain, the whole right brain held dominance. We can't be too naive to where we just blindly believe. I don't want you to believe me, but I also don't want you to turn down what I have to say. What I would like for you to do is to hear this information. Don't make any form of prejudgments, then take in this information and go research the information for yourself. You have to prove to yourself if what I have to say is true. And we also can't be too gullible. There's too many gullible people who just take in information and then they just believe it without doing their own research, without doing their own proper investigation, without using the trivia methods, without using, the process of hypothesis. This is not about belief, folks. So you have to find that middle ground. You have to find that balance, which most people sadly can't do because they're trapped in polarity. They're trapped into one extreme, the left brain or the right brain. So I'm letting you know this up front. You can't be overly naive and just believe, the people who are just overly emotional, and you can't be the arrogant, hard-headed fuck who thinks they know everything. Put yourself in the best possible position to learn and take in information which is in that balanced state. Hell, again, if you were in an overly emotional state, you are not in the best mindset to take in any information. Trust me, I know this. I've experimented with this many times. If you are either highly pissed off or highly in an emotional state, you are not in the best position to take in any information. And if you are overly arrogant, once again, you will not be able to take in any information because you will not properly filter it. You will not properly weed it out the way it should be done. You will deny information. So let's take a balanced approach when it comes to this information. All right. The role of knowledge. I've talked about this before in one of my presentations. We have to understand that these structures that we have built, because we are always creating. And yes, we have built these structures, that these structures are based on compartmentalization. So What does compartmentalization mean? The division of something into sections or categories. And as we see in these structures, like the higher you are in these structures, then the more knowledgeable you are on what's going on. So information comes from the top down on a need to know basis. The higher you go or move up in this structure, the more knowledge is given to you. The lower you are on the pyramid, the more ignorant you are to the real knowledge and structure. And as you see in the diagram, you have the cult of death who is at the top. That's just what I call them, the cult of death. You can put whatever name here. Yeah, I don't care. But the cult of death who is running the show, the social engineers, the dark occultists, whatever, cute word. I just call them the cult of death because they worship death. Or you can call them the Saturnalian cult. I don't care. And I'm not saying it works this exact way. This is just a brief generalization here. You got the secret societies and the ruling families, who are a part of this cult of death. And then you have the military, corporations, with international groups and think tanks. And yeah, some of these may bleed into the higher ups. Like you may have some people in the military who are higher. You may have some people who are in think tanks who are higher. Once again, this is just a generalization. Then you go lower. You have the local governments. You have the people in media. You have, like the people in the medical field. You have the people in military, the order followers. And hell, like I said, you can have people in media who are higher up. You can have people who are in the medical field who are higher up. But notice at the very bottom, you have the slave peasants. But remember, the knowledge comes from the ones who are above you, your orders, because this whole system is about following orders. But you can see how the knowledge is held at the very top. And the ones who are at the bottom are ignorant. And that's how man has always been enslaved, is by keeping man in a state of ignorance. Because when you keep man in a state of ignorance, you keep man from knowing. Easier to control because you can get man to believe things. The importance of knowledge is to help us dispel our ignorance. To dispel our ignorance. Knowledge can help us learn from our mistakes and alleviate man-made suffering. Yes, it can help us alleviate man-made suffering because that's what most of our suffering is coming from. It's coming from our own self. I'm not saying that we can alleviate, all forms of suffering because you're going to always have, suffering, but the suffering that man is causing to his fellow man, to other beings, to the planet, we can't alleviate that. We can get rid of that. With occult knowledge, we can learn the mechanisms and forces that is always working and in effect. This knowledge is held at the very top of the pyramid structure. And what does the word occult mean? It means to hide or to conceal. It doesn't mean anything evil, doesn't mean anything scary. It comes from the Latin word occultus. And you can even go further than that. It comes from the Latin word ocular, So you're talking about vision, being able to see. So when we're talking about occult knowledge, we are talking about knowledge that has been hidden because it's not even hidden anymore. With the advancement of the internet, with the advancement of technology, majority of that knowledge is at man's fingertips. And I'm sorry if you can hear something in the background. There's someone blowing leaves, unfortunately, but it is what it is. But yeah, the knowledge is not even hidden anymore. It's just people are choosing not to look for the knowledge. People have been dissuaded. That's why they use terms and use, obfuscation to say, oh, it's evil. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, it's scary. They put this label on it, and then once again, people attach what these labels mean and attach these forms of emotions to this word. Hell, that's why when you say the word occult to most people, what do they think? Like dark magic, Satanism, like witchcraft. They have a negative viewpoint in their mind. This is the programming. And this is the programming that we need to get rid of and heal. So the word occult just simply means hidden. And the cult of death has hidden majority of this information from humanity. Because they know how the laws of nature work. They know how natural law works. They know how the psyche of man works. And then therefore, in that knowledge, it creates a power differential because they take that knowledge and apply it to the real world. Then you have billions of idiots who don't have that knowledge. So therefore, when they go and try to do things in the real world, it creates a power differential because they don't understand the mechanisms and the forces that are always at play, that are controlling the all, that are controlling the cosmos, that are controlling everything, because everything is governed by law. And once again, the hard-headed folks still don't realize that everything is governed by law. The cult of death understands this. 2 quotes. Real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance. Real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance. Confucius. Yeah, it's when you realize that you are ignorant of something that should send you on the path to dispel that ignorance. Just like I said earlier, knowledge is supposed to help us dispel our ignorance. So it is only when you truly realize how truly ignorant you are, then you can start taking those footsteps to know. And that was Confucius. The purpose of knowledge is to discover what we can do that does not result in trouble. Ignorance, consequently, is the condition of being unaware of what we do has consequences. Manly P. Hall. Beautiful quotes. And then also, too, we have to strike a balance here. We can't be overly obsessed with the information and knowledge. We also can't be in the mindset of we control the knowledge, The information that can help raise people's consciousness belongs to everyone. And that's the problem. It is you got too many groups out there and throughout history who have claimed to be the keepers of the knowledge. Knowledge and information belong to us all. If it can benefit and raise the individual's consciousness, then it belongs to humanity. Pushing ourselves into an overly dominated left brain imbalance is not the purpose here. And that's one of the dangers of just, being overly obsessed with knowledge. I know because I was in this mindset for years where, I just got to keep on taking in more and more and more and more knowledge. We should be using this knowledge to educate ourselves and raise our consciousness, which that's the first step. And then after that, we have to put the knowledge back out there. We help others by spreading that knowledge and information. So it's twofold. The role of knowledge is you take the knowledge in to educate yourself, and then you put it back out there into the world for others to go through that same process. Because again, you don't own the knowledge. You're not the keeper of the knowledge, just like I'm not the keeper of the knowledge, because no man is the keeper of this knowledge. and no group of men are. No secret societies, no priest class, no royalty, nobody. It belongs to us all. So I always have to define my terms and clarify my terms because I love clarity. So when I'm using the term natural law, let's look at what these words mean. Natural, inherent, existing in nature, truth, and reality, not made or caused by humankind, not caused by any man. What is a law? This is something I've been hammering on since day one. Something that is fixed, set in stone, immutable, that which is laid down in binding, because true law cannot be changed. True law can never be changed. So let's combine the two. What does natural law mean? Universal, binding, immutable, non-man-made conditions that govern the consequences of intelligent beings' behavior. So in short, a universal spiritual law that governs behavior for beings who can understand it. That's what I, simplify it down as, is if you can understand these laws, then these laws will govern your behavior. Once again, natural law does not operate the same as it does for humans as with the animal kingdom. People always regurgitate this shit. Well, what about the animal kingdom? Well, we are not animals. Animals don't have the capacity to understand these things. And it's quite simple to understand once you go through the process and taking in the information. But the problem is people don't want to take in this information, and they'll just regurgitate the same programming. Because you have to ask yourself, how is it that everyone will always regurgitate the same programming? But what about the animal kingdom? This is how you know this is mind control. People have been conditioned to say that. Operating off programming. Never even thought about it for a second. It's like when you try to teach natural law to people, they always regurgitate the same shit. Well, what about the animal kingdom? But what about what Darwinism? It has nothing to do with fucking Darwinism. Nothing whatsoever to do with social Darwinism. We're talking about immutable laws that are universal and binding, that govern the consequences of behavior for beings that can understand it. And the reason that is for that is because, once again, this is what people don't understand, is we have this and these. People don't really understand the importance of having a brain and these right here, and the consequences that come with that. Since we can build things, we can destroy things. So consequences come with that compared to the animal kingdom. They don't have a brain like we do. Majority of them don't even have hands. So they can't do the things that we do. They can't build the structures that we do. It's so simple. But yet people have, once again, haven't even dived into the knowledge. So some other names for natural law. It's been called the law of cause and effect, the golden rule, universal law, God's law, the law of attraction, the real law of attraction, karma. It's been called moral law, the law of right action. That was what Richard Wetherell called it, the law of right action. And then the real law of one, not the fake version, the fake New Age version. And this comes from the Book of Ra. When he's talking about the law of one. Yeah, because there's only consciousness here. There's only consciousness here. So when you hurt another, you hurt yourself. You're really talking about objective morality. when you boil it down to its true meaning and purpose, people have all these conceptions, misinterpretations. He's talking about natural law. So let's look at perception versus truth. And before I jump into this, I have to bring up this insidious ideology, which I've talked about, before in my hazardous ideologies presentations. Solipsism, which there are more solipsists in the world than people think. Etymology of the word, from Latin, solus, alone, and ipse, self. So it is the viewpoint or the theory that oneself is the only source of real knowledge or the only thing that is real, which is totally idiotic. But solaces claim to create all of reality and even claim to create you. And just like the little picture says, what's with that guy? Oh, that's just Dave. He's a solipsist, meaning he doubts the existence of anything external to his mind. Let's see if he believes in rock. I mean, like, you see how ridiculous this shit sounds? Like, go tell a fucking solipsist, go jump off a cliff. Hell, go tell a fucking solipsist to drop a fucking bowling ball on their foot, because a solipsist would say, well, you can never really know objective truth. You can never really know anything. If I didn't perceive it, it's not real. And see, they've taken this and they've put this in a lot of spiritual teachings. You have everyone talking about, oh, it's just all about perception. Oh, it's just what you perceive it. Yeah, perception is important, but you know what is even more important than perception? Objective truth. The objective reality exists outside of our perception. So yeah, you can perceive everything the way that you want it. That doesn't make it true. It's just like in the reality that we have constructed. You got people who perceive themselves to be a female, even though, they were born a male. So what, just because they perceive it that way doesn't make it true? Fuck no. Hell no. Not attacking anyone, hell, I'm just stating the truth. You can call yourself whatever you want. You can call yourself a wolf. You can call yourself an alien. You can identify, being a AK-47. It don't make it fucking true, because objective truth exists outside of human perception. So let's look at what perception is. Perception is a lens or a filter for us to take in reality and information. Taking in information with our senses and our intuition, it grants us the ability to understand the objective reality, others, and most importantly, ourselves. Our perception is extremely subjective. It is extremely subjective and biased. If it is not refined and worked with, perception is just a means to perceive reality. It does not make up the totality of objective reality, which is why we should be working to refine our perception, which you can do that with enough willpower. You can focus on your senses and enhance them. So what is truth? You got people who use this word, all the time. Oh, I seek the truth. I'm a truther. Well, define your terms. Clarify your words. So, is truth not events that have happened in the past or happening now? When you say something is true, that means it has happened. It has happened in the past, because if it did not happen in the past, or it is not, happening now, it is not true. It is a lie. Or it just simply didn't happen. Truth is objective and not based on our perception. Truth exists outside of human perception. Hell, like I said earlier, if we all destroyed ourselves, which we are sadly on the brink of doing, would it not be true that humans destroyed themselves? So, hell, then again, just proving that truth exists outside of our perception. Truth is always battling with lies, mind control, and deception. And sadly, is losing that battle. It is up to us to use our voices as a vehicle to put the truth back out into the world. It is a moral obligation and responsibility to continue putting her, which I, just means the truth. That's just the way that I personify it. Not really saying that the truth is a real female, back into the world. So others can learn from her, meaning the truth, just as you did. In times of propaganda, mind control, and tyranny, she, being the truth, is always the first casualty. This is because people have ignored her and turned her back on her, like we are seeing today. So let's look at how we can, align our perceptions with the truth. Because as you see in this picture, which I think this was originally created by Mark Passio. I've seen other people use it, but it is a great depiction of the truth, because the truth is linear. The truth does not waver. The truth is the events that didn't happen boiled down into that which did happen, because we live in an infinite universe. There's an infinite amount of possibilities that could have occurred, or that that can occur. So the truth is something that actually occurred. So you have all of that infinite scaled down and boiled down into the truth, which is a linear line that goes on out into infinity. It will never end. But what does waver, what will end, is our perceptions, how we take in information, how we decode reality. So the top red line is someone who is not aligned with truth, because the more frequently we align our perceptions to the frequency of truth, we will be in alignment, in harmony with truth. And on the bottom depiction, the person in blue perception, their perception will align with truth a little bit more than the red line. So this person is more aligned with truth. But that person in the middle, who is vibrating, because the truth is a frequency, this person is in more alignment with the truth. So that just means that they are able to, take in reality with more clarity. They are able to align their perceptions a little bit better, can understand. Because this is what this is all about, is taking our perceptions and aligning it with the truth. You see, people want to do it, how backwards. Freaking, they want to try to take the truth and align it to their, perception. No, you have to take your perception, and align it to the truth. It's like what the old quote: people need to stop turning the truth into their belief and start turning their people need to stop turning their beliefs into the truth and start turning the truth into their beliefs. Yeah, because they're trying to do it backwards. An anonymous quote: truth is always like oil in water. No matter how much water you add to depress it, it always floats on top. Anonymous quote. And Plato: no one is more hated than he who speaks the truth. No one is more hated than he who speaks the truth. Truth isn't found here. Truth is not found here. It is not found in government. Doesn't matter what flavor. Doesn't matter if it's conservative, Republican. Doesn't matter if it's liberal, democratic socialism. Truth is not found in religion. We've had religion for thousands of years. There's no truth there. Truth is not found in the New Age movement. Truth is not found in scientism. And then you have the new kid on the block with the literally new kid on the block. The new cult. The whole what climate change cult. All of these are just religions. They're all religions. They all use cult techniques, cult ideology, because religions are just cults. So let's look at what the word religion means at its etymological roots. Latin, religo, or religare, to bind, to tie back, to hold back. And in actuality, it would just be ligo, because ligo means to bind. So when you put the re means to do it again and again, you are rebinding again and again and again. So to tie back, to hold back again and again, because that's what these religions have done to us. They have tied our consciousness back to where we are not even able to understand. We are ignorant. We are not aware. And it happens over and over and over again from the repetition. Religion is what binds our consciousness and understanding from growth and expansion. Religion is just a cute word for cult mentality. Yeah, because they all use the four main techniques of cults: hell isolation, herd conformity, hell repetition, trauma, and fear. Here's one word that you will never ever hear in any of those cults. I mean, you may hear it in the New Age movement, like every now and then, but you definitely won't hear it in government. You won't hear it in Christianity. You won't hear it in Muslim. You won't hear it in Judaism. And you sure hell will never ever hear this word in scientism. And that's the word consciousness, the big C word that no one wants to talk about, consciousness. So let's look at what, consciousness is. It is awareness, the state of being aware of yourself and the environment. And it's also pattern recognition. What consciousness comes from the word con, which comes from the word con, which means together. Then you have the conscious. The chis comes from the Latin word scio, and then you have the suffix nis. Scio or sciatry just means to know. So that's really what we're talking about, is knowing, knowledge, but not just knowing for ourselves, but knowing together, knowing natural law together, and operating on what we know, aligning our action and behaviors to what we know. We have assimilated it into our being. There are different levels of consciousness. We are not all at the same level. It is up to us to help raise awareness in ourselves and try to help others create change within. So let's look at how does consciousness express itself. It's been called the threefold nature of consciousness, just like you have the threefold nature of the brain. Funny how things always come in threes here. Well, there's a reason, because when it comes to creation, you can't just create something with just one. So let's look at, what consciousness is and how it expresses itself. You have the thoughts, which is like the generator or like the father figure. That's why it is the base. It is the foundation. And we will get into this soon on why this is the foundation. But you have the thoughts, which is the generator and the manifester of reality, because thoughts come from your own mind. And this is where they control people with mind control. They control you at the generator level, at the root level, which is the mind. And how do they control the mind? With thoughts, with images, with the propaganda machine. Because thoughts are what lead to emotions, actions, and behaviors. So you do have the emotions coming next. This would be the feminine, or like the mother. The thoughts been the father. You have the male. You have the masculine. Then you have the emotions. The mother. The carer. These two come together and create. Hence why I said you can't create something with just one. You can't create anything with just one. You always need two. And then the two turns into the three. So the thoughts and emotions will turn into actions, which manifest actions. But those actions will be based on the thoughts and the information and the emotions that come before it. And this is a pattern that will go on out into existence, because those actions will create more thoughts, and those thoughts will create more emotions and actions. This is how we create. This is how consciousness expresses itself. You have the father, you have the mother, and then you have the child. You have the alchemical wedding. This is what many people in esoteric schools and occult traditions have talked about for years. And sadly, this is what people still don't understand, because this is what is in disharmony. This is what is not unified within most individuals. We have to have our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions unified within our own selves, to where we are not in a state of contradiction. We can't be in a state of contradiction. So until our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions are aligned and in sync, then don't expect any real change, because you could be thinking one thing and have your emotions aligned, but you don't take any action. Or your actions can be, your actions can betray your thoughts, or your actions can betray what you really feel. Then that means you are in an internal state of confusion. You are in an internal state of contradiction. And here's why you can never ever create anything in these forms of, of internal contradiction. Because whenever you have 2 out of 3, what do you have? 666 repeating. Man in beast consciousness, base consciousness, man in ignorance, man in animal consciousness. So let's look at the people in government, the slavery supporters, because that's really what they are. They're slavery supporters. Let's say you have the democratic socialists. These people don't have any knowledge, no knowledge whatsoever. So you might as well just X out the thoughts. But these people are into their emotions, and they are so hell willing to take actions. You got 2 out of 3. Let's look at the Bloods. The Republicans. Because they're just nothing more but gangs fighting over territory and fighting over slaves. So yeah, you have the Republicans, the conservative. Those are the ones who claim to be more knowledgeable. They have a little bit of knowledge. So yeah, they have a little bit of thought. But when it comes to the emotional side, when it comes to heart-based intelligence, they don't have any. That's why they'll be willing to, go and invade other people's countries, drop bombs on them. We should just, we should wipe them all out. And they're willing to take action. 2 out of 3, which is why the Bloods ain't never changed nothing, and the Crips ain't never changed nothing. The Crips being the democratic socialists, and the Bloods being the Republicans. So let's look at religion. Are any of the three main religions based on real, actually knowledge? No. Christianity? No. It's just all about belief. It's just all about worshiping the Bible. Put money in that donation plate. Hey, you can throw your Bible at anything and it will save you. Same thing with, Muslim. It's all about belief. It's all about submission. Same thing with Judaism. Not based on real knowledge. They are just based on belief. So these people, can be in their emotions. And they may take a little bit of action, but why taking action, when you're going to be saved in the afterlife? So you can really replace thoughts with their belief. So you have belief and emotions. But when it comes to action, why take any action? Hell, your Savior is going to come down and rescue you. Jesus is going to come down here. Have Muhammad. They're going to come down here and rescue you because you're the chosen ones. And let's look at the New Age movement. These people will have some knowledge. These people will have their emotions, somewhat together. But when it comes to action, nope. Why take any action? They're vibrating so high, there's no need for them taking action, Their magnetic energy field is at a frequency so greater than ours. They don't need to take any action. Or, why take any action when they are the star seeds, and some extraterrestrial race is going to come and save them? This is the mindset of children. And then let's look at scientism, which is infesting this planet. Do they have their thoughts? Yes. These people are very left brain, very intellectual. So they have some knowledge. But what they lack is emotions. They don't have any form of heart-based intelligence, lack of care. Damn, they're psychopathic. And these people are willing to take action. Again, 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. And then we got the new kid on the block with the new kid on the block, the climate cult. Who's been saying that the world's going to, die since the 60s and yet have been wrong every fucking time. Every time. But, when it comes to, real knowledge, who needs that? When it comes to real facts, who needs that? No real consideration of what the sun, the SUN, does to this galaxy and the effects. But they'll be the ones that are all in their emotions, all on the street, saying, you have taken away, my future, you've killed my kids, and like all this stuff, this overly emotional, talismanic speech that was written by script writers, scribbled down on their scribes to get people to subscribe to their scribbles. And these people will take action. Is it right action? No, because it's not really based off on real knowledge. But they will take action, sadly. But again, it's still 2 out of 3. And 2 out of 3 is man-based consciousness, is ignorance, because you don't have a fulfillment in unity within yourself. It's about internal harmony first. So we have discussed the importance of knowledge and also talked about consciousness and awareness. So let us combine the two. Had to get a sip of water here. We have the base layer, okay? Because we're talking about, we're talking about knowledge. And I'm going to be talking about the trivium here, so you have the base layer, which is the available information, because we are Man is a creative being, rather creating internally, hell mentally, hell emotionally, and then pushing that word, pushing it outwardly into the physical plane. Man is a creative being. We are always creating. We are constantly creating. Even when you think you are not creating, you are always creating something. And as you are creating, you are co-creating with someone else who is in your environment. So that creation has to have some form of base. It has to have some form of foundation. And that foundation is available information, the knowledge, grammar, or input from the trivium. Or not, meaning it doesn't matter if you have the right information. It doesn't matter if you took in the information to take it to the next step. You were still going to create with or without it. So all of the available information should be gathered. This is the information gathering for potential processing, meaning you take the information from a wide variety of sources. It cannot be biased. You have to open yourself up to information that you may even think is negative. It may be information that they tell you is bad. Don't look at. It's scary. You still have to open yourself up to it because, hell, that's what love is all about. It's opening yourself up. It's giving yourself up to something. So this is the foundational step and the most important one, because if this step is tainted, then anything that springs out of this is going to be tainted. Because the foundation should be strong when building anything. If not, it will crumble. And that's why our relationships have crumbled. Our families have crumbled. Because man himself is crumbling. Society is crumbling. And why is that? Because we don't have any strong foundation. So, available information, and you take the information in, and what does it do? It's going to create an internal process, an internal change if done correctly. This is the decision-making process. This is the second part of the trivium. This is the understanding, the logic, or the processing, or not. Because like I say, since you are always creating, you are going to go through these processes either with the information or without the information, either consciously or subconsciously. This is the decision-making process, the internal process and filtration from the previous available information. That's why the first step of available information is the most important, because you have to take the right information in order to get to the next step properly. And this is the part, where you use filtration. You start to put the pieces together. You start seeing the bigger picture. You start to weed out the stuff, the filtration, And that's the problem with most people, is they don't use proper filtration. But why don't they use proper filtration? Because they fucked up at the first step. The first step is where you start to ask, the what, when, where, the whole problem solving. The second step is when you learn the why. Because this is problem solving skill. Is how can you solve anything without information? How can you? You can't. You have to have the right information. So this filtration step is going to be based on the step before it. And this is coming to an understanding of why. This is where the power is right here. You see? Because that's why I said this is the internal stage. This creates an internal change within you. See, this is an internal process. Internal starts to create a change within you. And then, since you've gone through that internal process, you're going to be at the next stage, which is going to be action and behavior. the wisdom, the rhetoric, the output are not. Because once again, your actions and your behavior is going to be based and rooted in the quality of decision making process and available information. So if the information was ignored, then the actions and behaviors are going to be based on what went in. This is why I keep saying people revert back to programming through their actions and behaviors, because that programming is information that was installed in them at some form in their life. So in this output stage, in the last stage of the trivium, this wisdom, rhetoric, and output are not. And once again, because you're always creating. Always creating. You can never not really be in a creative, state. So the behaviors, because you're going to have an outward manifestation of whatever that was taken in. And once again, I talked about the threefold nature of consciousness. Things come in three here. If you haven't figured it out, things come in three. Like Nikola Tesla said. So if the individual is taking in a balanced, amount of information, well, I should say balance, taking in the information and then went through that internal processes, if it was done properly and right, then the outward manifestation of wisdom and rhetoric would be correct, meaning their actions and behaviors would be aligned with natural law. You will not violate anyone else's, rights. You will not violate anyone else's freedom. And then we have to take into consideration of the manifested reality, the results that are created in reality here, folks. Because again, we share this world with other individuals. So we are creating and they are creating too. So it's one big ass co-creative party. So is it going to be order or chaos? These conditions are going to be created by the aggregate quality of human behavior, meaning the society's behavior in the aggregate. So as the individual is creating, let's look at the individual as the microcosm. As those individuals are creating in that macrocosm collective standpoint, if 51% of the individuals are creating the right way, that's going to manifest a world in order. Just like if 51% of the people are creating in a negative capacity, in that means of chaos, it's going to create a world in entropy and destabilization. Because the individual is what's going to make up all of this, since there are only individuals here. And the individual is always creating, constantly creating. You can never not be creating. So, hell again, order or chaos is going to be the condition that has been created. Keyword condition, meaning it can be changed, because conditions can be changed. Conditions are not set in stone. Created by the aggregate quality. So let's look at the world that we have built. Because if you think we have built a world based in freedom, you are sadly mistaken. Sadly mistaken. You are incorrect and you are wrong. And I would say you are in a naive state of mind. So we are the builders of our reality while building along others. So when you ask yourself this question, be honest. Which world have we built? Because I know it is the one to the left. People call it a prison planet. Yeah, well, they are 110% correct, because that is what we have built, a prison planet. We have built one big ass slave farm. So, to get a better understanding of natural law, we have to understand that it is rooted in principles. And the word principle, which I've talked about many times before, just simply means origin at its etymological viewpoint. Source, beginning, Old French. I think it's pronounced principe, which meant origin. Then you have cause, principle, but I don't know why you would define a word with that same word. I never liked that. But from Latin, principium, plural, principia, a beginning, commencement, origin, first part in plural, foundation, element. So principle just means first, roots, origin, which is why you need to have principles. You need to have principles. Sadly, most people don't. So the principles of natural law actually come from the 7 Hermetic principles. Hermes Trismegistus, which Hermetic just meant sealed. It meant occulted. Trismegistus, the thrice great. Once again, we're getting back to that number 3, which that number is highly symbolic and highly important. So the principles of natural law are rooted in the 7 Hermetic principles. You have the first one, the all is mind, the universe is mental. This is the principle of mentalism. This principle embodies the truth that the all is mind. It explains that the mind is the generator and creator of our experiences. Everything that is created has its roots in the mind. Everything that is created has its roots in the mind. Everything that is created has its roots in the mind. Our thoughts are what create events, things, actions, and behaviors. The material universe, the phenomena of life, matter, energy, in short, all that is apparent to our material senses is spirit, which itself is unknowable and undefinable, but which may be considered and thought of as an universal, infinite, living mind. And that is taken, some of that is taken from the Kabbalion. And I'm going to make these short. I'm not going to go too much in detail with these because you can go read the book yourself. But this is explaining that the generator of reality, of everything, is this thing right here. This is why majority of my work focuses on the mind, on things like mind control, on things like social engineering. Because this is the first principle of natural law. And this is why people can't understand it. This is why people are still controlled. This is why I say, until you start to change yourself, remember the threefold nature of consciousness and how consciousness expresses itself. What was the foundational thoughts? Talking about the mental realm. This is where we are controlled. That's why it's called mind control. It's not called emotion control. I mean, emotional control does exist. But they learned that, why control people physically? It was so much harder. Control people on the mental plane, just like in the Matrix. The Matrix was mind control because mind control is slavery. This is why people can't see it, because they don't understand the principles. They don't understand the principles of natural law, and they don't understand the principles of this objective reality, because everything is governed by law. And this principle is stating that we live in an infinite living mind. You can call it the mind of God. I don't care. You can call it whatever the fuck you want. You can prove this by going and watching the double slit experiment. Where they prove, and even physics has proved this, that there is nothing that is really, a physical. It's all a projection of our own mind. Now that doesn't mean, that you go overly to the extreme and think that there's no importance here. Like, yeah, you understand it, but you still work with it. You have your head in the clouds and feet on the ground. Physics has proved this. Physics knows this. And that's why you have a lot of people, when the new year comes, they'll make all these new year resolutions and then they fail because they never really got the mental part right. They just said in the physical world that they're going to create some change, but did they really create any change at the root level, which is the mind? No. No. Because if you want to create real change, then this is where you start. It's on the mental plane. And this is where we are controlled. That's why it's called mind control. This is where they control people. Subliminal messages. The use of talismanic symbols, talismanic words. Using neurolinguistic programming. Controlling and shaping your environment. Constantly using images, constantly using symbols. Because you take all that stuff into what? Into your mind, through your senses. Decoding reality. It all goes into our minds, folks. Everything that you take in goes to the generator, the mind. That's why the central nervous system and peripheral nervous system is set up the way that it is. It takes all the information and it shoots it to the brain. And then the brain responds. But yet people still don't notice. Principle number 2, correspondence, which is a huge one. As above, so below. As below, so above. This principle embodies the truth that there is always a correspondence between the laws and phenomena of the various planes of being and life. The old Hermetic axiom ran in these words: as above, so below, as below, so above. The grasping of this principle gives one the means of solving many a dark paradox and hidden secrets of nature. There are planes beyond our knowing, but when we apply the principle of correspondence to them, we are able to understand much that would otherwise be unknowable to us. This principle is of universal application and manifestation of the various planes of the material, mental, and spiritual universe. It is an universal law. And all of these principles of Hermeticism are connected together. But the one of correspondence is the one that is being used heavily against us because, hell, again, what you do to others will be done to you. That is the principle of correspondence right there. There is a correspondence with everything. People who think that they're just this island in the middle of nowhere, thinking that it's just you. No, we are all connected here. Everything in the all, everything in the cosmos, everything in the isness is all connected. It's connected because it's all connected by law, especially, but it's all connected with consciousness. Because there's only consciousness here. There's only consciousness vibrating at different frequencies. But this principle gets us to understand that as above, so below, meaning as the microcosm goes, the macrocosm goes. Meaning the individual is, or the collective is made up of the individual. You know, that which we do to ourselves, we will do to others. That which we do to others, we will do to ourselves. This is extremely important to understand. There is a correspondence with everything. As the inner goes, so does the outer. As the outer goes, so does the inner. You can't have one without the other if people haven't figured that out. And you can see this play out in fucking government. You can see this play out in government because you'll have people say, oh, well, you know, we should go out and just do this to this one group of people. Well, as you were saying that, someone's going to be doing it back out to you. You were putting that energy back out into the world, and through the principles of correspondence, that's going to come back at you. So through understanding how this works, people wouldn't be fucking, you know, putting out wrong means of behavior. People wouldn't be putting out wrong means of thought. People wouldn't be putting out, you know, chaotic forms of thought, chaotic forms of emotion. psychopathic behavior. And again, these social engineers know all of this, know it very well. And they get you to believe that it's just you. You know, you're not connected to anything else. You're lonely. It's just you. When in fact, that is 100 complete bullshit. You are connected to something else. You are connected to source. You are connected. You're supposed to be connected to higher states of consciousness. This also gets into, you know, the whole point of, you know, like what you put into your body, you know, and the effects and the correspondence of that, the law of assimilation. You know, so what the way people act and the way people are treating others, it's going to come right back at you. It's going to come right back at you. Do not do unto others as you would not want done unto you. That's what the principle of correspondence is trying to teach people. The golden rule. The teachings of Christ through the golden rule, which the golden rule was talked about in many of the religious traditions. It's funny how people seem to have lost sight of it. Do not do unto others as you would not want done unto you. Summing up the principle of correspondence, because there's correspondence nature with everything that exists. Pretty much imagine the universe as a big mirror. What you put out into it is going to give you right back. People haven't figured that shit out yet. Probably not the best image to use to explain this, but hey, this image resonated, you know, with me. Because you can see the corresponding nature with the moon over this female. I just like the image. We have the third one, vibration. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. This principle embodies the truth that everything is in motion. Everything vibrates. Nothing is at rest. Facts with modern science endorses, in which each new scientific discovery tends to verify, and yet this hermetic principle was enunciated thousands of years ago by the masters of ancient Egypt. This principle explains that the difference between the different manifestations of matter, energy, mind, and even spirit result largely from varying rates of vibration. From the all, which the pure spirit, down to the grossest form of matter, all is in vibration. The higher the vibration, the higher the position in the scale. And what this means is we are always in motion, because even though from our level of seeing, we may appear to not be in motion, but if you were to, you know, take a microscope and, you know, take you know, some skin sample, or, you know, some dead skin, you know, matter, you would see all the atoms and, you know, hell, the micro world, and you would see it's like one big ass party. You know, hell, we know this from the atoms and, you know, protons and neutrons, and, you know, at that level, shit, you know, the shit be dancing, you know, like it's all chaotic, you know, hell, bouncing around, yeah, vibrating. Same thing with a rock. Same thing with any form of matter. It's always in a state of motion, because everything vibrates, because everything is energy, because it's only consciousness here. It's only consciousness here vibrating at different frequencies, whether it be higher or lower. And many of the modern sciences have proven this. I think this is one that is pretty easy to understand. So even this table that I am using, that all my devices are on, at the micro level, and once again, those atoms are vibrating, proven to be known. So what kind of frequency, what kind of energy is the individual vibrating with? You see, in these means of vibration are going to resonate with consciousness, because you vibrate at a lower energy, you're going to have a lower state of consciousness. The body is going to be in disharmony. You're going to open yourself up to more sickness, more illness, more disease, more problems. Just like if you change that vibration, you change that condition, you can, benefit from your knowledge and start to heal yourself and raise your vibration, raise your consciousness, raise your awareness, and heal yourself. This is why this knowledge has been hidden. Keyword was hidden. And we've seen this, they've taken, some salt particles and, put it on these harmonic devices and play, have frequencies and just watch this stuff vibrate into all forms of geometric patterns, beautiful geometric patterns that exist in nature. And it's a wonderful experience to see, because it just shows, how means of vibration are, out there in nature. Oh, polarity, oh, man, the one that people are stuck in. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. This principle embodies the truth that everything is dual. Everything has two poles. Everything has its pair of opposites, all of which were old Hermetic axioms. It explains the old paradoxes that have perplexed so many, which have been stated as follows. Thesis and antithesis are identical in nature, but different in degree. Opposites are the same, differing only in degree. The pairs of opposites may be reconciled. Extremes meet. Everything is and isn't at the same time. All truths are but half truths. Every truth is half false. There are two sides to everything, etc., etc. And this may be a little bit harder for people to understand. I know, it's like when you tell someone everything is and isn't, it's going to probably put them in a state of confusion. But you have to remember, there is only consciousness here, and there is only truth here, So polarity exists in all things. And you'll understand this once I go deeper into this, as far as why I say polarity exists in all things. So everything has its poles. Everything. Hell, even a rock. Hell, even this table. It all has polarity. It all has those protons and neutrons, inside of it, originating. This is just a principle of nature. So when they're saying that, opposites are the same, just differing in degrees. Well, yeah, just look at hot, cold. Hell, hot just has more energy. But on a fucking thermometer, it isn't really determined where hot begins and where cold ends. Same thing with light and darkness. Like, you can shine light on darkness, but can you shine darkness on light? No, because there's truly only light. There is truly only light. The darkness, which is ignorance, is just an illusion that exists in our toxic psyche. And we see this playing out, the whole red versus blue, the whole polarity in government. This is how this is used. The whole mommy and daddy figures that people still love and worship. Polarity. Getting people to buy into these extremes, and you can pit these extremes off to fight hell against held against each other and divide and conquer. Which is why, if you were in this polarized state, there's no change that can ever really truly occur within you. When you are in this polarized state, you open yourself up. You are primed to be controlled externally, because you are always going either left or right. You are never really centered. You are never really balanced. And that's why, well, in most governments, there are only really two political parties, because they use these means of the mommy and daddy figure to play off on people's ignorance through the principle of polarity. Then again, they use these principles against people who are ignorant of them. People who don't want to control themselves, because if you don't want to control yourself, there's always someone externally who wants to control themselves. So in pitting people off against each other, you have them on one side or the other. Coke versus Pepsi. What, Nike versus Reebok, Republican versus Democrat, man versus woman, gay versus straight. There's always this polarity, vaccinated or unvaccinated. Are you masked or unmasked? This is all to create division, all to create internal division. And then through that internal division, you manifest that on the external plane. Rhythm. Everything flows out and in. Everything has its tides. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. This principle embodies the truth that in everything there is manifested a measured motion to and fro, a flow and inflow, a swing backward and forward, a pendulum-like movement, a tide-like ebb and flow, a high tide and a low tide between the two poles, which exists in accordance with the principle of polarity described a moment ago. There is always an action and a reaction, an advance and a retreat, a rising and a sinking. There is in the affairs of the universe suns, worlds, men, animals, mind, energy, and matter. So it's just saying that this rhythm exists in all things. Sometimes you wake up, you feel like you're on top of the world. Then there are some times when you wake up, you're feeling like you've been hit by a truck. No one is ever going to have it, 24/7. And talking about the action and reaction, the principle of rhythm is important because it lets you know that you can change the conditions. Conditions are not set in stone. Like I said earlier, the problem is because people's ignorance, they think, oh, because it's that way, it must continue to be that way. Bullshit. Through the principle of rhythm, we can change that. We can take that pendulum swing and manifest it in the other way with the proper amount of knowledge and willpower and raising our consciousness. Just like the tide, it goes in and it flows out. We can change these conditions if we really wanted to. But yet, they use the principle of rhythm to get you to stay into that polarity. Remember, between the two poles which exist in accordance with the principle of polarity. So they get you to think that you have to stay in that polarity. You have to stay in that duality. You have to stay in that polar extreme. And then you have other people who were stuck in that polar extreme, and then they're fighting with each other. Which, if we all took in this information, you wouldn't be in any polar extreme. You wouldn't be stuck in any form of duality, because you would transcend duality. You would unify that duality with knowledge, with care, with raising your consciousness, coming to an understanding that duality is just an illusion. There is only consciousness here. There is only consciousness here. And I know I've said many times there are only individuals here. And I say that because people can't even see that. So they can't even see past that, but I would like people to get to the point to where, they only see beings of consciousness. They only see consciousness. Just consciousness resonating at different states, at different frequencies. So even though we are individuals, we are really, truly just consciousness. There is only consciousness here that exists. And we see this play out in sound waves, or in any form of wave, truly. Like now I'm speaking, there's a means of vibration. So that energy goes on out into existence. It may hit off my monitor, it may hit off the walls, but it's still flowing because it is a frequency. The same means, like when you go to a concert or you're listening to movies, the sound energy, those means of vibration, they hit your eardrums. You take in the information. And what happens? It sends it from the, since you're already taking it in, it sends it to the brain. And the brain is telling you like, oh, yeah, it's music, oh, you like this music. Then the brain's going to send off a response. You start dancing, you start jumping and jiving, and you may even do the bankhead bounce, taking it back old school. Yes, this is the principle of rhythm. Cause and effect. Man, one of my favorite ones. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. Everything happens according to law. Chance is but a name for law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. I'm going to say that one more time. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. Everything happens according to law. Chance is but a name for a law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. This principle embodies the fact that there is a cause for every effect and an effect for every cause. It explains that everything happens according to law, that nothing ever merely happens, that there is no such thing as chance. Yet while there are various planes of cause and effect, the higher dominating the lower planes is still nothing ever entirely escapes the law. Nothing escapes the law. So this is just explaining that you can't do anything in this reality without cause and effect, and nothing just happens by itself. There's always some form of causal factor. It can be an infinite amount of causes that may have led to an effect. So getting people to understand that, hey, no matter what you do, good or bad, there's going to be an effect. Even if you do nothing, there's going to be an effect because nothing changes. So getting people to understand that, hey, you are the creators here. You are the generators. You are the ones wielding the power here. But the problem is we have too many people stuck in the realm of effects and not enough people stuck in the realm of cause. So we need causers, causality. Nothing happens by chance. No, something would have led to that effect. Something caused that to happen. It's not called chance, and it's not called chance and effect. It's called cause and effect. Cause being the root, effects being which springs out of that. And I know some people say, well, cause and effect is an illusion because there's an infinite amount of causes and you can never know. Well, yeah, hell, no one is ever saying you're going to know all the causes that have ever led up to these conditions, to these effects. That doesn't mean that the cause and effect isn't real. It is very much real. Very much real. So let's go deeper into this. The causality plane. This is the mental plane because this is directly tied with the first principle of the mind, the first principle of mentalism. The power to create real change is where the power to create real change is on the plane of causality. Because held in the end, what is the first principle of natural law? The mind, the generator of everything, the creator of this experience. Everything that was created in someone's mind. Okay, so that's where the thoughts happen. So remember, the Father, the generator, the creator. So if we want to create true real world change, do we just go out and start protesting? Do we just jump into the realm of effects? No, because that's where change is happening in the now. You can't really create, too much change there. You have to go to the root. You have to go to the basement. You have to go to the foundation. And that is on the mental plane, because that is where we are generating our experience. That is where we are truly creating. Creation starts internally. Then we manifest it externally. So we have to shift our consciousness into the plane of causality. This is where you create. You create it in your minds first. The mental plane, the mental world. The power to create real change. This is where the why happens. You're thinking, you're going through those problem solving skills. You're using the trivium. You take in the information. Then once you've done that, you can push it out into the next plane, which is the plane of effects, which is the physical plane, which is the plane that is happening now. Which is, if it's happening now, you can't really change too much because it's happening now. Then a second later, it's going to already have been done happen, and it's in the past. No power to create real change, lies on the plane of effects, because those are the results manifested in reality. And we're talking about real change. We're not talking about small conditions, that the slave master, may give us. We're talking about real world change. The plane of effects is happening now. The only way to change that is to get into the roots, which is the mind. Cause and effect, the whole domino. You knock down one domino, it's going to knock down the rest, because you caused that. You took your finger and you tapped one over. You knocked one over. Or maybe the wind blew and it knocked one over. Still, something had to have caused it. Someone had to have given it energy. That's what cause is about energy. Is how much energy are you willing to give up to make something happen? How much force are you willing to put into something to cause something to happen? Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. And remember earlier I was talking about how polarity and what was it? Yeah, and have vibration and rhythm. Well, I say you got to remember all these principles are tied together. You can't just have one without the other six. They're all tied together. The principle embodies the truth that there is gender manifested in everything. The masculine and feminine principles are ever at work, are always at work. This is true not only for the physical plane, but of the mental and even the spiritual planes. On the physical plane, the principle manifests as sex. On the higher plane, it takes higher forms, but the principle is ever the same. No creation, physical, mental, or spiritual, is possible without this principle. An understanding of its laws will throw light on many subjects that has perplexed the minds of men. So remember I was talking about you can't just create something with just one and things happen in three? Well, yeah, because when you have that masculine and feminine, those two unify. Those two come together to create the third. So don't look at this so much as male, female, or, man and woman. Man and woman manifest on the physical plane as sex. But on the spiritual plane, you have masculine and feminine. You have the penetrator and the receiver. You have the inward force and the outward force. These two come together. So you can almost say that these two are polarities, but these two polarities need to come together to unify. And these two principles, the principle of gender exists in all things. Hell, again, you can get it down to its micro form in the protons and neutrons. Or I should be saying protons. Well, yeah, protons and neutrons, and you also have the electrons too. But the whole positive and negative. So you have the giving and the receiving force. Just like with the principle of rhythm, the wave, it flows in and it flows out. And this principle is used in its dark form. In its this alchemical form, because they are using this principle to push this whole, transgender stuff, which I have nothing against transgender people, but they are using this principle in a negative light, these social engineers, and pushing this on the physical plane, as in, these two roles can be swapped, which they can't be. They can't be. And yeah, I'm sorry, I said protons and neutrons. It should have been protons and electrons, because neutrons are fucking neutral. So they are pushing this gender principle and they are perverting it, sadly. But here's how it really should be looked at, right here. Somehow, there we go. I don't know what happened there. Yep, this is how it should be looked at right here. This is what the principle of gender is right here. The masculine and feminine coming together to create this harmonious, something beautiful. But this doesn't happen on the external plane. This happens on the internal plane within our own self, within our own psyche. How many people are really trying to do this? Merge the left hemisphere with the right hemispheres of their brain. You are integrating the subconscious with the conscious. You are taking your logical form of intelligence and marrying it with the heart-based intelligence to birth something new into the world. This is what the principle of gender was supposed to be about. And then you have the lost principle, which is the principle of care. This was something that Mark Passio added as the 8th principle, and I 100% agree. And this is the generation principle, which what we care about is what we will. I should have capitalized will. But yeah, what we care about, then we are willing to take action. We are willing to manifest into the world. Care is the driving force for creation. This is what initiates willpower. What we care about is what we are willing to create and change in the manifested reality. Just like caring for a person, one will go to extreme measures for that, for the individual. It works the same way with rights, freedom, and truth. Just like the individual who cares about, owning a car, they'll go through all the requirements to make that car manifest if they truly care. That's just like if you care about a loved one, you'll go through all the requirements just to make sure that that loved one is safe. So if people truly cared about rights, if people truly cared about freedom, they will go through the requirements to make that manifest. Which is why people would tell you, oh, I don't care. Well, yeah, I know you don't care. That's the problem with the world, is people don't care. That is the generation principle that gets you to engage and take action. If more people truly cared about freedom, if more people truly cared about natural law, if more people truly cared about doing the shadow work, we would manifest that into the real world by law, by understanding these principles. It's so simple. It's so simple to understand. The high-minded man must care more for the truth than for what people think, Aristotle. The high-minded man must care more for the truth than for what people think. And as Chris Nelson stated in a few of his videos, his website is evolveconsciousness.org. It will be linked. Please go out and check out all of his work. Humanity must care for truth, seek truth, embody the truth, speak and teach the truth to others. But the first one is care for truth. And that's what people are lacking. They don't have that care. Because if they did, they would make those sacrifices. If they did, they would be willing to lose their jobs. If they did, they would be willing to go through whatever forms of extreme chaos because they care enough. They have that heart-based intelligence. And that's the problem, is people do not care. People do not care about this. People do not care about this kind of information. People do not care about this knowledge. And you know how I know? Because this knowledge has been around for eons. And people are still, oh, why do I need to know natural law? Why do I need to know about truth and freedom when I'm the maker of rights? Like, that's people's mentality. And then majority of the people will say that they want freedom, but they don't want to take in the knowledge. They don't want to go and spend thousands of hours taking in the knowledge and educating themselves and looking internal. Oh, no. They think they can just go protest. They think they can beg the slave masters, beg the plantation owners for freedom. Has it ever really worked? No. You're going to go beg the fucking slave masters. Oh, release us from our bonds, master. Please, master, release us from our bonds. Sure, slave, I'm just going to release you. It never fucking worked. It's never worked in history. Never fucking worked in history. Begging the slave master for freedom, man. If you cared enough, you would take fucking extreme precautions to get to freedom. Even if those precautions were bloody, even if those actions were bloody. Truth and freedom come first. I told myself I wouldn't get too excited, man. But like I keep saying, people are hard-headed fucks. People are extremely hard-headed fucks. And these would be the same people who would think that they are aware and awake. And then you try to introduce them to natural law, and then they find out, shit, you mean you want me to spend 500 to 1,000 hours learning this shit? And I'm like, yeah. Oh no, man, no. Oh no, I can't do that. Oh no, not me. Oh yeah, I see you made the sacrifice, but not me. Oh, I don't have to make any sacrifices. Oh no, I can continue doing the things the way I've been doing, and somehow think something's gonna change. This is the mindset of people, man. This is the fucking mindset of people. It's about heart-based intelligence, opening up the heart, true care, true love, true agape. That's what this is about. Care for truth. That's what people do not have. They'll use the rhetoric, oh, I'm a truther and all this stuff. But like I say, when you introduce them to the requirements on what it's going to take for us to free ourselves, they don't want no part in it. They really don't. And I'm experiencing this more and more when dealing with people. You try to introduce them to higher states of consciousness. You try to push them, toward, higher information, higher awareness. And like, no, why do I need to even know any of that stuff? Hell, I can just believe in Christ. Hell, I can just throw the Bible at anything and it's going to fix it. Or I can just wait until 2024 and then Trump's going to rerun again and he can solve all my problems. This is the mentality that we are fucking dealing with people, man. Someone told me, oh, I don't have to live in truth 100% of my life and it's still living. No, it's if you're not living in harmony with truth, it's not fucking living, because you're living in a goddamn lie. Like, who wants to live in a fucking lie? No person with self-respect, self-fucking decency, self-fucking care wants to fucking live in a goddamn lie. I know I fucking don't. I mean, you may be fucking different, but I have self-respect. Hell, I have fucking self-care. Ain't gonna have me living in no fucking lie. Don't fucking tell me, oh, I don't think that living in harmony with truth 100% of the time and live, like, get the fuck out of here with that. If that's the case, you're gonna live like a fucking animal. You do whatever it is because you are attached to just living. Truth comes before. Truth and freedom come before anything else, man. I don't know how many times I have to keep fucking saying it to these hard-headed fucks out there. These hard-headed fucks. True care. True care. Because what do people truly care about? What do people truly care about? Be honest. Be honest here, man. Stop fucking lying to yourself. Be fucking honest here. What the fuck do people truly care about? They care about profit. They care about their fucking career. Hell, they've been programmed. Hell, they care about moral relativism, social Darwinism, because that's what we fucking see in society. Even after 2 years of this fake ass pandemic, we still saying the same shit. Nothing's fucking changed. Shit's gotten even more fucking drastically fucking worse. Oh, I care about my job, so so I'm willing to inject somebody with a fucking experiment. These people don't give a shit about fucking what's morally right. Don't give a shit about doing the right thing. They don't give a shit about you. They only fucking give a shit about their fucking paycheck. I mean, just look at the fucking housing community and how it's become a complete scam because everyone's using, like all these fucking means to just fucking raise prices. It's fucking ridiculous. And then true good people, who are in need of, living, are trying to find somewhere to fucking move, can't do it because there's all these scams going on. It's like a criminal syndicate fucking raising prices like 10, 20%, like overnight. Because that's all people fucking care about is money, is the fucking dollar bill. Stepping on anyone else to get what they want will sacrifice you. That's like 98 fucking percent of the people in the damn world. Even most of you who are fucking listening are still stuck in that fucking mindset, sadly. If someone paid you enough money, most people would fucking do it. because that's what they worship. That's what they care about. People don't really care for freedom. People don't really care for true moral law. People don't really care for true rights, because again, if they did, we would have it. We would have already fucking had it. Been done had it. The world would change overnight if people really gave a fuck, but they don't. People do not care. Still don't fucking care. You know, which is why, sadly, it's up to us to try to continue educating these hard-headed fucks. These hard-headed fucks until they don't care. Which is why I like vitriol. I don't mind using vitriol. But like I said, I will use vitriol and try to hammer on one's ego, even if it puts pressure, even if that means shit may get combative. Fuck it. Hell, I'll get punched in the face for truth. I'm not saying that I hope it comes to that, but you know, sometimes we just have to keep hammering on people to get them to fucking understand. We can't keep talking nicely. We've been talking nicely to people for thousands of years, and look where that shit's fucking gotten us. You know, that's why Ishvet came in her loving form. I'm sorry, Mayat came in her loving form, and she also came in her destructive, chaotic form. Because if people don't want to learn the easy way, I fucking promise you, you're gonna learn it the hard way. So one day, everyone here is going to learn natural law. You're going to learn this stuff. It just may take you a little bit longer. You're going to suffer until you fucking learn it. So humanity is going to learn this stuff. It may not be anytime soon, but eventually, these motherfuckers are going to learn this shit through a lot of fucking suffering, which I don't even know why anyone would want to even go that route. I would rather learn it through the Mayat, you know, learn from the teachers, learn from the ones who came before me, so I don't have to keep fucking burning my hand from touching that damn hot stove. True care is really what's going to get man out of the situation. Once enough people start caring, once enough people start giving a fuck. I mean, we see this in like small pockets, but until I see the media come out and saying, you know, we can't get anyone to fulfill these roles, you know, of lying to you slaves, and until I see, you know, fucking people like literally, you know, not voting to the point to where they're having to get rid of the fucking voting machines, then nothing's really changed. You know, sorry to say that. They give you a little bit of hope, you know, just to get you to keep fighting for more, you know. It's almost like in the Matrix 4, reiterations, when the analyst, you know, was saying how he's broken all the records. Yeah, because they sprinkle in a little bit of hope every now and then. Because if they didn't, then you would just be in despair and you wouldn't do anything. You wouldn't, you know, keep going to work. You would just fucking, you know, like go out and commit suicide. So they give you a little bit of hope just to keep you pushing, just to keep you fighting. Because remember, they know how the human spirit works, and that little bit of hope can change things. That little bit of hope can have you fighting, but yet you don't even know what the fuck you're really fighting for. And yet, because you don't know what you're truly fighting for, you're still falling into the fucking mind trap of government, of the illusion of authority and mind control. Because they still have their strings attached, because you are still ignorant of objective morality. And any form of external authority is a fucking illusion. And it is slavery. It is fucking slavery. So I've got to a point where I think I'm going to end this, and this is going to be part 1, and probably go and calm down and settle down. But yeah, please be sure to check out part 2, and please be sure to check out all of the links in the description. Thank you, and have a nice day.
or stick around and stay. Hope y'all like that. Yeah, Brandon's with me. He'll be here in a second. Yeah. Take your time getting set up, brother. Yeah, when I first heard Brandon, man, I was really stoked, man. Like just like hearing him talk and having like really cool, calm, collected, composed voice. I was like, damn, this guy could be like the next Manly P. Hall or something like that, you know. But yeah, but then like when he, drops, some F bombs and starts to get the fire burning, because as an Aries, he's got that fire sign. I can relate as a Leo, but here we go. Yeah. How's it going, man?
What's up, man? It's funny because like everybody says, hold on, let me turn off my fan real quick. Yeah, like everyone says I have a, calming voice, and, I've talked about many times how, speech has been one of the main things that have held me back in life, like having speech impediments and, like taking speech classes and, just dealing with. And finally, it got to a point where they kicked me out of the classes because shit just wasn't working. And they told me I would finally grow out of it. And here I am, 38 years old, and I still stutter, like I still have the same fucking problems. Now I just learn to fucking deal with it, so, I hope, people can still articulate what I say, but I'm my biggest critique in my own mind, especially when I first started. But, sometimes you just say, fuck it. The truth, it is worth more than whatever insecurities that you have. And most people don't even fucking notice it. So, yeah, I am a mild-mannered person. But when I start, presenting, that energy just comes and the shit just intensifies, and then my fire energy starts to fucking come out. So
yeah, man, all that, including your stature, you're quite a freaking force to be reckoned with, man. 6'6". Yeah, we met up in the mix in Las Vegas, and yeah, that was cool. If anyone listening out there hasn't seen, we put out 2 videos back to back about that. So yeah, that was pretty fun. And insightful and quite delightful. But yeah, just talking about what's up and catching up and like getting acquainted. It was really cool.
Yeah.
Met up at like 3 a.m, man.
Yeah. That was a fun experience. Being able to, have finally meet you, because I had followed your work for a couple of years, and of course when you put out that Natural Law playlist, I have listened to I probably listened to that more than anybody on the planet. I probably listened to that thing over 50 times. Because when you first had released, like, man, that shit was so dope, because you opened up with the Outcast, track, Aquemini, and I'm from Atlanta, so it just resonated with me. Yeah. And then you had the great grandfather, Manly P. Hall, so I was like, oh man, this is so dope. And yeah,
I definitely appreciate that, man, so much. Yeah, I was pretty flattered when he first told me that. I was like, wow, man, cool, yo. Then like totally side hit, whatever, blindsided. Yeah, like I had no idea you were pumping out such great material, man. So I had to like play catch up a little bit. That was really cool. Just having these connections, man. It's really awesome, and like to have the fruition of it, whatever. Anyways, a couple not questions, but like overall comments. I've kind of noticed, and y'all brought up some great points. Thanks so much, Peaceful Penguin, and decentralizing mind control. Yeah. 3 is the magic number. I definitely dig you on that, and we see that it's like unavoidable, man. It's like just part of nature, and I like how you broke it down, and just can't have one without the other. You can't create anything with a single thing, I guess, unless you are the creator yourself, that singularity. But yeah, man, I liked how you ended it off, and what you emphasized or wrote in the comment there yourself, Brandon, of like something about the word of the prophets is switched around now just for to make profit for money, that kind of stuff, unfortunately. And I'm sure you've heard that like a dozen times in hip hop and things like that. And yeah, that's one of my favorite art forms of expressing truth. And just it has its place where it's more received from a wider audience, I feel, where you can keep that vitriol intact in a sense. You know, they'll filter it on the fucking radio, whatever, of course, but does that make sense to you a little bit?
Yeah, it's an outlet, for you to have this release, which is a good proper means of a outlet. That's what I try to portray in my presentations, and I think that's what most people try to portray in whatever form of artwork, how that they put out is it's a form of not just of education, but it's a vow for us to, release this form of tension, so when someone is viewing my presentation, that's me expressing myself freaking outwardly to at least hammer on a message. That's why at the end I kind of got on the vitriolic path, because unfortunately there's too many crybabies, there's too many sword boys, there's too many weak motherfuckers in this world, and as soon as you put a little bit of bass in your voice, people get offended. As soon as you show some form of strong how masculinity or femininity, people get hell offended. People are worried about how the message is being delivered and not worry about the truth that is being said. And that's where I don't really care for people, because if you are a weak motherfucker, then go suck on someone else's titty, because my work may not be for you. And I'm not the most hardcore, person, as far as putting out work, but I care for the truth. And I don't care if somebody is screaming at me. I don't care if someone, is talking in nice, sweet, pleasant tones. You see, I have the tools to discern what's true and what's false. So I'm not worried about how a message is being delivered. I'm worried about is what this person's saying true. So I don't fall into the emotional mind control, oh, this person's screaming at me, so I need to go get my tissues and, suck on my thumb and, go lay in my bed and take a time out. No, I'm going to sit there and deal with whatever uncomfortable, things, like the presentation can be 4 hours, 5 hours. I'll deal with that because I'm interested in what's being said, because if it's true, then it's up to me to take what I hear and put it through the triggering process for me to run it and verify it for myself. And that's the problem with a lot of people, man, is once you start, bringing this vitriolic approach, then people get turned off by the truth. And that's what children do, that's what weak people do.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people are. I mean, sadly, just weak.
Sorry, yeah. But it's a logical fallacy to kind of, like dismiss anything because, the tone of the voice changed or whatever arose and all that stuff. And yeah, man, it's really unfortunate. Yeah. We've kind of all been there. We might have been, on both sides or whatever. We just got to learn and grow out of that stuff, right? Yeah. But speaking of art, what's on your mind, man?
No, I was always the opposite. I was always struggled taking in the more positive vibrations when it came to truth speaking. Like when Manly P. Hall was in his later stages, where he had that kind of slower, like the great grandfather voice. I always found those lectures, harder to take in than, someone who would put energy into that tone. But also too, growing up, I had a more, I guess you could say hardcore childhood as far as, like tough love. So, like how my family was always a form of tough love. So that kind of, resonated with me. And two, when you are a umpire, you're kind of used to being screamed at. So, kind of, if someone's screaming at me, I'm kind of used to it, like just, hey, as long as what you're saying true and if you are correct, that's really, that's pretty much what I care about is the correctness of what you're being saying, not, the sweet tones or, if you are anger, because I have the tools to discern between that.
Yeah, and you got that. Yeah, what I want to say, like the spiritually thick skin or whatever, just like in general, like
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
right. So yeah, and yeah, you got to see things very, very accurately being an umpire, and I can definitely relate with that. I did baseball when I was really young, and then yeah, I did soccer refereeing. But also when I was in middle school, I did some speech therapy as well, man. I had my shit not really coming out well. I wasn't pronouncing, and I felt like I just didn't have, growing up in retrospect and like being more mature, whatever. It's like, damn, I really didn't put much will force behind my voice. Like I was going through life feeling like I I got born into this world and I'm getting assimilated. What do I do? Or I'm just going with the flow. But at the same time, still, I was pretty spirited, I guess. But yeah, just with the voice, it just wasn't there because I just, yeah, probably lacked self esteem or confidence and shit like that too. But yeah, I don't know, man. Throat chakra issues, man. I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, understood. But yeah, there is a level of toughness that that is required, not just in doing this kind of work, but in walking your own path and seeking the truth. Like there is some inner fortitude. You do have to have a level of thick skin, because I'm sure like I did, as many other people did. When you start your journey, you're inspired to start telling other people, and then once you start doing that, you're like, damn, they're so resistant, and how that resistance can kind of how knock you down, and kind of it can kind of shake you up, but you do have to have a level of toughness, because not everybody is not going to be interested in the truth, and we're seeing that, so you have to be able to deal with that and learn to work with it and overcome it, because a lot of people start and they don't stay doing this long. They'll do it for a couple of months or 1 or 2 years, and then they're done.
Yeah, I think you mentioned things along that line with them One Great Work Warriors. We did a presentation or roundtable on what do you call that? Perseverance. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got to be able to help persevere through whatever hardships. A lot of people are suffering. How right now with, of course, just the culture, how economical, how monetary, a lot of us are struggling when, because hell, this shit ain't paying the bills, you know, it ain't, so we all try to manage. We all have families. We all have, have loved ones. We all have, our own everyday lives that we have to deal with. And, people in this community may not be aware of what's going on in your everyday life. So, their struggles there, for each and every one of us. And we try to at least separate the two, so it doesn't bleed over. But yeah, there are struggles in many aspects of life. It's how you deal with it, and it's how you maintain and how you rebound.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. And it's, yeah, for at this stage, at this hour, especially, and for folks like us, trying to maintain and stuff with all the financial issues and whatever, we still got to keep a pulse on whatever, stay in contact, stay in network, whatever, and let folks know, like, hey, behind the scenes you're doing this or whatever, and ask for help, or anything, any kind of, even just to, hey, I need someone to hold me some space, I need to talk about some things. We ain't got to record nothing, but yeah, but aside from other crises, mental health is one of the hugest ones these days. And it's interesting because there's such an uptick in the TikTokification of this social media stuff, obviously, but there's so many influencers now and people trying to make this wellness stuff more popular, the yoga stuff, even like people are going into, oh, they want to check a box on their, like, oh, this is how to be a spiritual person. I'm going to talk about the universal principles and do one video about it, not really mention it again, as if that it's not in operation 24/7 type of shit, right? So have you noticed anything like that, and how can we flip the script on that where, I don't know, like things can actually be fucking dealt with for the masses?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I see a lot of people, talking about spirituality or, talking about fifth dimension and, like all of this stuff or, being conscious or, you got to raise your vibration. But all of these people leave out morality. They leave out the law of freedom. They leave out our natural law. They leave out the natural law expressions. They leave out the trivium and learning how to remold and reshape the way you think. You can't build on top of an unsolidified or rocky, unprincipled foundation. We have to restructure our base underlying foundation. And of course, that would be the way we think and the principles, that shape the way we view ourselves and the world. And as far as, like trying to possibly reach or shift the tide, I tell people, man, just put out the information. You know, it's like you can't have any attachment to the outcome as far as, doing this kind of work, because of course you're not going to get the views, you're not going to get the likes, you're not going to get, the rewards. But hell, I don't even look for all that stuff. Hell, I don't even want all that stuff. Now I just put my information out because it's the right thing to do. And if people truly care for this knowledge, if people truly care for the information, the very few people, then they'll find it. Because just like I did, when I started out, I seek this information out. So if you truly have that care, if you truly have those internal wheels spinning, you will seek out this information. And the only thing that you can try to do is inspire inspire other people. That's pretty much the best that you can do, because you can put the information in front of them, but you can't get them to read it. It's like you can show someone a door, but you can't make them, walk through it. Some people just have to continue to suffer and suffer and suffer and suffer because they're hard-headed fucks. Just like I kept, talking about in the Lex Naturalis, part 1. And sadly, that was 2 years ago. People are even more hard-headed now, than they were 2 years ago, because that was, kind of in the middle or toward the end of the whole, COVID crap. And, we've seen the consequences of that. But yeah, I just tell people, man, just put out the information because it's the right thing to do. Yeah, would I like more people to, to find this knowledge? Sure. But the reality of it is, it's never really happened throughout mankind's, history. So I'm not going to sit here and get bent out of shape about it. I mean, I'm not saying how it doesn't get me down, but I just put the information out there because it's the right thing, to do. And I'm just trying to serve the truth and spread this message, of truth. And that's where, how I am. Because, if you could, at least, like if you had that within, your psyche on how to literally, get people, hell, you'd be dead, because you'd be dead. And many people, have, yeah. Hey, we've all have thought about this, like all the truth speakers have thought about, like how can I get this message, out better? And it's one of those questions that can't really be answered, because we're dealing with so many individuals, who are under mind control, who are hard-headed fucks, who are attached to their egos, who are attached to their mind viruses, who are attached to their religion, who are stuck in, in cults, in solipsism, in moral relativism, in Satanism. So.
Yeah, and it just seems with the rise in, transhumanism, AI, and all that jazz, people are like, especially you mentioned NLP earlier in presentation, and yeah, it's kind of like literally and metaphorically hardwired in more and more into these false belief systems, religions, dogmatic ways of thinking, behaving, all that jazz, right? So yeah, it all goes back to the first cosmic law principles. Yeah, just like getting to the minds and hearts, because I feel like that's like that oscillating as part of the mind field, I guess, if you will. I mean, we're all connected in that sense, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But yeah, like really igniting that care within people and that fire within the heart, like that in that movie or that short clip, Kingdom. It's a really good one.
Yeah.
The follow up to In Shadow. I don't know if anyone saw that.
I hope they have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can't relate with In Shadow, then your soul is dead. Your soul is dead. And I'll leave it at that, because that video, you know how they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, what is a video worth? One that's highly symbolic, that is highly allegorical, that doesn't use words, that uses symbolisms, that uses tones and frequencies to literally penetrate your mind, your heart, and your soul. So if you can't relate to that, he calls it a short documentary, which it technically is, then you are soul dead. Because I don't care, where you are at in your stage of being conscious or aware, you should be able to relate to that video, because you should be able to see the effects in reality. And if you at least somewhat, have your lenses on, even if one of them is shattered, then you should be able to relate to that video.
Yeah, real talk. Sorry, just responding to decentralized mind control. Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, by the way, for anyone not interested in the QR code, yeah, I'm never been the biggest fan, but I have it on my platform on the streaming service, so might as well put it out for those that might find it useful. But Brandon's links are also in the description of this video. And wow, yeah, I really love what you said, and yeah, there's so many avenues and ways we can express these things, and it doesn't have to be in words. And this is going to be a perfect segue, because I wanted to do a quick little music break for folks, even us, we gotta stretch out a little bit and all that stuff. And we have our lovely friend Dorian Greens, or Dorian Sarasan. She changed her name recently. She's a wonderful French woman who lives in Taiwan right now. She's part of the One Great Work Network, and yeah, we recently had her on Dissolving the Divide. Actually, I'm working on the video today, man. Yeah, I'm late on that, but we'll get them greens up soon enough. But yeah, she's got some really wonderful artistic dance improvisational style. She gets into natural law quite a bit, and just like, yeah, she uses those body movements and the subtlety symbolically with the music and the melodies and stuff. And yeah, Brandon, you're a big fan of her stuff as well. So yeah, man.
Hey man, it's something about an individual who can dance. They have that fluidity, they have that flow. In my younger days, I was never as good as her. But I would just dance. Of course, that was back when I was smaller. Now I'm not as agile. I'm not as flexible. I'm not as, bendy. But, for any individual, who can dance, I've always had, have respect for them, because they just have a certain fluidity, to them. So shout out to Dorian. I've always liked, her watching her videos. And then too, she comes from a different angle, because you don't have to do it in the way that I do it. Of course, Derek, of course you do it with the music, but you can do it in dance. You can do it through artwork. You can do it through pictures. And that's the thing about creativity and your own means of unique expression. You don't have to do it in presentation. You don't have to do it in podcasts. You don't have to do it in lectures. You can do it in, going on the street and talking with people. There's an infinite amount of ways that you can, put out this information. So yeah, I've always liked how Dorian's works.
Oh yeah, cheers to that. And yeah, great points, good advice. And yeah, I'm always looking to take advantage of we always just got to be in the moment and, work from that, heart compass, and yeah, lead the way for others anyways. And Dorian will lead us into a really cool intermission. Thanks for hanging in there with us, everyone. Much respects for y'all checking us out for a couple hours. It's quite the marathon. So yeah, we'll be right back.
Oh, 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 oh.
Oh yeah, ancient of days, and it's the one who gathered the momentum. Stone cold fireball, stone cold in defense of the most high word to Jagat. Guard the earth as she feed the reward. Them chop down the tree to kill us the youths and this guard. Chad if it's a chad, what's the economics? In a truth and rights, what's the fascination with them bright city lights? Oh yeah, oh yeah. I don't think you know me. I from a mountain of plateau, all of Zion is a vibe. What is your wicked story? What is your wicked story? I know, well if it is ya, one make them back on me temper. Rock it like a launch you back past arena. What a ignorance of danger, gun pose imposter, yeah. Well, who have you known, sir? Just provide and I don't make you still the bound, yeah. Use James Brown, good footstep out. You want me bust about the champagne car. You want me bust about the champagne car. Yeah. The back Babylon away. Simply reserve the right, keep even the cold. The whole back of bush and the ship shape and holding tight. Two negative sign is a equal sign. Multiply double negative, you get a positive, mostly all for sure all the time. Them have the massive under them mathematics. Spellbound and I play with their mind. Boost up your evil and bamboozle them blind. Yeah. But again, like I said, I don't think you know me. I from a mountain of plateau, all of Zion is a vibe. What is your wicked story? Your wicked story.
Yes. Just puts you in a good mood. I don't know. And like, even like in a somatic sense, you know, it also makes you kind of want to move around a little bit too. And even just do some stretching, whatever, man. It's a great thing. Great inspiration, right?
Yeah, plus the reggae music, how I was always a huge fan of reggae music. Shout out to the Help Tones, my favorite reggae band, Mystery Babylon. But it's just something about the art of dance, the art of flow, the art of movement, and that's really what energy is all about. Too many people are stagnant, they don't have the correct amount of flow. Stuck in their 9-to-5 slave jobs. Me, I was just standing up, now I'm sitting down just because I was on the umpire field all weekend, so legs are kind of tired, but, hey, you'll live. But yeah, it's about having that flow, that energy to get the body, moving. And yeah, that's what dance is always, good for. And not just dance, yoga, bike riding, which is one of my hobbies, just getting out and getting the body, right. Because it's not just about focusing on the mind and the heart. You have to align all three, so you can't just be feeding the mind, good quality content, and feeling good. And then your body, is going in chaos. Your body is still stagnant. You have to harmonize all three, back to the magic number 3, So yeah, dance, art, just something to get the energy flowing, something to get that blood flowing, to pump up that breathing and, just to get the body moving. Hey man, when I'm on the umpire field, I am always moving. And one day I did 38,000 steps. Saturday I burned 1,600 calories because I like being active, man. Because I understand the importance of being active. You got the energy flowing. You feel better. Now, mind you, at the end of the day, I'm fucking tired as shit. My legs are, feel like they're about to fall off, but it's worth it because that's my exercise,
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Yeah, we got to work the ka and the ba. And I like what you said, ka meaning spirit. And, it's like that unseen realm as well, like the mental plane, and the ba being the physical, right? In Egyptian terms, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked what decentralized mind control was saying, along the lines when you brought it up in your presentation about, yeah, just like the planes of cause and effect as well in the mental and physical domains of, this reality. And, the causes, are, are we being the causal point, here first and foremost, having that proper temple, I guess, with the two pillars of enlightenment, holding it up, nice and strong and all that good stuff. And yeah, having that center pillar with the united consciousness, whatever, Hyros Gamos.
Yep. It's all about that harmonization. I know a lot of people like to use balance. I prefer the term harmonization, because you're harmonizing the conscious and the subconscious. You're harmonizing the masculine and the feminine. You are having this integration. So it's this coming together, to merge, the left hemisphere of the brain and the right hemisphere of the brain is coming together to harmonize, to integrate, to act as one. And it doesn't mean, acting as one, to the, all the time, because there may be certain instances where you may need to go more, left brain to, to fix a problem. And then there may be some instances to where, you may need to go in your feminine form of care in the more right brain, to solve your problem, but you're not overly stuck in that, like imbalance. So that's what we really need, is more of this integration, this, more of this harmony, so we can actually truly create. Yeah, hell, shout out to Mario West, because hey, whenever I say masculine and feminine and start talking about harmony, she always pops up, because she's been speaking about this for years.
Yeah, and top quality. Yeah.
Yeah. So if anyone is not familiar with her work, please go check her out.
Yeah, she definitely speaks volumes on, the whole fluidity between, masculine and feminine, left and right brain, all that stuff. So yeah, man. Yeah, great points, brother. Anyone in the chat got something for us before we get into part 2? Brandon, anything else as well? How you feeling, by the way?
Hell, I'm feeling good. With part 2, and this is kind of what I'm going to cover tomorrow, is I want people to focus on the natural law expressions, because within those slides resides so much. Within those slides resides the 7 hermetic principles and the trivium, and how we actually co-create reality. And I think when people start hearing about natural law, they focus more on the morality aspect, which is important, but also, which is, just as equally important, is the natural law expressions and how we are going to create freedom or slavery. So as you hear me talking, actually take what I'm saying and take reality and evaluate the two, because that's how you can see, where is humanity. Are we on that pillar of love, or are we on that pillar of fear, confusion, ignorance? And then people can see with their very own eyes, because also within the natural law expressions is the law of freedom. As morality in the aggregate increases, freedom in the aggregate increases. Just as immorality in the aggregate increases, tyranny and slavery in the aggregate increases. So I really want people to focus on those natural law expressions, because in that one, chart, it speaks so many volumes.
Yeah, and I think you got a chart up in your presentation along the lines of that, right?
Yes.
Is that coming up in part 2?
Yes.
Oh, cliffhanger. But just in case folks listening out there didn't catch what you were referring to, Brandon, tomorrow we have a chat with One Great Work Warriors. We are going to be asking the big question, what is natural law? Even though obviously we know what it is, but, to have 6 minds come together, it's going to be quite unique. And we definitely, those have been speaking about it for years, like you and I, we want to hit it from different angles that are a little bit off the, beaten path that everyone's familiar with, Mark Passio's work, and much respects to his work because he's inspired so many people to speak volumes about this. So yeah, much love to the One Great Work Network. I do not have a QR code for that, but no worries. It's on there. One Great Warriors and with Brandon.
Yeah.
We try to feature these things and hold ourselves, each other large, our colleagues, we're in this together, so, like.
Yeah, because you don't have to learn it from me. I don't care who you learn it from, I'm not telling anyone to go and listen, to my videos. You can learn it from Chris Nelson. You can learn it from Will Keller. You can learn it from Chris Jansen. You can learn it from Corey Endrelett. You can learn it from James Cordner. There are plenty of teachers, nowadays, there still aren't many, but there are enough where people can actually invest the time. And I've actually created a natural law playlist that has over 300 videos on Odyssey that anyone can go and just put it on repeat, put it on shuffle, and just start listening. And all those videos can be downloaded. Well, I've exceeded the Odyssey playlist.
They have limitations. Damn.
Yeah. And whenever I try to update it, it gets an error. Right, yeah. Because Chris Nelson just released his 8-hour video, and I'm probably gonna watch it later in the week. Yeah. I know, 8 hours.
Crack it open. So, I didn't know it was that long. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's 8 hours. He told me it was gonna be about 8 hours. So yeah, and I tried to add it to the playlist, and of course I got the error again. I'm like, come on, man, it's a playlist. Like, it shouldn't be a limit on it.
Damn, yeah. That's part 4 of his Natural Law and Morality, right?
Yes, which if anybody has not gone through Chris Nelson's work, I highly encourage you. If you are familiar with Mark Passio's work, then you need to become familiar with Chris Nelson's work, because, he's adding more, to the conversation, and especially when he brings up the trivium, because the trivium is so important when it comes to understanding natural law, when it comes to being able to discern truth from falsehood, so we can align our subjective reality to the objective reality, so we can, harmonize, both in this feedback loop of reality, because that's what reality is of the individual and, how the collective. You have the objective reality, and we all have our own subjective interpretations, perceptions, and beliefs. So we have to align our perceptions and beliefs to that which is true, and that would be objective reality, because objective reality is objective truth. But it all starts off with the basic understanding of grammar. Without grammar, your logic will be flawed, your logic will be incorrect, and then your rhetoric will be incorrect, and your rhetoric will be flawed. So we have to get back to the basic building blocks of grammar. And grammar is important because the knowledge and information that you take into your mind is going to dictate your behavior, So we have to get back to the basic funding building blocks of how we create and co-create in reality. And that starts with the trivium and understanding, how we think and how to accurately think, because that's what we need to learn, is how to correctly, accurately think. Because if we can't correctly, accurately think, we will never, ever, ever, ever get close to what is true, because we'll always fall for bullshit, falsehoods, and we'll always be victim to dogmatic religious ideology.
Real talk, man. Yeah. Good input for that proper output, no doubt, man. I'm so tempted to play this thing right now. That little intro I sent you today, just to give people that. You cool with that?
Sure. I mean, yeah. If you want to play it.
All right, cool. It's just 1 minute, yo.
This evening, we want to talk a little about the problem of universal law.
Universal law. We reap from what we sow.
The force that governs it all. Natural law.
For in the infinite will, the entire purpose of life is sustained by this law. This law is the instrument of that will, the law itself being the immediate vehicle of the divine purpose.
This is what those of us know the difference to and are taking it back to cosmic laws.
He seeks wisdom instead of gold when it comes to gaining wealth, and knows if he wants the world to change, he must first change himself. I understand this is you.
universal law. Whatever we give out comes back to where we are. We reap what we sow, what we get is what we give. The outcome of us is based on how we live.
Don't you understand, man? Universal law, universal law. Don't you understand? Can't slick talk on the day of judgment. Universal law.
Hey, I almost started doing the bankhead bounce up in here.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one actually, man. Yeah.
Oh man, you talking about a dance from like '94, you know? Yeah,
Oh, word. Okay. Yeah.
yeah. The bankhead bounce.
Yeah. Yeah. Music like that pumps me up, and yeah. For anyone, I put you saw like looks like a book, Natural Law, hip hop mix, whatever. That's on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I feature that song as well as like nothing but songs dedicated to what we're talking about here today, that good old natty law. So
Yeah.
glad that's something y'all saw. Anyways, while I queue up this video, anything else before we go into part 2 again, Brennan? So thank you so much for being with me, man. I really truly
Yeah.
appreciate your presence, man. It's so cool.
Yeah, no problem. At the end of the day, it's all about truth and morality, because they are pretty much the same thing. They are synonymous. Truth and morality is good. It is the higher will. It is natural law. It is order. That's what we have to dedicate ourselves to. We should always be aspiring to align with more and more truth, and become more moral human beings. Because without that, we are just garbage. Without truth and morality, you're just garbage. You're nothing in life without truth and morality. Truth and morality should be the essence of the individual. So we have to put truth and morality first. And sadly, we live in a world where 99.99% of the people don't care for truth and morality. And even the ones who claim to, their actions betray what they say and do. So we can't be in a form of internal disharmony. We have to align our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions to the truth, and become moral human beings. And that's why truth and morality is what I aspire to, and it's what all of us should aspire to.
Yeah, and we're here to inspire those to aspire, for sure, man. And yeah, I understand there's a lot of folks that claim to know the truth or whatever, but the lie has to masquerade as the truth in order for it to work upon people a lot of times. So yeah, that's a big reason why we talk about the trivium all the time. That's why it's like any chance you get, like, hey, like, bring it back to the grammar, logic, rhetoric, like
Yeah.
all day, every day.
Hey, just real quick, I had 2 Jehovah's he'll knock on my door, and you know me, dude. I'll open up my door for any Jehovah. So if you wanna knock on my door, hey, I'm more than happy to open up my door, because you think you're gonna be the one. No, I'm gonna be the one talking. But it was funny because she said, we believe in the facts of the Bible, and I asked her, well, do facts equate to truth? Because facts don't always equate to truth. Facts can be made up. That's just some bullshit. So what I told them is I put the truth above all. So then she said, well, the Bible is God's truth. And I said, well, if the Bible was God's truth, wouldn't God's truth be, too important to be put in one book? I mean, think about it. If God is this omnipresent, powerful force, then you couldn't take the word and put it in one book. You couldn't. So, what I was trying to, get across to them is facts aren't necessarily truth. Truth is based on things, events that have happened. And that's why we just simply call it that which is. So if facts didn't occur, then it's not truth. And that's what I'm more concerned with, is truth, not necessarily facts. Some facts can be truth, but not all facts will be true.
Yeah, and with all those fact checkers, or as I like to call them, the fact wreckers, right? On snoping around social media.
Yeah.
Wow, forget about it. But yeah, like God's word has been rewritten how many times and approved by whatever monarch, incested king from England, whatever. So things to
Yep.
consider when people reference the Bible, like which one and yada yada, right? But
Right.
and even
And mind you,
then,
like,
like what?
yeah. And none of us are atheists here. Yeah, none of us are atheists, so don't put us in that camp.
Right, and I think anyone that's really on this level of understanding, and hopefully people like are embodying natural law, these eternal principles. It's this way of life, the science of life. Like Brandon and I are. And I totally lost my train of thought, but shit. Yeah. Anyways.
It's all good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like your presentation, natural law is not a religion, by the way, and it's not some fucking cult or just some buzzword to be slanging around that we're like, oh, we're cool now or something like that. No, it's just this is what we need to be teaching everyone. This equals freedom. We're in a state of slavery, so yeah, we can kind of have fun with it, joke around here and there, but yeah, at the same time, it's like we're in spiritual fucking warfare. At
Yeah.
the 11th hour type of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, hell, there's a level of seriousness. There's a level of business, how that comes along with this. There's a level of professionalism, because, how people will try to say, oh, you're just trying to, throw your own moral interpretation. No, I don't get to determine what's moral. Hell, just like you don't get to determine, what's moral. No individual gets to, get to determine what's moral. So, because morality is not determined by any human being, and you can see the effects of it in reality. And it's like I had a conversation and I said, if everyone's just going around thinking they can determine what is right and wrong, how much chaos would that create? You would have a world that we have now, because everyone's just going around thinking that they can determine what's right and wrong. So your definition of right and wrong may vary from the next person. So how can you have this cohesive? How can you have this integration? How can you have this, have this harmony? You can't. It's impossible, because you may do something that you think is moral that I find, and then it will always be what? Chaos. So we have to have this standard. We have to have this knowledge. We have to have this wisdom, because it exists and we can come to know it. But then if for them to admit that, then that means that they have to change the way they think. And that's what people don't want to do.
Yeah, it'll give them more than a headache. But yeah, man, I appreciate that. Shall we get it cracking into part 2?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Y'all ready out there? Let's do it. All right. Yeah, Brennan, once again, thank you so much. Your presence really helps me, moderate or whatever. Just, make sure folks are feeling heard and acknowledged in the comments. We truly appreciate the comments and your presence as well. So, yeah, special presentation. Yeah, once again, sacred moments with that Lex Naturalis, part 2. Here we go, y'all. Thanks again.
But as long as we say to ourselves, we will do as we please, the same thing, it falls into our moral structure. The morality of the people is falling, and falling seriously.
All right. Thank you for joining me for part 2. I know I said I was going to take a break, but I'm just like, fuck it, man. I'm just like, fuck it. The energy is flowing, feeling good. A little bit hungry, but shit, hell, that's the fucking sacrifice. So, I hope you checked out part 1. If you were watching this is part 2. Please pause the video and please go and watch part 1 in its fullness. It's only, I think it's like an hour and 50 something minutes, so a little bit less than 2 hours. So it's not overly too long, so don't make any excuses on why you can't, go and watch part 1. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So toward the end, I was talking about true care and how people don't have true care. They have care, but it's not true care. It's care of money, it's care of their job, it's care of their own self, it's care of their career. And it's ultimately leading humanity off a fucking cliff. So let's look at how natural law expresses itself. And before I get to this, take the true care part and then also apply it with the natural law expressions, and then also apply it to the real world. And see, that's what you have to do here with this information, is you have to take it and then you can apply it to the real world. So let's look at the generative polarity, because these are just the two polarities that exist. And there's a squirrel on top of my roof that is going crazy. You have love, which is the positive, have manifestation. And when I say love, I'm not talking about like eros. I'm not talking about philios. I'm not talking about storge. I'm talking about agape, because we're talking about consciousness here. Or you can substitute consciousness and put the love of truth, because that is what equates to consciousness. So when you're talking about love, we're talking about expansion. We're talking about awareness, because in this mindset, in this frequency, you open yourself up. You are opening yourself up to other things. Just my camera a little bit. Yeah, you are opening yourself up to information. You're not closed off to it. So these are the generative polarities, and the reason why they are the generative polarities, because these are the polarities, love and fear, that exist. They just exist, like in the all. Technically, one is an illusion, but we'll get to that. So these are what we use to create. Because hell, again, I talked about true care. True care is what's going to lead to willpower. True care is how we do create. Hell, that's why it was termed the generative principle. Because remember, we are always creating here. We are always creating here. You can never not really be in a position to not create. So even though humanity is enslaved, we are still creating, because we are creating a even more enslaved planet. So the generative polarity, this is what we have to take in. This is what we have to open ourselves up to. Consciousness, love, the love of truth, service to truth. And then you also have its antithesis, which is fear. This is the one that is an illusion, because this only exists in the absence of knowledge. Because when you're in that state of love, you're not in, if you're in that state of love, you are not in that state of fear. It doesn't matter how much someone comes at you with that fear. You definitively know. But in that state of fear, man, nope, you are in that unconscious state. You lack that knowledge. You were closing yourself off. And you can prove this, because if you understand how our brains operate, when the amygdala is in overdrive and pumping off that fear, it puts you in that fight, flight, or freeze mode. And in that position, you close yourself off. You don't open yourself up to information. You don't open yourself up to states of awareness. You don't open yourself up to states of taking in proper information to discern it. It is impossible in a state of fear to take in information and properly discern it. That's why they want you in this mindset, because it closes you off from learning. It closes you off from the capacity to love. It closes you off from taking in more and more information. That's why it's labeled unconscious or unconsciousness. Because Helene, you have put a cage over your mind. You have put a box over your mind. You are a blockhead. Damn, Squirrel, he is going crazy. You are a blockhead. You have sealed yourself off from all forms of knowing, from awareness. This is the one that is an illusion because it only exists in a disease mindset, in a polluted mindset. So we have the love of truth, consciousness, or what Manly P. Hall would call the labor of love. And there's a squirrel fight going on, like literally. The labor of love. This is the individual opening up, their heart. They're opening up their self, to take in this information. They are willing to engage. They're willing to put themselves on the line. They're willing to lay it all on the line. This is what we need more of. But this is what people don't want to, people don't want to take in. They'll say it. They'll pay lip service to it. But then you just look at their behaviors. Just look at the words they use. Just look at their actions to truly see if they have really taken in, this consciousness. And then you have the fear. We all know about this fake pandemic. There's always some boogeyman that exists externally, that's underneath the bed, hiding around the corner, just waiting to do some chaos to you, some evilness, we all have to be afraid. We got, first it was be afraid of Al Qaeda, be afraid. Well, no, first it was be afraid of the communists. It was going to be dark winter. Then it was be afraid of the terrorists. Be afraid of Al Qaeda. Be afraid of ISIS. Now it's this imaginary fear, which they're all fucking hell imaginary because they're all just illusions. Be afraid of this virus. You're going to get sick. You may kill granny. You may be asymptomatic. This is all fucking fear. All fear with no proof, no information, no form of validation that has been dismantled so many times, but yet they don't need it to be real because, once again, the principle of the mind, the first principle of natural law, the first principle of hermeticism, the all is mind and the universe is mental. The mind is the generator of all things. So they don't need something to be real in order to push their agenda. They just need to get enough people to buy into it mentally and think that it is real. And then those idiots who think that it's real, that's going to create behavior and actions. So these people will stay unconscious because you were in that mindset of fear. And that's why all these idiots who are still watching television, who are still, connected to the matrix, who are still, taking in all of that garbage information, they're the ones who are still buying into this shit. Still eating the shit. There's always some boogeyman that you should be afraid of. Because if you had true knowledge and true sovereignty, you would know that it wouldn't matter what fucking threat came. You would deal with it. You would handle it. Then you have the initiating expression. This is the starting. This is the principle. This is the origin. This is after you've taken in one or the other. So if you are on that positive expression of natural law, once you've taken in that love, that awareness, it inevitably, it will send you down the path of knowledge. You will seek the truth. You will seek the truth if you have taken in that generative polarity of love, of consciousness. So this gets back to the whole trivium aspect, because that's really what we're talking about here. That's really what this whole diagram is really explaining, is the trivium all over again. This is the knowledge. You are gathering your data. This is the information gathering, because you've taken in that love for truth. You've taken in, that means that modality of you wanting to know, you caring enough that you're willing to go down that path. You're willing to go down that rabbit hole. Knowledge, to know. Taking in truth, taking in that which has occurred, taking in that which is occurring now, so you can align your perceptions, your beliefs to the truth. That was the whole point of knowledge. Remember, knowledge is to help us dispel our ignorance. This is where people don't even want to start. People don't even want to make that sacrifice to even get to this step. Hell, again, people say, "Oh, you tell me I have to read books." Yeah, not saying you may like it, but reading does help. You saying that that I've got to do something? Yes. You got to take in this knowledge, because if you don't, nothing's going to change internally. And if nothing changes internally, don't expect any form of external conditions to ever change, because you don't know how the laws of creation work, sadly. You don't understand how the laws of manifestation work. So again, the initiating expression. Everything requires energy to move. So this is what is going to energize you, because you take in that knowledge, you start to take in that knowledge, you take it in from a wide variety of sources, from unbiased, it's not subjective. It's coming from an eclectic array of people, sources. Then you really have something to do. You really have something to engage in. And then you have the antithesis of knowledge, which is ignorance. Ignorance, meaning something is there, something is in front of you, but you're choosing to ignore it. You are choosing not to focus on it. This is the denying of truth. You deny the information. This is what we see in today's day. You try to hand people, just a little bit of information, and they are in what? They are in the fear. So then therefore, in that state of fear, they can't take in information. You cannot properly take in information in a state of fear, which is why they are in ignorance. Fear breeds ignorance. Fear breeds ignorance, because the truth is always there. It is up to us to discover it. But that takes willpower. How that takes courage, how that takes effort, that takes requirements of the individual to get off their ass. That means you may have to fucking get your hands dirty. So in this state of ignorance, you don't know. This is what primes you to be controlled. This is what primes you to have to always look externally for help. Just like the people, at one point in time, people in the States knew about agriculture. They knew, they had the knowledge of gardening, how to plant seeds and stuff like that. And as time progressed, we became ignorant of that, because the knowledge is still there. Just, people ignore it. And due to our ignorance, now we have to rely on Big Daddy and Mommy, the government and corporations. So then therefore, there's less power for the individual and more power for the authority, sadly, because that's what ignorance is all about. If you were in that state of, if you were in a state of ignorance, you are not in a position of power. There's no power in ignorance. Just like in the role of knowledge, the cult of death was at the top, and they maintained the knowledge. And just like I said, the knowledge comes from the top down, the chain of obedience. When you got to that lower level, was what the slave class, the peasants, they were ignorant. The knowledge and truth is still there for people to access, even though with all the propaganda, with all the censorship, because you cannot destroy truth, no matter how much they try. Even if they somehow destroy the planet, the truth will still exist, man. Just because in their psychopathic mindsets, they think they can, that doesn't make it real. That doesn't make it, occurring in manifestation, in reality. So as long as people continue to ignore the truth, well, be willing to reap the consequences of your ignorance. I'm going to phrase a quote that Ayn Rand said. She said, man can choose to be ignorant. Man can choose to be ignorant, but what he cannot choose is to escape the consequences of his ignorance. That's the law of cause and effect. That's natural law, because natural law is going to give us something regardless, or rather we want it or not. It is going to give you something because we are always creating. So are we using the polarity of love to create, or are we using the polarity of fear to create? Which you can't even really create in a mindset of fear. So, hell, again, we're talking about knowledge. How many of us are willing to take in this occult knowledge? How many of us are willing to make the sacrifices to read those books? I keep hearing over and over people, oh man, I don't like reading. And neither did I. I didn't like reading. One of the first books that I read was what was his name? I think it was Mackey. Is it Charles Mackey? He was a 32-degree Freemasonry, and it was the history of Freemasonry. It was a 300-page book, long ass book. I forced myself to read that book. Was it the best thing? No. I still can't remember most of the shit hell that was in it, but you know what? I stuck with it. So how many of us are willing to take in this knowledge? Most people say, oh, I don't have the time. Well, then what are you spending your time and attention on? That's the problem, is people would rather put their time and attention and entertainment on stupid shit. Watching these mindless TikTok videos, constantly watching, binge watching shit on television, or, mindless bread and circus shit like sports. I know the Super Bowl is coming up. I couldn't even name one player. But you go to the average mindless idiot on the street, bet they can tell you all the stats and all that shit. But you ask them what is a right, they will look at you like, oh, a right is whatever I fucking make it. And I'm talking from experience. Because like I said, I've talked to a lot of people at the tournaments that I call games at, and I'm going to continue talking to people because we have to get a real mindset of where people are at. People keep saying people are waking up. No, they're not. They're waking up to the surface level stuff. Yes, they may see through COVID. Yes, they may see through this whole death jab bullshit, but that doesn't mean that they see stuff from the bigger picture. Yeah, just because you're using red pills in your name and you prescribe red pills, hell, don't mean you red pill. You are still in a state of internal contradiction. So taking in the truth, willing to make that sacrifice, willing to take in that aggregate of information, and be ready to filter it. And then you have the ignorance, the people who want to just continue to stay in this mindset, the clowns who still watch the mainstream media, the Communist News Network, Fox News, hell, it's all garbage. It's all propaganda. Very, 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 very rarely will they even entertain 0.01% of the truth. I tell you that it's got to be a squirrel fight up there. So the people who want to stay in this mindset, sorry, but you're going to continue suffering. And even worse is your suffering is spilling out onto other people, because the world that you are creating is that world based in slavery. And then you have people who want to create a world in freedom. And because so many people believe in slavery and adhere to slavery, aka the government, because the government is fucking slavery, then they are enslaving their loved ones. They are enslaving the ones who don't want to be enslaved, like me and many other people, because of their own ignorance. The internal expression. This is the third manifestation from the expression of consciousness. This is what happens inside of us, because, hell, again, you've taken in the first step, which was love, awareness. You want to expand your consciousness. Okay, you start to take in that knowledge. And as you take in that knowledge, that's going to create a transformation internally. That's why this is what happens inside of us. Internal expression. Internal, not external, internal expression. So as you were taking in this knowledge, the right knowledge is going to create something within you. Sovereignty, meaning you know that you are your own ruler. You know externally any form of authority is an illusion. That's why it's labeled in parentheses internal monarchy. Well, what is a monarchy? Mon, prefix meaning one. Archy comes from the Greek word archon, meaning ruler or master. So you are the internal one ruler or master of yourself. And you also know that you cannot rule anyone else, because they are their own monarchy. So as you've taken in the knowledge, as you have taken in this information, it will bring more clarity to who you are as a being. But you have to take in the right information in order to get to the right clarity, which is why it has to be based on principles. And what did the word principle mean? Origin, first. Well, in order to get to that, what is the generative polarity? Love, consciousness, care for truth, the generative principle. So you understand that you are the ruler of your own body, of your own consciousness. And that anybody else who is claiming to be any form of authority is a bullshit fucking lie. The only authority that exists is truth, is to truth and natural law. Any being who claiming to be the authority is not only immoral, but is wrong and incorrect. I wouldn't give a fuck if the isness, which, this will never happen, can somehow manifest itself into a physical body and start claiming it was the authority of all life. It would still be fucking wrong. Because there is no such thing as external authority in the form of any being. It only comes in service to truth. And again, this is the second stage in the trivium. Because, hell, again, this is the part when you understand the why. This is the part that empowers you, When you understand that you are sovereign, when you understand that you are your own king or your own queen, then that's what empowers you. Because that's what it's supposed to be about, empowering the individual. You understand that you are consciousness. Then you understand that there is only consciousness here. You understand that to hurt another is to hurt yourself. You understand that, hey, morality is objective, and we've been lied to since day one. And then you have its antithesis, confusion, internal anarchy. So let's look at what this means. Confusion, because, hell, again, you was in a state of fear. You've taken in the fear. You've been watching CNN, since the whole, it's only 2 weeks, it's almost been 2 years, so this whole time point you've been in fear. You ain't read nothing, you ain't watched no videos, you've been deep throating CNN, you've been deep throating Biden, you've been deep throating Trump, you've been deep throating the television. So you've been deep throating so much, hell, it's coming out your back end. And you are still in that state of confusion, even though all the information is out there. All the information is at your fingertips. But why? Because you've let your mind be infested with fear. You fear that because you feared having to take responsibility. You fear having to admit what was wrong. So in that state of confusion, internal anarchy, who's really ruling? Who's really governing things internally? Nobody is. Well, I shouldn't say no one. There is someone ruling internally, but it's the social engineers. But it's not the individual. Because in a state of confusion, you are in a schism. You are in internal contradiction. Internal anarchy, meaning an, Greek prefix, without, not present, and archy, Greek, archon, master or ruler. So you combine the two words, without a master or ruler. So internally, there is no master or ruling. You are not ruling your own self. Someone else is ruling you. Someone else implanted those images into your mind. Someone else gave you those thoughts. Someone else gave you those feelings. This is mind control. This is how mind control works. And in that state of confusion, nothing can really create true world change because, again, you were in a state of internal contradiction. Your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions are not in sync. They are not aligned. And the universe operates on unity. The all operates on unity. The cosmos operates on unity. The isness operates on unity. I'm going to start saying the isness just because I prefer the term isness over the all, because the isness is everything that is. Just like the planets and the sun, they all operate together. They all work in unity. And our solar system operates in unity with another binary star. And so on and so on and so on out into fucking eternity. Just like with the body, the principle of correspondence. As above, so below. If the universe is operating on unity, okay, well, let's look at how the body operates. It's supposed to operate on unity. All the lungs and all the organs and all the interior and all the internal health mechanisms are supposed to be operating together. And what happens when one decides to, hey, I'm going to just, do what I want to do? It creates problems. It creates disharmony. It creates disassociation. It creates disunity. You become a cancer. So why is it that man somehow thinks that it can stay in a state of internal confusion, a state of internal contradiction, and somehow things are going to be just a-okay. Things are going to be peachy. I can stay in my state of cognitive dissonance and somehow think that that the manifested results, that the manifested worlds are somehow going to change. Again, you have that crown. You understand that you are the king. You understand that you are the queen. You understand that you are your true ruler. You understand that you are sovereign. You understand that you are autonomous. You take responsibility for your actions, for your thoughts, for the way that you feel. You're not playing victim. You're not looking to mommy or daddy to come and rescue you. You're not looking for Jesus to come down here to come save you. You're not waiting for whatever species to come rescue humanity. You understand that you are your own savior. And it doesn't matter how much you read Bible verses or throw your Bible at whatever, it's not going to solve anything. It doesn't matter how much you vote. Trump's not going to save you. And confusion. Only wearing this so I don't get fired. Again, internal contradiction. Oh, I only wear my mask because work requires it. Oh, I only wear my mask because I have to get it to go into the grocery store. Again, if your thoughts are telling you, hey, I don't want to do this, and hey, your emotions are telling you, hey, I don't want to do this, and you still doing it, that is in a state of fucking internal contradiction. That's cognitive dissonance. Your thoughts and your emotions are saying, hey, don't do this. You know you don't want to do this, but you still fucking do it anyway. That's the problem with people. I keep hearing, oh, I don't want to wear it, but because the store says I have to, because my work says I have to. Well, again, you were in a state of confusion. You're not on this side of love. You're not on this side of sovereignty. I can say that because I have never ever worn a fucking face diaper. Never. And I will never ever wear a fucking face diaper. You're still in a state of internal anarchy. Again, until your thoughts, your emotions are aligned, don't ever expect any true real change. And yeah, I will admit there are some times when I am not aligned as I want to, and I still work on that. But I am honest with myself. I'm not saying if you can get into that state 100% of the time, hey, bravo to you. But it's about working, being honest, and getting better each day. But if you continue to lie to yourself, you will never ever even get to that position or what you say you want. So only wearing this so I don't get fired. Hell, again, if you got fired, hey, you can get another job. You've identified with your job that much that you're not willing to lose it. And you think that you're somehow going to create a state of freedom in this mindset? The external expression. This is what happens in the societal, because this is the outward manifestation based on whatever polarity, whatever generative polarity that the individual has, aligned with. So you have freedom, external anarchy. Hell, again, and prefix, Greek, without, not present, not having, archy, Greek, archon, master or ruler. So in the external expression, the individuals within that society, since they have taken in love, they have taken in the knowledge, they understand that each individual is a sovereign. They are their own monarchy. They are their own king or queen. They will create a state of freedom because they understand the importance of the individual. They understand the importance of truth. They understand how to treat people based on objective morality, on the non-aggression principle. They understand that you can create a world based on true voluntary actions. That's why it's external anarchy, not internal anarchy. Internal anarchy is the problem with people. We need external anarchy, not internal anarchy. So in this state of freedom, you understand the importance and the value of the individual, of truth. And you honor that. You extend that out to others because you understand that they are sovereign. Man, why would someone want to call me? You understand that in that state of freedom, and you extend that out to other people. But the freedom has to come from within. It has to come from within first. Because that's why everyone who think that they're going to create freedom, just on a plane of effects, it's sadly mistaken because, again, freedom has requirements. And until those requirements are, are met, then don't expect any real change internally or externally to occur. So you have its counterpart, which is, well, what I put is slavery. Mark Passio put control here. I changed control because slavery is more fitting, definitely in today's society, because external control is slavery. But I just think it's more fitting, more hard hitting for people, definitely with what's happened in the past 2 years. So slavery, because that's what external monarchy was. Just like when the king and queen ruled, that was slavery. It doesn't matter if it was physical slavery. Feudalism was slavery. Neo-feudalism is slavery. Communism is slavery. Socialism is slavery. All forms of government are slavery. Whenever you have any external monarchy, any one individual trying to rule, or any external group trying to rule you, that is what slavery is. That is what slavery is. It doesn't have to be, like the physical slavery, the physical slavery of someone, beating the fuck out of you and whipping you. You can have forms of mental slavery. You can have psychological slavery, emotional slavery. So you have that external monarchy, that one ruler. And sadly, in today's day and world, that one ruler is government. That's who people worship. That's who people bow down to. And that one ruler, government, is enslaving us all because people are still in that state of confusion and internal anarchy due to their ignorance and due to their fear, because they don't want to take in information. They don't want to understand objective morality. They want to stay attached to their egoic attachments. They don't want to let go of their beliefs. They don't want to let go of that which is enslaving them. So in this condition, because these are conditions, and again, conditions can be changed. These are not set in stone. Just because man has always been enslaved doesn't mean it has to be that way. Conditions can be changed. Hell, again, we have the individual, who is just consciousness, free. The one thing that I want and desire the most out of anything is freedom. And that's the one thing that you should be desiring to. That's the one thing that you should be caring for. Creating external anarchy, creating external no rulers and no masters, and you not trying to rule others. But that takes responsibility. That takes consciousness. That takes awareness. That takes knowledge. That's the ultimate sacrifice. It's like you were just letting yourself go to the infinite. Yes, there may not be someone there to come and rescue you. Yes, there may not be someone there to come and save you. That's what freedom is. That's what freedom is. Infinite possibilities with ultimate responsibility. That's how I define freedom. Infinite possibilities with ultimate responsibility. No one's trying to rule you. You take full responsibility of everything that you do. And this is what people don't want. They don't want it. Because again, if they did want it, we would already have had it. We would already have had it. And then when you try to explain the requirements to them, hell, they want to beat the messenger. They want to lash out at the messenger. So we got slavery, external monarchy. A great meme that I found online. Imposing your will on others is wrong. You can invite, but the minute you use force, you are on the side of evil. It is, in fact, slavery. Gonna read that one more time. Imposing your will on others is wrong. You can invite, but the minute you use force, you are on the side of evil. It is, in fact, slavery. And that's what we have seen. All this coercion taking place. People keep calling it force. It's not force, because force isn't a bad thing, which we're going to get into this later. I'm using force right now to talk. You use force, to create. Force is just using energy. The will. The fohat. The energy that just exists in the universe. Force. But once you take force and you violate someone's free will, you take into the realm of coercion, because that is evil. And that's what all the institutions of slavery have always used. Coercion. Fear, ignorance, confusion, and use coercion, violence, to enslave. And then you have the last one. This is going to be the objective reality, because as the individuals, are co-creating in that reality, because once again, we're always creating. We're always creating with others, not just with ourselves. I'm going to continue saying this. We're always creating. What reality are the individuals within that aggregate society creating? Is it going to be manifested good or the opposite? Because you can't get to these last steps without going through the previous steps. And you can't get to, these last steps without, crossing over. Like you can't go from, fear to sovereignty. No. I don't know how Mark Passio figured this stuff out, but it is pinpoint accurate when you understand all of this stuff that I am presenting, just like all of the stuff people on the One Great Word Network have been, presenting. Just like Mark Passio has been presenting for 15 years, just like many other great researchers and teachers have been presenting for years. So in order for us to get to order, which will be the good manifested based on the individual's behaviors and actions within the aggregate society, because remember how natural law, the binding, immutable, non-man-made conditions that govern the consequences of behavior for intelligent beings, meaning beings who have the capacity to understand these laws. The law is going to give you what you put out. So you can look at the objective reality is what natural law is going to give you. That's what Mayat is going to give you. Mayat is going to be order. Ishfet is going to be chaos. Harmonia is going to be order. Discordia is going to be chaos. Hell, Isis is going to be order. Hell, Eris is going to be chaos. But you see, you have the macrocosm being natural law, being the objective reality of what we're going to get. But you also have the microcosm being the free will of the individual and what they choose to align with. So we are the ones who are creating this. It's not anyone else who is doing this. That's why it's called law and order, because the only way to get to order is to understand the natural law, is to understand objective morality, is to understand how these mechanisms and forces are working behind the scenes in all times, in all places. You can't escape this. This is why people don't understand this, because they want to still continue to think that they can escape law, or that, they are the gods here. Wrong. Your ignorance is only going to create more suffering, more chaos, more evil manifested. So remember when I said, when this video started, take what people care about, take the natural law expressions and apply it to the objective real world. Which side of this chart are we experiencing? Because we show fucking hell ain't experiencing love. We show hell ain't experiencing knowledge, sovereignty, freedom, and order. So all the fucktards out there that want to debate on natural law and try to say it doesn't exist, you take in the knowledge and you approve for yourself that it fucking exists. we have Mayat, which represented truth, which represented law, which represented goodness. Will she come to aid humanity? Will the isness come to aid humanity because we are doing what what needs to be done in the great work? We have fulfilled those requirements to manifest true freedom, which will give us order. That's what natural law will give us. No. We are being entrapped by Apep. And if you don't know who Apep or Apop was, he was the Egyptian god of chaos. He was like the primordial force when the sun would set and when darkness would come out. Because when darkness, would come out, people have a tendency to do, bad things, because they think they can get away with them because the vision is not there. So they think people, can't see them doing their behaviors. That's why majority of the crimes take place at night. But we see in this form of chaos, which is the evil manifested by our own thoughts, emotions, and actions not being in sync and not being in sync with natural law. We are the ones who are creating this. These aren't real deities. Mayat is not a real being. Apep is not a real being. These are just forces that have been used and that I use to symbolically represent something. So this whole reptilian force, this whole snake force is man who wants to continue to stay in ignorance, base consciousness, lower level states of consciousness, who wants to stay in the R complex, who wants to dominate, who wants to hoard, who wants to control other beings and their fellow man. Right versus wrong. And the best way to explain this is to first understand what apophysis is and the apothetic inquiry. So apophysis is employing rational reasoning when given limited set of possibilities in order to arrive at knowledge by exclusion. So simply knowing what something is by knowing what it is not. So the best way for you to understand is, if I were to describe myself, I am not someone with light skin. I am not someone who has dreadlocks. I am not someone who has Asian descent. So I am describing what I am by describing what I am not. I am not wearing a collared shirt. I am not wearing a button-down shirt. I am not wearing a long sleeve shirt. So you can see what I am by understanding what I am not. That's what apotheosis is. It is affirmation through negation. So to truly understand what is objectively, morally right, you need to understand. It is so much easier to understand on what is wrong because you have an infinite amount of rights. You can't even name them all. So this is when apotheosis has to be used, which apotheosis could be a good way of learning. I've used this many times as a means of learning, as a means of coming to an understanding. So let's look at what rights are not. So in the middle, you have wrong, because all of these are wrongs. Stealing property that does not belong to you, because we all know what it feels like to be wrong. We all know the internal emotional work that happens when you have been wrong. It makes you feel like shit. It makes you feel disgusted. It makes you feel weak. It pretty much makes you feel violated. Because you do feel violated, because you are talking about an energetic frequency that you are resonating with for something that is occurring. So whenever someone steals something that does not belong to them, you are committing a wrongdoing. So let's look at murder. You are stealing a life. You are taking something that does not belong to you, which is another life, because you can't own another life. No matter how much you think you can't own another life. Impossible. That life owns its own life. So you are taking life. Theft, stealing, stealing a property, stealing property. Sorry about the A. Yeah, the A shouldn't be there, but stealing property. You are taking some property that does not belong to you. And that's the problem with people, is they think that they can condone theft. People want to condone theft. People want to say, hey, well, because I need this, I can just take it. Because all wrongs violate free will. All wrongs involve coercion. Then let's look at rape. Stealing sexual free will. You were taking someone's free will choice to choose who they want to sexually be engaged with. Trespass. You were stealing security. Because if someone owns their layer, if someone owns property, then they have a right to be secure in that property. So someone trespassing, especially, like and trespassing is when the individual has put out into the universe, you are not allowed on their property. Meaning they have free will told you that, hey, you are not welcome on this property, and you still continue, okay, you are trespassing. You do not have a moral right. No individual has a moral right to trespass. Just like no individual has a moral right to murder. Just like no group has a moral right to do any of these wrongdoings. So you are stealing security from someone. And then you have coercion. Stealing a free will choice. Now, what is coercion? Using threats or means of violence to get someone to align their will to your will. So you're stealing free will choice, because hell, again, you're stealing free will in all of these, because free will is the key here. Free will is the gift given to you by creation, the ability to choose, the ability for you to determine for yourself, the ability for you to use discernment. Whenever you negate that, or whenever someone violates that, the events that are going to be manifested are never going to be good. You can prove this by, hey, whenever you've been in a situation that didn't require you using judgment and using thinking, largely the situation did not end up good. The only time when you should be in that capacity is if there is threat of life. If you are in danger of bodily harm, or someone else's life is in bodily harm, that is the only time when your free will and discernment is going to be skipped, because you don't have time to engage and take in the information. You don't have time to engage in the knowledge. The fight or flight or freeze, is going to kick in. Which is why in these states of fear, because you're going to be in fear if someone's trying to murder you. You're going to be in fear if someone's coming after you, with a fucking weapon, and you're going to respond accordingly. That's just the animalistic nature of our psyche. That is the only time when free will should be skipped. But outside of that, there should not ever be another time when judgment and discernment should not be engaged in. Willful lying, you're stealing the truth from another. And like I said in the beginning, no individual owns the truth. Hell, that's why there's no such thing as my truth or your truth. That's fucking solipsism. There is only the truth. So you're willful lying, or you're using deceitful tactics. That's disingenuous. You're taking the truth away from it. You're taking the truth away from the individual, so this individual can't use proper discernment. And then you have assault, or this would be violence or aggression. You're stealing bodily security. Hell, again, you don't own that body. So why would you use violence and assault that individual? Hell, again, no individual, no group of people have a moral right to engage in any of these 7 deadly wrongs. People want to talk about the 7 deadly sins. That's cute. What about the 7 deadly wrongs that trump those, that trump those Christian sins? Because people sadly have been engaging in these wrongs since day one. And whenever anyone engages in these wrongs, the energetic frequencies that are going to be created in manifestation and within the individual, you can prove this by, if you understand how the body had its own energetic frequency. Whenever someone engages into one of these 7, it's going to always create a low level consciousness, energetic frequency, always. So now we've talked about wrongs. Let's look at and define what rights are, because this is what most people cannot do. They'll be the first one saying, oh, we're losing our rights. Oh, the government's trampling all over our rights, but yet they can't define them. And remember, definition is what gives clarity. Definition is what takes things from the infinite and make it finite. Definition is what shapes and primes, the mind. Because without definition, things would just be a fucking muck. Things would just be a fucking husk. It wouldn't have any form. So define your words. A right. We say a right is correct. So when we are talking in linguistics, in language, you say 2 + 2 is 4. That is correct. That is right. Why is that right? Because it is based in truth. We say 5 + 5 is 10. Okay, that is correct. That is right. That is based in truth. And what else does it mean when we talk about a right? We're talking about actions and behavior. So we say a right is moral. Yes, because that action was in harmony with natural law. It was in harmony with the law of cause and effect. It was in harmony with God's law. And why was it in harmony? Because the actions don't initiate. Initiate is key here. Don't initiate violence or harm to another sentient beings. And I would just say pretty much all beings. Meaning you are the person initiating. You are the person initiating. You are the creator. You are the person bringing it into manifestation. So if your actions don't initiate violence, meaning you're not violating someone's free will, then you have a right to do it. Because in order for it to be a wrong, there has to be 2 parties. There has to be a victim. There has to be someone that was wrong and another person who used coercion for every wrongdoing, because every wrongdoing pretty much involves coercion. And it is in this discovery of what is objectively morally right, because rights exist outside of human perception, since humans don't get to make up what is morally right. We can understand what conscience is. Con comes from the word con, Latin, and the word com, C-O-M, which means together, and skio, sciare, which means to know. This is where we get the word science from. So to develop conscience means to know what is right, or to have that feeling, that intuitive capacity of what is right. I like saying to know what is right, meaning you definitively know. There is no gray area. You definitively know what is right, because there is no gray area when it comes to right and wrong. There is none. There's no such thing as situational ethics. There's no such thing, well, in this situation, it may have been right, or in this time, it may have been right, wrong. That's relativism. That's subjective interpretation. That's you saying, oh, well, you can determine what is morally right. And then we got wrongs. Wrongs are incorrect. If we said 2 plus 2 equals 6, that would be wrong. Why is that wrong? Because it's incorrect. Because it is a lie. So all the fucking teachers out there in Common Core teaching those lies, you are fucking wrong. And not only are you wrong, but you are immoral. You are fucking immoral because you are teaching lies. So when it comes to action and behavior, it is in opposition to natural law. It is in opposition to objective morality because the actions do initiate violence or harm to other sentient beings. Or you can just say to other beings in general, meaning you are the creator, hell, you are the manifester, you are the initiator. You are the one bringing it about in reality. You are the one starting it. So rights are universal and objective. They don't change from person to person. They don't change from time to time. Man, my stomach is going crazy. Are not created by man. Rights are not created by man or any group of man. They are granted at birth by creation and can never be taken away. Even if you were thrown in a prison or in a cage, you still maintain the same rights you did even if you were not in that situation. This is what people need to understand. This is what people need to understand, because how many of these people who are claiming that they are aware and awake and red pill can define what a right is? Most of those people will still say, oh, it is whatever the individual makes of it. And we have to understand what true property rights are. You have to understand what true property rights are, because property is a real thing here. Yes, we can own things. So you lawfully acquired the item, meaning you didn't do anything immoral to get it, meaning you didn't use violence to get that item. You didn't use theft. You didn't use coercion. You didn't have to lie to get it. You didn't knock someone's, brains out. You didn't fucking billy club them, like the order followers do, to get that item. You maintain its possession and can lend it out to whomever you like. Yeah, because you own it. You are in ownership. So who the hell can tell you what you can or cannot do with whatever item? And also, too, the main key is you are responsible for the item, because, hell, that's what we are talking about. It's responsibility. Responsibility. And people in government commit these actions daily. Fucking daily. Unlawfully acquiring items, the whole asset forfeiture and seizure. Oh, man. People in government and people in all forms of authority violate these rights that we all maintain daily. Look at murder. How many people have been murdered in the past 2 years? How many people have been murdered from these death jabs? How many people have had shit stolen from them? We talk about rape. Hell, what about psychological rape? We've all been raped in the past 2 years. Hell, psychologically. The amount of coercion. You've had people, businesses trespassed on, when they decided to keep their businesses open, and you got people in government who think they're gods. They can just trespass on your property and tell you that you need to fucking close down. And the willful lying. The information is out there. Are deceitful tactics, and they're still regurgitating the fucking lie. Even if they know about it or not, ignorance does not excuse you. Ignorance is not fucking bliss. And then, of course, they're always seeing the order following immoral scumbag dogs to come use assault and violence. We've seen this happen so many times, not throughout history, but mainly within the past 2 years, which is why I don't understand how anyone can still be supporting the fucking cops. You are supporting the motherfuckers that are enslaving you. But they sure hell will steal from you. They sure hell will beat you. People love slavery, man. People really do fucking love slavery. They're like, oh, I enjoy being a good little slave. People really do enjoy slavery. And they'll make excuses for this fucking idiots that are doing these fucking wrongdoings to them. Like, oh man, Brandon, what would we do without government? Maybe we would be free. I mean, I don't know how maybe things would get so bad, that how people would be eating each other in the fucking street. Hell, I don't know. But you know what? I would still rather fucking try than to stay enslaved by an institution and people who claim to care for you, who claim to love you, while at the same time, as soon as you turn your back to them, they are fucking ass fucking you, stab you in the back, fucking, putting a gun behind your head and pulling the goddamn trigger. Yeah, I'll take my chances, like with the more hardcore, because you know what? At least I know it compared to the covert, we're government and we're here to help you, we're just going to care for you, we're going to give you free handouts. And then as soon as you get the handout, bitch, as soon, you got the handout, now it's time, bend over, it's time to be raped. Like, that's what government is it gives you free things, and as soon as you fucking take it, it says bend over, spread those cheeks. That's exactly what the fuck government does. Says spread those cheeks, boy. Spread those cheeks, girl. And that shit's coming in hardcore, unlubed. And we have to, this is what people need to know. Government is fucking violence. That's all it is. That's all it's been since day one. That's what all the governments have been. The government in Samaria was violence. The government in Egypt was violence. The government in Greece was violence. The government in China was violence. The government in Persia was violence. The government in Rome was fucking violence. Just like the government we have now is violence. The government in England is violence. The government in Australia is violence. The government in New Zealand is violence. The government in Canada is violence. It doesn't matter where you are at. Government is fucking violence. It uses murder, rape, theft, trespass, assault, coercion, and willfully lying daily. Damn near every fucking second. And hell, again, when I'm talking about rape, it don't have to be physical rape. It uses psychological rape. But why is it violence? That's the thing. People don't even know what the term violence means. It comes from the Latin word violentia. Because to use violence means to violate. That's actually what the etymological of the word means. It means to violate. But what are you violating? You are violating another individual's rights. You are violating their free will. So let's look at force, because people still confuse the two. Force is not violence. Force is the capacity to do work or cause change. Force requires energy. Force requires willpower. Force is what is used to create along with care. You can say that care is the feminine form and force is the masculine form. These two forces must come together. These two forces, hence force. So you have that energy, the capacity to create change. Because again, how could you create anything with just one? You can't. So the capacity to do work or cause change. Force is used to build things. You don't use violence to build. Am I using violence right now to speak through this microphone? No. Hell, was this computer built with violence? No. These two are not the fucking same. So force actions are moral and aligned with natural law, meaning you're not using coercion. You are engaged in voluntary actions. You are engaged in voluntary behavior. Actions we always have a right to take, even deadly force. Meaning, if someone is using violence, if someone is threatening you, if someone is threatening your life, someone is taking something that does not belong to them, you have a right to use deadly force to stop, dispel, put down, and even get your item back. And you know what? It's up to you to decide how you handle the situation. Like, no one else gets to fucking decide that. It's like you're walking down the street. Someone pulls out, a fucking politician comes up to the street, comes up to you fucking with a fucking piece of paper and says, hey, this piece of paper says that I can steal from you, so give me your fucking money. You know, this is the fucking stick up. And you have every fucking right to say no. Of course, you will, how we use words first, but you have every right to dispel that violence. Even though his piece of paper may claim to give him more magical powers than what you have. It's no different than if a thug criminal came on the street with a fucking knife or a bat or a blunt object and, threatening you with violence. You have a moral right to use deadly force. It's up to you to determine that. No different than if a woman's walking on the street and some scumbag comes up and sexually assaults her, she has the moral right to pull out a 9mm and blow his brains out. Because she was the one who had her rights violated. So then therefore she is the one who is responsible for dealing with, with that situation. And ultimately, she can decide what she wants to do with the situation. If she does nothing, she has the right to do that. If she, kicks the dude in his nuts, she has the right to do that. She has the right to run away. Just like she has the right to use self-defense and blow his brains out. Because no one has the moral right to engage in violence. No one. So let's look at what violence is. The antithesis, or violence is when force becomes coercive. You see, force is always good, but once it becomes coercive, meaning once you violate someone's free will, then you transmute it into the realm of violence. So violence is the initiation of coercive force, meaning you don't have the moral right, meaning you don't have the free will right to do that. Someone's saying no, and you're saying yes. Coercion is always in opposition to natural law because it violates another's rights. That's what violence is you're violating not only natural law, but you're violating another individual's rights. And violence is always wrong. It is always immorally wrong. No one has the right to engage in violence. No one. No group. No individual. No secret society. No ruling bloodline. No group of men. No group of women. I don't care if you have a badge and a gun. I don't care if you have that piece of paper, with Caesar's, seal of approval on it. I don't care if you think it's for the greater good. You're still engaged in wrong behavior. So actions that are always wrong, that no one has a moral right to take. Because, hell, again, when you're talking about right and wrong from an objective standpoint, it is objective, meaning if it's the same for me, it's the same for everyone. It doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter where you go. We all have the same rights. True equality under natural law, not equality as in physical characteristics, skills. Not equality as man and woman are equal in physicality, in their strengths, in their weaknesses. No, equal in our rights. Equality under natural law means equal in our rights. Meaning it doesn't matter who does it. If one person does it, it's either right for everyone or that behavior is going to be wrong for everyone. Equality under natural law, equal in our rights. And therefore, if we are we are equal in our rights. When it comes to wrong behavior, it doesn't matter if a politician does it. It doesn't matter if a priest does it. It doesn't matter if a bum on the street does it. It doesn't matter if a black person does it. It doesn't matter if a white person does it. It doesn't matter if a Hispanic person does it. It doesn't matter if this person identifies as being a forward focus. It doesn't matter if this person is a transgender person. If they engage in an act of violence, of wrongdoing, doesn't matter who does it. It is wrong. So, natural law and man's law. Notice how the man's law is in lowercase. So let's look at how natural law, we already discussed on how it's based on principles, based in truth, objective truth. Principles being, first thing, origin. And that's why people don't understand natural law, because they don't understand the principles that are behind it, that are governing it, that are holding it up, that it is bound to. They want to just apply it to their own preconceived notions. Natural law is about harmony. You have to harmonize with it due to knowledge and understanding. Meaning you come to this realization, you harmonize with it, you know it, and you understand it. Natural law is universal and immutable. No matter where you are at in the all, no matter where you are at in the isness, no matter where you are at in the cosmos, you can never escape our natural law. Just like you can never escape the laws of nature, because they are immutable. Because remember, natural law is really a spiritual law. Not only is it physical, not only is it mental, but it's also spiritual. So it's universal. It's immutable, meaning it can never be changed. Man can't change something that which they did not create. The problem is the social engineers have done a hell of a job toppling our natural law, because they get order followers, fucking useful idiots, to go out and do their own bidding. And it is the ones who go out and take the actions that deal with the karmic consequences. And natural law is eternal, will exist and apply as long as the all exists, which the all will exist throughout eternity, because it is infinite. There is no ending and beginning to the all. There is no ending and beginning to the isness. It is just everything that is, because it is the all. So you have free will. Like I said earlier, free will is the microcosm. Natural law is the macrocosm. It's about aligning our free will choices to that which is, just like in the natural law expressions. It's objective and harmonized with. Meaning you take it in, you embody it, you live it, you teach it, you speak it. It becomes one with you, just like it's supposed to be with the truth. You are supposed to harmonize and align your perceptions with the truth. Well, same thing with natural law. We are supposed to harmonize and align our free will to our natural law, to create. But this kind of stuff has to be discovered. And that's the thing, is people don't want to discover this stuff. They rather stay ignorant, because in their state of ignorance, they think it somehow alleviates them from their personal health responsibilities, which we all know that that's not fucking true. You can never, ever escape your responsibilities here. Never. You'll keep suffering and keep coming back to a shitty fucking life, a shitty incarnation, if you think that you can. So let's look at man's law. It is based on dogma. It is based on whatever the authority says is hip, is cool, or, whatever the authority says is true. Hell, this was what her religion was known for, you know. Oh, we are the priests, you know. Hell, we are the ones that can interpret. Hell, we are the ones that can interpret the scriptures. Oh, the people, oh no, they're too ignorant to understand this stuff. You know, they need us. They have to go through us. Well, that's what dogma is. And that's what man law is all about, because there's always a mediator. There's always someone in between you and the there's always someone between you and the infinite, between you and the divine, between you and truth, between you and knowledge. You have to get it from another individual. Well, why couldn't you get it yourself? Why is this individual any different than you? What makes them more special? Hell, again, that goes back to the role of knowledge and the individuals who think that they can hoard and can control and are the owners of knowledge, the keepers of knowledge. So man's law will say, comply or else punishment. Damn, we've seen that a lot in the past 2 years. If you don't do what I say, there's going to be punishment. Do this or else. That's coercion. Man's law is based on coercion. So that's why if you do not do something, the government will send its thugs, will send its lapdogs, will send the house slaves to your door to get you to fall in line. We'll use coercion. We'll use violence. Man's law changes on location and who is in authority. Situational ethics. This is moral relativism. One of the main ideologies that is infested in people's minds. And people still don't even know what it means. People still aren't even aware that they are moral relativists. Because government is moral relativism. Government claims to be the one who can make up what is morally right and morally wrong. And then someone else will come in office the next fucking day and then take what the one before them said was morally right, and then they will change it into what is morally wrong. That is what creates confusion. Inconsistency is what creates confusion. Changes on location and who is in authority. That's what all of man's law is. That's what all of man's law is. And they'll create so many so-called laws, which are not laws, they're just statutes, an imitation of laws, to the point where there's so many of them that we don't even know what they are. And then you're living your life and then you get pulled over and then, hey, did you realize you broke this law? I'm like, oh, no. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Well, how many laws are there? Well, hell, no one knows. But, you know, there are like hundreds of books of all the laws, you know, because, you know, we got laws from 200 years ago that are still on the books. So who the fuck is going to know all? Who's going to know all of these supposedly man-made laws? Even the best attorneys don't even know all of these man-made laws, because each year more laws are being added to the books. Yes, they may go and change some laws, but there are always more laws added to the books and man-made laws, to the point it has created a prison. We have constructed a prison based on man's law through all of this restriction, through all of this control, because whenever man creates another law, it's just more control. More control for the ones in power and less control for the individual, less control for the peasants. And then changes with time and who is in authority. Hell, again, you can have someone in office pass one law, you know, he'll scribble something on the paper, and then the next criminal will come in and then scribble something on the paper to take away what was just previously written the day before. Where is the objectivity in that? If it can change overnight. And we've seen this happen so many times, is so-called man's law would change overnight. How the fuck does this happen? How does a law change overnight, hell, while you're sleeping? Because that's what man's law is all about. It's about submission. It is about following orders. It is extremely subjective, and if you do not comply, you will be punished. Remember I talked about B.F. Skinner on my last presentation, how behaviorism, where you don't think that man's law and people in government use positive reinforcements and negative reinforcements and have been since day one. And then they'll send the order followers in to do their dirty work, you know, the people with no conscience, people with no soul, willing to do it to their own. It's like in the movie They Live, when what David Keith says, you're willing to do it to your own kind. These are these clowns. These are these clowns, willing to do it to their own kind. They're peasants just like we are. They're enslaved just like we are. But yet they're willing to beat other slaves, use violence on other slaves, use coercion on other slaves, steal from other slaves. It's sickening. It's fucking sickening. So man's law is based on moral relativism, the idea that man gets to dictate what is right and wrong. This keeps people justifying violence and psychopathic behavior, which continues the abusive traumatic cycle. And this is exactly what an abuser wants. This is exactly what the social engineers want. This is why they put out moral relativism, because it keeps the people being abused. It keeps the people enslaved justifying what the slave master is doing, therefore keeping them in power. This is what people don't understand with moral relativism. This is what continues the abusive traumatic cycle. Well, you know, you consent to be enslaved. It's for your, they're only doing it because, they're the apex predator. If they wasn't doing it, someone else would do it. All these fucking justifications. Never once, well, it's fucking immorally wrong to enslave other people. You don't have a moral right to fucking do that. It's always, well, if it wasn't this group of people, it would be someone else. Or if it wasn't, for them, it would be chaos. It's always fucking bullshit. Always bullshit justifications. What people don't understand is moral relativism is Satanism. It is Satanism. It is Satanism. Because it's what keeps the whole satanic agenda in business. It's what keeps government in business. Because government is Satanism. So let's look at what the word government means at its etymological roots. To govern something means to control, from the Latin word gubernare. And mind comes from the word, ment would come from the word mens mentis, which means the mind. So you combine the two, control the mind, because to govern something, to steer, to pilot. So let's say I have this remote. I am governing it, so I am in control of it, okay? The mind aspects, man's menti, or mentis, we get words like mentality, mental. Because again, what was the first principle of natural law? The first hermetic principle, the principle of mentalism, the all is mind. So again, the social engineers learn that, hey, just controlling people from the physical aspect is way more harder. You get more people fighting back. It's too costly. It's like, hey, get to the root. Mind control, because that's what government is. They control you on the mental plane. Then therefore anything that comes out of the mental plane, your emotions and actions / behaviors are going to be controlled. That's why they control you they control people at the foundational level. And I'm going to keep repeating this. And this is why all my work is focused on the mental realm, because this is where true change This is where causality is, the why. Remember in the sixth principle of the Hermetic Principles, in part 1, the realm of causality, which is on the mental plane. This is where all the power to create real change happens, is in the mental plane. And this is where humanity needs to elevate its consciousness in, freaking too. Because the social engineers and government just want you focused on effects. So government is slavery, folks. If people change their perception to stop looking at government as capitalism, stop looking at government as socialism, stop looking at, at government as communism, it's just slavery. Government is slavery. See what I mean by change of the mind? Change your perceptions. Get a better understanding. Get true clarity. Truly put your vision to work. Put your glasses on. But people can't fucking do that because they don't want to take in the information. Authority, which has the word author, which is one who gets to make up what is right. The creator. Because what does an author do? They create. A writer. So authority gets to make up, or the claim that they get to make up what is right based on jurisdiction. Again, what does jurisdiction mean? It's associated with the word justify. So when someone's trying to justify their behavior, what does it mean? Just, J-U-S in Latin, meant law and right, which it actually wasn't J-U-S, it was I-U-S, so it was pronounced yus. Yus. So yus, which was law, and dictatory, which I think at its singular pronunciation, it was dicto. This is what we get the word dictator, or to dictate means speech. So you combine the two, to speak or to say what is right, to speak or to say the law. And that's exactly what government does, is it claims to be the arbiter, the creator, the manifester of what is right and what is wrong, and says it has the jurisdiction because you consented. It's all the fucking illusion. It's a fucking scam. It is one big scam. So that's why it's been called the biggest scam throughout history. Because this is what government is claiming. Government is claiming to be God. That's what government claims to be. Doesn't matter if you believe that. This is the truth of the matter. Government is claiming to be God, which is why the church and state have always been connected. Always been connected. People think, oh, there was a separation of church. No, the fuck it was not. Because the church was a political affiliation in Rome. Which is why the buildings damn near look the same. They are joined at the hip. Church and state are joined at the hip. Both claim to be the authority. Both of these 6 satanic institutions are just men and women trying to play God. Because before government, was running the show, was it not the church, claiming to be the authority, claiming to be the mediator between man and God, telling people what they can and cannot do, starting wars, murdering people, using genocide, taxing people, stealing from people, sending their jackboot thugs to your place to ransack because you didn't pay your wages, because you didn't pay your income tax. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, because you didn't pay your property tax. What the hell do people think the government learned it from? They learned it from the fucking church. Learned it from the fucking church. The two pillars of sovereignty. And we've kind of covered this earlier in part one, and I've kind of been covering it, slowly. So, but to truly grasp how natural law, to truly realize what it's going to take to create and maintain a world based in freedom, these two pillars have to be understood. It is critical that we understand these two pillars. So you have the self-defense principle and the non-aggression principle. And you have the microcosm being the individual free will. And then you have the macrocosm, how natural law. I'm going to start with the non-aggression principle, which is the feminine, principle. Each individual possesses this right. All interactions should be aligned to the non-aggression principle. It is the feminine force of sovereignty. I have the feminine force of creation. But this is how we truly create, is by having this non-aggression through voluntary action, because you're not violating someone's free will. Again, this is key here. Free will. You cannot violate someone's free will. You're not going to create anything using coercion and violence. Nothing gets created. It just creates more problems. It creates more chaos. It creates more entropy. I mean, because just think about it. If someone just came up on the street and just started beating the fuck out of you, you're not going to want to do anything with this person outside of fucking defend yourself. So this is what I mean by the feminine force of creation, because if we truly understand what non-aggression is and we give that to other people and they gave it back, then that's how we can learn to come together. That's how we can learn to bond. That's how we can learn to create with other people, with other groups. So this is the offensive principle, since we should owe and give the non-aggression principle to everyone. We should be giving this to everyone, even if you don't like the person. Hey, I come across people all the time who I don't like. I still give them the non-aggression principle. I still give it to order followers, people in the military who I've come across with. I still give them the non-aggression principle, because again, do not treat others how you would not want yourself to be treated. And this principle never violates free will, since actions are voluntary. And that's the thing. It comes down to voluntary actions here. Free will. Once free will gets violated, then shit. The hands should come out. Just like in what Bruce Lee's movie, Fist of Fury. If you listen to that theme song, he say, my hands, he said something like, my hands are used, to create and do things. But when a man violates me, then those hands turn into fist of fury. Yeah. Meaning he's in that non-aggression principle all the time. But once someone violates your rights and your freedom, then those hands will transmute into self-defense. Meaning he will defend his life. He will defend his property. He will defend his rights. He will defend, his property. So if the non-aggression principle is violated, then you step into the self-defense principle. Because again, the self-defense, the principle is the defensive aspect. Meaning you're on guard. But if someone comes into your end zone with violence, you will use the means of self-defense. So let's look at self-defense. Each individual possesses this right if another is initiating, have violence. And we've already talked about what violence is. So if someone is bringing violence towards you, I don't care who you are, you have a right to use self-defense. This is the masculine force of creation, because all animals, all forms of life have a means of self-defense. Well, all forms of how what we should say sentient, or hell, freaking individualized life, meaning a individual form of consciousness. And even some of the forms of consciousness that don't have individual consciousness still use means of self-defense, because no animal or no life really wants to just not live. So it is always on the defensive, never on the offensive, because you only resort to this when your rights have been violated. This is the last means. This is, if you can use words to destabilize a situation, okay. But sometimes words ain't gonna get it done. When you're dealing with psychopaths, words ain't gonna help. This is what people need to understand. We're not going to talk our way out of this situation. We're not going to go to the slave master, the person who owns the plantation, and negotiate. It's never worked throughout history. This is the importance of the self-defense principle. And self-defense does not involve coercion. The use of non-coercive force, since your free will was violated. And this is what people don't understand, because they'll say, well, isn't self-defense violence? No, because again, go back to what a right is. A person, an individual who initiates violence or harm. So, hell, again, you're on the street. That politician comes up and say, hey, this is a stick up. I'm robbing you. They show you a piece of paper, that says, hey, this piece of paper says that I can steal from you. And you say no. And then you turn around and walk away. And this person gets back in front of your face and says, look, you better obey this piece of paper because it has Caesar's stamp of approval on it. So I can legally steal from you. And that person has negated and suspended his right to remain safe and secure, because by violating your rights, because he's saying he wants to steal from you, and we all know that theft is always immorally wrong, then you have the right to use whatever means of self-defense to stop that criminal. And this is what people don't want to hear. Self-defense and deadly force is not violence. If it was violence, it would be called deadly violence, but it can't be violent if you're responding to violence. You don't fix violence with violence. You don't correct the wrong with the wrong. You correct the wrong with the right. So then therefore, if someone is initiating violence against you, you have the right to use self-defense. It's so simple. But then again, people are hard-headed fucks. Extremely hard-headed fucks. And then again, it is up to the individual. It is up to the one who has been violated, who has had their rights, freedom, property transgressed. Those are the individuals who get to decide, because they have the free will to decide to take responsibility, to take the power back within the individual, to use whatever means of force they, choose to use. And if you can see how these two pillars create one of the strongest, one of the strongest shapes in nature, which is the arch. Because the arch is what holds things up. And that's what holds up natural law, these two pillars. So let's look at the non-aggression and self-defense principle. Based on taking responsibility, which is why they don't want people to be able to defend themselves, because they know how much power it has within that. And because it empowers the individual, a sense of self, a sense of self-worth. And it's how we can secure and protect rights and freedom. This is why they want to take away the guns, which they're never really ever going to be able to. They may try, but you know what? If they try it, hey, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, then people should give them exactly what they exactly what they deserve. You give them the bullets. You feed them bullets. And we know that the non-aggression is based on voluntary, because remember, this is the foundational one. The self-defense one comes after that. It springs out of the non-aggression principle. So if the non-aggression principle is based on voluntary action, then once that voluntary action gets violated, then you step into that means of SDP, self-defense principle. And this is how we create a world based in freedom, and you maintain it along with everything else, all the other requirements that I've been talking about, along with all the other requirements that the many great teachers before me have talked about. But again, it takes responsibility. And sadly, this is what people don't want to engage in. So just like the image to the bottom left, the non-aggression principle. Aggression against people, people say no. Aggression on property, people say no. But when you talk about slavery, it's somehow fine. People just let that go. People make a pass, but when it's the government, people turn a fucking blind eye to it. So we have the law of freedom, because hell, again, there are requirements for freedom, just like there are requirements for anything else in manifestation. So this is what the law of freedom gives us. As morality in the aggregate increases, freedom increases. Freedom and morality are harmonious with each other, just as immorality in the aggregate increases, slavery increases. Going to read this again. As morality in the aggregate increases, freedom increases. As immorality in the aggregate increases, slavery increases. Freedom and morality are harmonious with each other, just as immorality and slavery are harmonious with each other. So if we are in a society, if more people are becoming more moral and expression that, then freedom is going to increase as much as the aggregate of morality increases. And the same thing would happen with its antithesis. If you're in a society and people are immoral and becoming more immoral, then more slavery is going to be increased. That's what the law of freedom tells us, which is why you can pinpoint by using reason, problem solving skills and reason, and take all the manifested world and apply everything that I'm saying to prove this. So take the law of freedom and judge for yourself based on the natural law expressions. Be honest in everything that has happened. Are people becoming more moral? Are people becoming more immoral? I think it's pretty clear where people really stand. Anarchy and freedom mean the same thing, because anarchy, like I've talked about earlier, and Greek, without, not present, and archon, Greek, no rulers or masters. Is that not what freedom means? Is that not what a free society would look like? No one trying to rule? No one trying to coerce? Anarchy still doesn't or never has meant chaos or no rules, because the law of nature, the laws of nature, how natural law, how universal law, the law of cause and effect, how the law of karma, how consequentialism, God's law, the law of right action, the law of one, the law of attraction, the real law of attraction is always in effect. You can never get around these laws. Never. If you think you can, good luck with that. It's like you are trying to swim upstream and the current is just pushing you back and you just continually trying. You are trying to go up against an immutable force in nature and you're going to lose. And that's what's happening with humanity. That's what's happening with humanity, is we are trying to fight an immutable force in nature and it is beating our asses. It's kicking our asses. But yet people still keep fighting. People still keep trying. So we are getting down to the end of this. So knowledge is freedom and ignorance is slavery. Miles Davis. And from Maximilian Robespierre, the secret of freedom lies in educating people, whereas the secret to tyranny is keeping them ignorant. And again, I don't agree with 100% of all of these individuals. I sure hell don't agree with Robespierre. You know, if you're familiar with who he was and the French Revolution and secret societies and the role that he played, but he's still telling you something that's true. The secret of freedom lies in educating people, whereas the secret to tyranny is keeping them ignorant. And Thomas Jefferson, founding father, don't agree with everything that he did, but he says some truth right here. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects it expects what never was and never will be. Because again, if a nation expects to be ignorant and free, that's cognitive dissonance. You're trying to hold two contradictory thoughts in your mind simultaneously. That's what creates a schism. That's what creates friction. It's impossible. It's just like man will never ever get to a state of freedom as long as he is supporting slavery. I mean, I hate to be the one to tell it to folks. So, solution and action, now that we know the requirements. Because that's what it's all about, is once you start to know this stuff, you know, you have to put it back into the realm of action to hopefully teach other people. Put it back into right action so that other people can learn from you just as you learn from the ones who came before you. A deep understanding of natural law, you know, I mean, like deep to the point where everything that I talked about, especially in the natural law expressions, the Hermetic principles, right versus wrong, force versus violence, defining what natural law is. I mean, like a deep understanding of that to where you know it and you can spit it out. We got to share the fear of the unknown, because I remember fear is just an illusion. Just an illusion that exists in a conditioned psyche. A conditioned psyche that has been conditioned through programming, through manipulation, through mind control and social engineering. A deep understanding of self-knowledge and occult knowledge. And this is what people really run away from. You start speaking about doing shadow work, but we've got to let all this go. Even though we are in troubling times, people still should be doing work upon themselves. That's what life is all about, is improving and fixing yourself. I will continue to speak about this until I take my last breath, but we have got to continue the work upon the self, because it is a lifelong journey. I've been working on this as far as myself for almost a decade, and there's still so much left that I would like to, heal, because that's what it's about. It's about healing and correcting our own self. And then here is the important one that people don't want to engage in: educating others as much as we can do to awaken minds. Because the main goal here is to end slavery, is to free minds. And I think a lot of us kind of forget that, because we try it, we go to loved ones, we go to friends, and, there's a lot of turbulence, there's a lot of fighting back. We don't get the results that we want, so we stop. This is why the internal work is important, because you need to have that resilience. You need to have that persistence. You need to have that willpower. You got to have that care. You may have to get in that person's face to force them to change. Not use violence, but force. You may have to use vitriol. You may have to use that acidic speech to constantly hammer on the individual to get that hard-headed fuck to realize his hard-headedness. That's just like with anything else. If you ever wash dishes and you are trying to wash something and it is so crusted, it is so hard, and how you wash and you're rubbing and it's just not working, you put a little bit more force and scrub a little harder. That's what alchemy was supposed to be teaching people. Sometimes you're going to have to use a little bit more force on these hard-headed fucks because their ego has become so calcified. So how can one get involved in awakening minds, creating content, putting information back out into the world? Because as we speak now, I'm sure thousands of videos have already been taken offline in the almost 4 hours I've been doing this presentation. So we have to counter that and put information back out there so other people can do that. And I don't think people really understand the importance of this. Is information has to be recycled, because if it's not, it gets lost over time. Because we have tyrants who want to burn books. We have psychopaths who think that they can, control everything. So all the information that can, help benefit mankind, can help raise people's consciousness, they're not going to, just let that stay out into the open. But they don't want people recycling the information. Just like the great teachers that have come before us, where would these teachers have been if the ones before them didn't put out information? Just think about all the books that have been lost throughout history. All the information that has been lost because it has been burned. It hasn't been kept up. It wasn't properly recycled. And with the technology that we have now, there's no excuses. So people can do it in art. You got people who who put means of truth in music. A lot of people are doing podcasts. You can do videos or presentations like I'm doing, etc. You can do poetry. You can even do it in dance, and then record yourself, put it online. You can do like mock plays, short films. You can do a blog. He'll just write. He'll write stuff and put it online. Someone will read it, because as long as you put it out there, I guarantee you, someone will find it. Because we have to combat this propaganda machine, because this propaganda machine is running 24/7. It's in overdrive. It's in about as much overdrive and probably on the brink of dysfunction as the Federal Reserve machines that are printing out money. Like they're all steaming, like they're all on overdrive. So we have to combat this information, because this is an information war. We are in a war, the war for your minds. And then sacrifice. You say that word and people get scared. The internal sacrifice. Like, what are you willing to let go? What are you willing to lose? What are you willing to give up? Like, you say you want freedom. Are you willing to give up your technology? Are you willing to give up your smartphone? Are you willing to give up the way you believe? Are you willing to give up the way that you live? Are you willing to give up some extra sleep so you can at least start to take in the knowledge? Are you willing to give up your favorite sports team? Are you willing to give up your social media profile? Are you willing to give up some friends? Are you willing to give up some family? These are the questions that you have to ask yourself. People claim to want to be free. People claim to want these things, but what are you willing to give up? Because in order to gain something, we are going to have to lose something. In order for us to get to this state of freedom, we are going to have to lose something. I hate to tell people that, because if we don't get it in consciousness, which we ain't fucking winning that battle, a lot more is going to be lost. Are you willing to give up your life in the name of truth? You say that to people like, nope, help up, nope. You mean me, my life? No, I love living. I love living. I love being a slave. And then you need to develop the imagination, because, hell, again, we're always creating. What are you creating within your own psyche? Hell, what are you creating within your own being? What are you creating within your own family, within your own household, within your own environment? People think they are just going to get freedom, like reach freedom by protesting. We've tried this many, many times before. It wasn't last year. It was like millions of people protesting. What happened? Nothing. But if they develop an imagination and saw government for what it really was, if they peeked up under the curtains and unveiled what's really behind the curtain, they would see government for what it really is, an illusion of authority, because that's what authority is. It's just an illusion. So if people could shift their perception, and develop an imagination, gain some true clarity, really put on their glasses. And then another one that is not on the list, but it's just something that I'm going to keep harping on. Be willing to make people uncomfortable. It's like this can go with a sacrifice, man. Like, people want to just give people a little bit of information and, give them a little bit of truth and then stop. No, like keep trying to hammer this person. Like, I'm not saying you like be overly forceful, but like, just because someone says, like, no, or I don't want to hear it. Well, it's not up to you to decide what I get to say. You keep hammering. You keep speaking truth. You keep putting truth back out there. If this person gets to the point where they don't want to be held around you, then so fucking be it. Then go be around, have the mindless fucking dribble. Have the mindless people out there who are fucking, were on their 4th or 5th jab, and see how well that shit goes. But this is what I've learned in my own experiences, because in my earlier days, when I would try to talk to people, I would be a little bit more timid. And, like when someone gave me a little bit of resistance, it's like I would stop. But now, shit, I don't give a fuck about your resistance. I'm going to keep on fucking hammering. You may call me an asshole. You may call me whatever the fuck you want. But I'm not going to stop. Unless you tell me with your free will words that you do not want to be around me, okay, then I'll take my time and effort to someone else. But once you come to that realization, you admit you was wrong, and you make it known to the universe, then, hey, I will open my arms back up to anyone and teach them the same stuff, because that's what it's all about. So that's what the natural law expression of love, of care, of consciousness is all about. Openness, awareness. If you are conscious but afraid to drop knowledge because of what others might think, you are still a slave. If you are conscious but afraid to drop knowledge because of what others might think, you're still a slave. If you are conscious but afraid to drop knowledge because of what others might think, you are still a slave. Random anonymous quote that I found online. So to all the people who, still are too timid and afraid, enjoy your slavery, man. And, you know, sadly, because you are enslaving other people. Service to truth. And I really didn't quite understand what this means in my like earlier years, but now I do. In troubling times like we are living in, truth is the first one who is attacked. We see all the propaganda, mind control, and the tyranny around us. Yet, how many of us are using our voice to keep her alive? And remember, I symbolically referring to the truth as her, as a she. Because if you understand how nature works, you understand it can be a caring, a loving, a nurturing aspect, but it can also be a combative, you know, direct, fucking in your face. Same thing with the truth. You know, how the truth can be comforting, how it can be caring, and fucking also too, it can be fucking times where it is combative and it makes you feel like shit. It pisses you off. That's why I am using, you know, truth as like her to symbolically help represent, because, you know, if you understand how nature, then you will understand what I mean. So how many of us are serving her? Meaning the truth. How many of us are just sitting back watching her get trampled through the mud? It's not even the mud anymore. It's like getting trampled through the asphalt. Truth should reign above all. She is the one who is supposed to guide us, enables us to see, and grants us vision. She does not have a body herself, so it is up to us to embody her. And as Chris Nelson said, care for truth, seek the truth, embody the truth, teach and speak the truth. So it is up to us to keep her alive, even though she can never be destroyed. And that's the thing, is people don't understand this. They really don't. They have to use their vessels, their body, as a beacon for the truth to resonate with, and use the voice to speak, because that with the loudest voice will be heard. And if our voices are not in unison, don't expect any reinforcements from the isness. Don't expect any reinforcements from the all. You see, that's why we are having our asses handed to us. It's because the social engineers, they are all on the same page. They are unified and they are using their voice. So therefore, the universe is recognizing their willpower and giving them exactly what the fuck they are putting out. Because the more and more people that are engaged in whatever manifestation of love or fear, that's what the universe is going to give you based on natural law. And because more and more people care about the lie, and more people care about slavery, and more people care fucking hell about money, then natural law is giving us the negative manifestations in slavery and chaos, confusion and ignorance. So she, meaning the truth, is just sitting back and waiting for us to take that first step. Just like the mother who holds her child in her arms and cares for the child, she will do the same for humanity if we open ourselves up to her. We should always be defending the truth. People who say truth doesn't need to be defended, I disagree. Because she can't defend herself. Yes, she is eternal. Yes, she is infinite. But you know what? We have to also help make sure that we are the ones who are maintaining the truth and not maintaining the lie. You see, it's about being authentic and not inauthentic. Because she is always at battle with lies, propaganda, deceit, and mind control. Just like it is today. The lie, propaganda, deceit, and mind control sadly are winning. We should never put up with this bullshit. We should never tolerate the lie. As Michael Tsarion said, we should have zero tolerance for the lie. Zero tolerance, not 1%, not 5%. By not defending her, this is what has created the very situation we all face. Also, by not defending her, we are going to face an immutable force that we will not win. And that immutable force is the consequences from Ishvet, the negative manifestations of natural law. She is the bringer and destroyer of all things. So we best get to doing our part. Anyone who claims to be awake or aware or conscious has a moral obligation to speak the truth. If not, your karmic repercussions will be much, much worse. Truth is, by its very nature, a belligerent. Mark Passio. Sorry about the misspelled word at the end. So some closing quotes. As long as people are true to the flame, it remains. But when they cease to nourish it with their lives, it goes on to other lands and other worlds. In other worlds, Manly P. Hall. He's talking about the flame. He's talking about the light. He's talking about that spark. He's talking about the truth. He's talking about her. He's talking about knowledge. He says, but when they cease to nourish it with their lives, he's not talking about, you sacrificing blood to her. No, he's talking about you embodying the truth, you taking that lamp and you embodying that. It goes on to other lands and to other worlds. Yeah, she will abandon you. Second quote from Manly P. Hall. Doing what is right should be the source of the greatest joy if you really understand the laws of nature. If we realize that the fulfillment of truth gives us the greatest possible sense of achievement. Doing what is right should be the source of the greatest joy if you really understand the laws of nature. If we realize that the fulfillment of truth gives us the greatest possible sense of achievement. And this was a individual who dedicated their life to truth. And from the Kabbalion, our business in the universe is not to deny its existence, but to live using the law, to rise from the lower to the higher level, living on. Doing the best that we can do under the circumstances bring each day, and living so far as it's possible to our biggest ideas and ideals, the Kabbalion. I'm going to read that one more time. Our business in the universe is not to deny its existence, but to live using the laws to rise from the lower to the higher level, living on, doing the best that we can do under the circumstances brings each day, and living so far as is possible to our biggest ideas and ideals. This is probably the most important quote of this presentation. Nature is the great mandala. Nature reveals to us the entire workings of the invisible principles of life. It doesn't explain them. It does not prove them. It does nothing but express them. It tells us that no matter where, when, or why, these laws continue to operate, and they represent a tremendous expression of beauty. They're an expression of the divine plan, and in the nature around us, God becomes a material substance to be seen, heard, and known. Looking out upon the vast expanse of nature, we can behold the perfect workings of the law. I'm going to read that one more time because, man, that is a beautiful quote, because he's saying that, yeah, these laws are always there. Nature does not prove to us that they're there. It does nothing to express them. It is up to us to discover them. Nature is the great mandala. Nature reveals to us the entire workings of the invisible principles of life. It doesn't explain them. It does not prove them. It does nothing but express them. It tells us that no matter where, when, why, these laws continue to operate, and they represent a tremendous expression of beauty. They're an expression of the divine plan, and in the nature around us, God becomes a material substance to be seen, heard, and known. Looking out upon the vast expanse of nature, we can behold the perfect workings of the law. Manly P. Hall. If you would like to dive in more, if you would like to expand your awareness, expand your consciousness, please check out the One Great Work Network.com. If you are a lazy, hard-headed fuck and you don't want to type it in, you can scan the QR code that is to the right and it will pull you to the website. There's a lot of great content creators, thousands of videos that people can learn and benefit from. I'm always checking out, how other content creators work. And like I said, you don't have to learn this stuff from me. I don't care who you learn it from. Only thing that I care is that you learn it and that you put it back out there in the world for other people to learn. And then coming up next weekend, right now it is February the 2nd. So in exactly 10 days next weekend, some individuals on the One Great Work Network are having a free online conference. So I highly encourage everyone to check it out. It is called Freedom Under Natural Law. It is about natural law, consciousness, holistic health, spirituality, freedom, parenting, and self-defense and community. I myself will be watching online. This is being hosted by Will Keller, John, I think his name is John Wadogan, Chris Jansen, Don Tremblay, and a few other individuals. But once again, if you are a lazy fuck and you don't want to type it in, you can capture the QR code to the left and it will take you to the website. So I thank everyone for joining me. It has been a wonderful experience sitting here for almost 4.5 hours, but it was important, that's the sacrifice. So I know this was already material that I had put out, but, it's really highly important that we truly, really come to an understanding of this information. So I hope that everyone watch in full. Please remember, this is part 2. If you somehow watched this and didn't see the first part, please go and watch that first. Please check out the links in the description. I will be posting my 2 natural law playlists, one on BandTube and the other one on Odyssey, just because people still don't want to make the transition. And I will be posting a few other links, so people can go and dive deeper. And please go out and check out Mark Passio's website, whatonearthishappening.com, and Chris Nelson's website, evolveconscious.org. So thank you for joining me, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Remember, government is slavery, and natural law is how we end it. Peace out.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Mike Oxlong. Yeah. Amen, brother. Thank you so much. And with you and everyone else that tuned in, we got my friend once again.
Howdy.
Yeah. Killing it, man. Yeah, it's cool to just, your last phrases kind of like, there's kind of stuff I've already gone over in little bits and pieces, but having that, that magnum opus, if you will, the synthesis of these things that, coalesce under that umbrella of that good old natural law, universal law, cosmic law, right? Yeah, it's great. And it's a great learning tool for people to learn from and share with others, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man, bravo. Much respects for you in that one. And everything else, man, shit.
Thanks, man. And, to create a presentation is already hard enough in itself. It's very time consuming. But when I recorded that, I did it in just one take. In the second part, like toward the end, I could constantly hear my stomach growling because I was hungry. the glutes start hurting, because you're sitting in the chair for, 4 minutes, your ass start getting sore. But that's the sacrifice that I was willing to give up, and many other great teachers have been willing to, help give up, because it's about putting out this information, so other people can at least have the tools necessary so they can, of course, understand morality and understand how natural law, but also to, reevaluate their inner self and look at how their actions affect other people, and to reshape the way that they think so they can weed out these mind viruses like solipsism, moral relativism, religious dogmatic ideologies. What's up, Chris? It's always, very inspiring when, Chris Nelson, chimes in, or he'll just pops in to say hi, because he's in my top 3 for teachers of all time. I really do appreciate his work. Still going through his playlist, taking some time, but I've told myself I'm going to go through all of his work, because I think it's so important. So yeah, big shout out to Chris Nelson, and his website is evolveconsciousness.org. But yeah, putting out those presentations are time consuming, and just to do a 4-hour presentation is very hard. Back then I wasn't as familiar with technology. I didn't have the video editing skills like I have now. I didn't have the technology, but yeah, I always advocate, if someone is in the form of art form, I do think presentations are a good way for you to take your thoughts and put them onto a canvas, then take that canvas and put it onto a screen, and then you present it to the world, and you can solidify it on the internet, because once it's on the internet and it's uploaded, it's pretty much immortal. It can't be taken down. So yeah, I highly advocate, if anyone has not created a presentation, to at least try it out, because it's fun. It's a very creative outlet, because you get to create it in the way that you see fit, finding the slides, formatting it in a way, because presentations do take a level of skill and structure. Like, your presentation just can't be all over the place. It has to be, structured. So of course you want to write it down, create an outline, and then you start to gather your grammar, you start to, gather your images, and then you can start to, formulate it in whatever way you see fit. And if anyone is not familiar, you don't have to spend a lot of money to create a presentation. I use Canva, and it's free. And I think I had created that one on the free version. So, anyone could create a presentation, and they have, already made background and stuff that you can just go in and edit and tailor to your liking. And it's very creative. And, with the tools that we have now, it's not like it was, 20 years ago. There's so many tools online at our fingertips where people can get involved.
You put that out in 2022, right? And I didn't even know Canva was around at that time. But even since then, just this 2-year gap or whatever, AI is just through the fucking roof and all this stuff, and there's too much tools for people to use and all this stuff. And I say tools, pretty precisely, even though there's other things, outside the, what's being advertised ad infinitum, on Facebook and shit. It's insane. It's good you're not there, man. But yeah.
Yeah. And I see a lot of AI being implemented in these forms of software. I prefer not to use AI images as much as I can, because I think it takes out the human element as far as creativity. And I think it's going to turn people into lazy fucks. And I don't want to destroy my ability to create. Now, mind you, when I use Resolve Studio to do a lot of editing and stuff like that, they have AI integrated in its system, which you kind of can't get around it when it comes to any video editing software these days. But the AI images, to me personally, just look so fake, and they don't look how natural, and they don't have a certain aesthetic to them. And I know some people like using them, but me personally, I prefer to use these and this to, help to do my creation. I mean, maybe I'm old school, and, to each their own. I'm not saying there's something wrong with using AI generated images, but I just see where it's going to, like where it's going to take humanity. Because I've already seen people who have AI generated YouTube channels, and all the videos are just being created with AI. And I'm like, man,
The voice.
right. Yeah. It's like there's no human element involved with it. And of course, these people are just doing it to, rake in ad revenue. But I don't mind, putting in the time and the work to create something that's going to be beneficial for the truth. When you do something that's AI generated, you're not really putting in any time and work. And it's almost like you're trying to skip the first two stages and get straight to the output.
Yeah, and like I wanted to ask you. I mean, I'm sure it's a hell of a fucking learning process in so many different ways. Going over all these, slides and making all these stuffs, and just like organizing any presentation you've done in the past, right? And it's like it's like hands on all the time, and so like that focus and interaction is really intimate. Instead of just like typing in some things, like it's kind of intimate, but you're just like I'm gonna put some things and AI will generate what I ask it to and that kind of stuff, and bada boom, yeah, wow.
Yeah, and that's the thing is time is required to not only put out the information, but to take the information in so you can decipher it and decode it and learn from it and break it down and run it through the triggering process. And luckily for me, I have more time, and I'm not just, saying that like just as form as, like, hey, I'm going to be living here for, until I'm 120. No, like I just have more time throughout the day because I don't have a 9-to-5 slave job.
Yeah, you sacrifice a good amount.
Yeah. I've sacrificed having a family. I've sacrificed our relationships. I've sacrificed, being a college umpire because, that was something that was easily available for me to do. Like the opportunity was there, but I chose not to take that route because it wasn't what I felt was the path for me. Deep in my soul, I knew that I had to be teaching humanity and telling them what they don't want to hear and teaching them about how natural law. So that was the choice that I made. It wasn't the easiest choice, but sometimes doing the right thing isn't always the easy thing. But I'm very blessed and I'm grateful for it. I've been able to meet a lot of wonderful individuals, and I've been able to stay true to myself and continue to walk my own path. And it hasn't been easy. It's been extremely hard, but hey, we all know, I'm not looking for any pats on the back, but we all know the sacrifices, because I'm not the only one, who's made choices and made, sacrifices, but I put all that on myself. I don't blame anybody else, but myself. These are choices that I decided to make, and I take full responsibility for them, but time is required to learn this kind of stuff. The thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands upon hours, the amount of times you have to admit that you were wrong. I'm still trying to, purge myself of incorrect thoughts, of things that I believed in, and even things that I believed in when I thought that I was, aware. It's a lifelong journey, and I'm still trying to do the shadow work. I still have a lot of trauma and insecurities that I'm trying to work on. I'm not anybody special. I'm not, this guru. I'm just a big-headed motherfucker who cares for the truth and morality. That's really, just a laid back, big headed motherfucker who just wants to be free. That's really all. I'm very simple. I'm not overly complex. And hell, I just want to be free, just like I want you and your loved ones to be free. It's just I seem to care about truth and morality a lot more than most people. So
Yeah, I feel you. And like, oh, there might people listening like, Brandon, you say you care, but you calling people like lazy fuckers and this and that. But it's like we've said it in correcting and holding ourselves accountable and explaining ourselves. Like it comes to a point where, like people aren't listening. And so you're trying so many different ways. Like we took the soft approach, like umpteen, how many 100 times, whatever. But yeah, man, I really appreciate your humbleness, your have at it in this. That's whack. But yeah, just your overall consistency and like determination. I can definitely feel that fire behind that with that good old Aries and stuff. And yeah, just the overall presentation presents so many solutions, and it's great that you had that section of solutions towards the end there. These are the keys towards freedom for sure, man. And yeah, just being honest and straightforward really goes a long way. And you're a man of your word, like more than most out there, straight up. So yeah, I really applaud you and appreciate you as a good friend, man. And yeah, trying to keep it simple, right? And clear. So yeah, man, speaking clear, yeah.
I wanted to touch upon what you said, about, you said, Brandon, you care, but you're calling people lazy fucks. Yeah, I am, because it's fucking true. People are fucking lazy fucks. I have a lot of experience being around lazy fucks. I've been around lazy umpires. I've been around fucking lazy coaches. I've been around lazy fucks. That's the unfortunate reality, is people are lazy fucks. So yeah, I may be using vitriol. I may be saying something that you may feel uncomfortable, but is what I'm saying true? If people were not lazy, then people would be engaging and taking in this information. People would be caring and seeking it out. Are they doing that? No. Has humanity ever done that? No. So hell, again, don't get your fucking panties twisted up. Take what I have to say and decide for yourself if it's true or not. That's the only thing that's relevant, is what I'm saying correct. That's the only thing that matters in life, is correctness, truth, and morality, because that's what correctness is. You have correctness in behavior, morality, and then you have correctness in the form of physical manifestation, events that have happened, things that have occurred, because they're true. They're one and the same. So get out of the attachment to how something is being delivered. How we talked about this earlier, and worry about, is what someone's saying true? So, I see too many people still falling for that. So and so said something. So and so, said something. So I'm gonna go, cry. I'm gonna go in the corner and and grab my blankie and grab my pacifier and just start crying. Well, you're a weak being. Sorry, but that's really what we're dealing with. If we're dealing with weak people, sadly, people have been conditioned to be weak. I like to be strong. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. Like, I want to be strong at it. Like, I'm 6'6". I'm like, you're not going to see someone with my complexion. Like, when people see me, freaking, they see, strength and masculinity. Like, that's just what comes along with being tall. So imagine being a tall, like motherfucker, and then you're kind of crouched over, like you don't have any bass in your voice, man. Like people not going to, have the best approach, to you. So I know from years of umpiring, appearance and angles, that's what a lot of people unfortunately fall off of. So if you have the appearance and you appear to be strong, even though you may be weak, that's at least going to take you, a little bit. But if you have the right angle, we have an umpire, sometimes you have to step back to get a better angle. Sometimes angles are hell important, so you have to have that level of strength. You have to be willing to piss some people off. You have to be willing to rub people the wrong way. You really have to lose all fucks given. You really don't have to give a fuck. You can't give a fuck because if you do, you're not gonna last long. And mainly, I don't give a fuck anymore. I just care about the truth and morality. If people, get butthurt, okay, go listen to someone else. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, man, and I like what you're saying. What's up, Illuminated Consciousness? It's going well over there too. Howdy in Texas, man. And yeah, Brandon, I feel you. And people are taking different approaches. They have whatever their energy behind, their words when they're presenting and trying to like defend the truth. And like that's the thing, like what the fuck has got to give? Like we're trying to defend the truth, and yeah, with the masculine energy, yeah, sometimes it can be a little overbearing, like tough tits sometimes, but sometimes you just got to ask yourself, is that person speaking the truth? Is he right? Is he correct? Is he trying to hold people accountable? Is he, what are their intentions? You trail off into more things, but get to the priorities of how it applies to you. And like, yeah, I can tell you were kind of alluding to presenters that like possibly like Mark Passio, who gets a lot of flack, for his really hardcore approach. And like I don't mind that because I have pretty thick skin and I've done a good amount of inner work. And so when you listen to people like that, you're not always seeing that how it applies to you. He's not talking about you, right? If you've done the fucking work and you're on the right path, more or less. So but yeah, at the same time, I'm always open ears, and like things do hit me. I'm just like, oh yeah, I should definitely look at that a little bit more. Like, oh yeah, I didn't think about it that way or whatever. And that's cool, like listen to these things. It's so humbling. And yeah, there's so many beneficial things to take away from this. But how many people are actually giving the proper attention to them, the time to it, and having that inner ear open to things that they're not really gonna possibly agree with, like, or whatever, right? So yeah, man, I appreciate your courage and keeping on. And yeah, that reminds me of a question I want to ask you. Like, yeah, because like you have to put the framework also on people that have been in the fucking trenches and getting all types of criticism all along the fucking way. And so like we're all human. We get to breaking points. I've had it a couple times where I'm like, dude, like, what the fuck do you want me to do? Like sometimes, like we're not going to be able to like choose how people are going to interpret this information or like anything about us, whether it be the ad hominem fallacies, any degree of that or lesser or anything around and all. But yeah, Brandon, as far as like the flack and criticism and crap comments you've had on whatever platforms over the years, like how have you been able to, yeah, just like ignore it or reason with some people, alchemize it, or just sometimes you just got to carry on, just be like fucking ignore that shit. I don't know if you turn all your comments off or whatever, but even in like real life, like just like, yeah.
Because deep down, wholeheartedly, I know people are fucking cowards. I know it. I know it because I've actually tested this. I've been on the umpire field many times. I've had people talking shit. I've had people trying to antagonize me. So after 18 years, and I always get the same fucking result. When the game is over, I'll deliberately do what I'm not supposed to do. As an umpire, you're supposed to go through the winning team's dugout. That way, there's less of an interaction and there's less hostility. But my thing is, you're over there talking shit, right? You over there bragging. You over there thinking you think you can do a better job than me. You think you can do a better job at umpiring. You see, I'm 6'6", so when I walk past you, I'm gonna look 7 feet fucking tall. So what I do is I go through the fucking losers team's dugout and I go walk right in front of the motherfucker who's been talking shit the whole goddamn game just to see if they're gonna continue talking shit. And every fucking time, what do? They get fucking quiet because they're fucking cowards.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, straight fucking cowards. I've tested this so many goddamn times that I know what the fucking result's gonna be. They cower. They pull out their phone. Everybody wants to talk shit online or talk shit outside the fucking fence. Okay, well you was talking shit the whole game. I'm right here. I said, why are you shutting the fuck up? But hell, that's when reality fucking sinks in. So as far as the negative comments, these people are just fucking cowards. It comes along with the fucking territory because we are telling people what they don't want to hear. So I do understand that humanity has never cared for the truth. They have never wanted to be free. They have never cared for natural law, and unfortunately, that's the condition. So I do understand that because it's just something that all the teachers have warned the individual who wanted to walk this path. They've all said, hey, people don't care for the truth. So but yeah, that's how I deal with the criticisms. And then too, my thing is, you got to have the internal fortitude. I know where I stand. I know who I serve. And I know, that I'm staying true to myself. I know what I'm here to do. So I'm not going to let an ignorant person, ruin my day. And honestly, if a motherfucker wanted to fight ego with ego, they're going to lose, because I do have a destructive side of me that people don't want to fucking see. But when that shit comes out, man, I'm going to feel bad for that person. Because I do realize that, I come off calm, I come off very mild-mannered, but I 100% understand that I do have a psychopathic side of me, and we all should, so when that shit gets fucking unleashed, you better get out the fucking way, because I am 100% aware of that. And I've thought about this deeply, because I've talked about some of my emotional struggles and how I've struggled with my emotions early on in life. And I honestly thought at one point in my life that I was a real hardcore psychopath, because I don't react, like as most people would, hell, emotionally. Like, I don't display them. Never really have, even as a child, even talked to my mom about it. Never cried, never really display any form of hell emotions. It's something I had to actually work on, especially, like with animals and stuff. Like, I actually had to, put myself in a loving environment with animals to, to kind of increase my emotional, capacity. So I do understand that there is a level of psychopathy, of course, it's probably secondary, because I grew up in a very hardcore, black family environment, and the emotions are usually tailored out of it. But I do understand that I do have that within me, and I'm still working on that, so I do realize that once that shit gets fucking he'll unleash, I may not even be able to close that shit back up. But yeah, I feel bad for the motherfucker who would ever try to step to me. But I tell people, if you step to me, just be correct. That's the only thing that I ask. Like I'm not saying don't step to me, but just be fucking correct. That's the only thing. Just be correct. Don't step to me incorrectly, because you're gonna get fucking. Because I'm gonna use my intellect to put you down, and if that don't work, you're not gonna take me in a fight. Because most people are cowards, and I'm bigger than 99% of the people on the planet, and I'm in shape, and I'm athletic. I mean, Derek, you've seen me. Most people ain't gonna fuck with me.
Oh man, yeah.
And if they do, you better be ready to eat fucking bullets. You better be ready to eat bullets.
That too, yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to take it back. Like, yeah, you're talking about how, yeah, most of humanity doesn't really care, doesn't really know much about natural law, and this has been beyond antiquity. And yeah, wanted to mention something. I wrote it down during your I take notes, but yeah, with the whole issue with the whole religion and government in bed, since forever it seems. And yeah, I was thinking, along in your research, do you come across, like actual evidence or, passages that talk about how, certain kings would be ordained by the church or by certain religions, and they just propagated up certain people to be a leader, and just had, having this extra siphoning of power from the people and creating, another, like a parallel institution of control in a sense.
Yeah. I've come across this a lot in my, research. And, there was one point in time when, how the Catholic Church was, pretty much the government of the times. And, there was obviously some form of split in history where that power was split, between the church and, possibly a bloodline of a king or a queen. But I've always felt that, number one, this was possibly a exoteric split or sort of like a plan, and I don't know if it was actually genuine, because they've always shifted these, means of control, like every couple of, 100 years. First we started off with kings and queens, and it went to the church, and then they kind of like battled for power. Now, how much of this was actually legitimate, I'm not sure, but now pretty much we have the government, but, they've always, knighted someone or, ordained them, with the Christ-like oil, the Christos to rub the head upon, which, as Jordan Maxwell said, that has a lot of sexual symbolic symbolism, rubbing the oil on the head of the phallus when you're going to insert it into the virgin, because a lot of times that was, how done, because how the ruler of the land, right the first night, if people are familiar with what that phrase means. If you're not, then go look it up, right the first night. Then, a lot of times the individual who owned the land, if you couldn't pay up, someone else had to pay up. They've always, kept their pawns or, their bloodlines or siblings, whoever in power. So.
Damn, man. Yeah. Two nodes or points of the unholy trinity with the whole financiers, seeing things that the majority remain poor, and with the spiritual poverty, financial poverty, and sovereign poverty. You know what I mean? Like, it's a fucked up cycle, man. Inverted.
How the feudalistic system is alive and well today. Nothing has really changed, even though they say feudalism has died. No, it just morphs into other different names. Neo-feudalism is still here. You still pay taxes on the land, so you don't own it. You still have to pay taxes to the king. It's just, maybe the king has changed into government, and even above government, you still have an occult priest class. So, not much has really changed. There's nothing new under the sun, like many teachers have said. So.
Yeah, and there's nothing new since however many centuries ago. Yeah, some of the people that you quoted and stuff, and I was kind of joking to myself, and I wanted to ask you, through your research, which is way more extensive than me, man. Holy smokes. As far as like in depth, I'm way less read than you, but as far as like, people being quoted and like we hear these great quotes, right, today and stuff, like, like I wonder if those quotes were popular back when they said them, or were they well received? Did they get a lot of backlash? Like kind of like how folks like us are getting today, in a sense.
I've actually come to the realization that even a lot of the quotes that we post, that person may have not even have said, how the actual quote. It's just through time that quote may have been associated, with them, or how maybe someone just found that quote. It was an anonymous quote, and they just associated with the teacher, because we can see similarities in certain teachings and within certain people. But what I would say is, if those quotes were said, it was either, in some form of, biography or, like some form of public writing. And then two, the technology back then was pretty much non-existent compared to the technology that we have now. So even though if the quote may have been genuine and said from this person, only the people in that resided area would have been able to have known who said that quote, or even have, heard it, so now we have the internet, so we can post it so people all over the world, can read and help decipher that quote. They didn't have that luxury, back then. So it wasn't like, someone got sent to the, held the guillotine, or someone got hung for saying this quote, because the only thing they really had was a printing press. And if you wasn't, one of the rich people, or, in the Masonic, brotherhood, then hell, your shit didn't get printed. Because, hell, let's not forget, and this is a key thing here, is the ruling powers have always controlled the mass media. Always. Even when the first printing presses were, introduced, who controlled those? It wasn't the average person in society, because they didn't even know how to read. They were illiterate. They were ignorant. So what good would a printing press be if you can't read? So who owned the printing presses back then? They were owned by the aristocratic families and the Masonic Brotherhood, the Masons, because they understood the power in putting out this information, because that was the tool of so-called education or indoctrination. Just like we have the internet now, it's the tool of education or indoctrination.
Yeah, kind of like how that word liber, like library, or to read or whatever, and then to liberté.
Yeah.
Yeah. Word up to Libercast, right?
Yeah. Shout out to Fred.
Yeah. So, down for a quick little music?
Yeah. Cause I'm starting to sweat in here. Okay, I'm getting that natty law energy. Like all these lights and shit, coming in on me. So, but hey, Fred, I'm good.
All right, because this is a little extra more energy for that, but yeah.
Sweet.
It's by Diesel Automatic and Joe Murray. We'll discuss these cats afterwards, but Joe Murray's up in the network with you, One Great Work Network. Yeah, just like Rick.
Try to say that I'm a criminal, now they wanna judge me. What gives somebody the right for them to stand above me? To make a decision on punishment they think is best for me. What qualifies someone to determine my destiny? You finished law school, graduated Harvard, and you aced the bar exam, so I guess that makes you a flawless man. Someone godlike, unbiased with clear morals, capable of judging the rest of us mere mortals. Did the creator grant you superiority as the ultimate human moral authority? Where do laws come from? Who's creating them? Corporations making a fortune, or people breaking them? You want the truth? Just follow the paper trail. Companies are profiting off millions locked away in jail. Laws not from God, greedy people made it. Even Hitler's Holocaust follow laws that he created. The justice system is factually flawed. It undermines the principles of natural law. God's been erased and replaced by the government. Judgment means nothing if it's not enforced with punishment. And punishment can only be implemented through violent force if you have not consented. The government is the greatest perpetrator of crimes against the human universal
stay in
creator.
service to truth and freedom in a small minority, and understand my inherent sovereignty. So I reject all authority. I'll serve the one and only, no phony trying to play him. I don't speak your legalese, don't stand under what you're saying, claiming a right to force me into conformity with your decrees. From whom did you obtain this right to be the boss of me? I'm free man, don't need permission from another man to exercise his birthrights. We're part of unalienable, don't you understand? Your stance is morally relativistic and solipsistic, cause all man's laws are the arbitrary decisions of politicians, backed by the threat of violence on no legitimate grounds. Universal moral law, the only law by which we're bound, and if we want freedom, we must accept what's objectively so, that we collectively reap what we collectively sow. That's how it goes, that's why I put the truth forth and all I bring. What goes around comes around. Lex natural laws
The
king.
injustice system is factually flawed. It undermines the principles of natural law. God's been erased and replaced by the government. Judgment means nothing if it's not enforced with punishment. And punishment can only be implemented through violent force if you have not consented. The government is the greatest perpetrator of crimes against the universal creator. The injustice system is factually flawed. It undermines the principles of natural law. God's been erased and replaced by the government. Judgment means nothing if it's not enforced with punishment. And punishment can only be implemented through violent force if you have not consented. The government is the greatest perpetrator of crimes against the universal creator.
Yeah. Big ups to them cats. Brandon's still here. And yeah, so I've known about Diesel Automatic for a minute, and I had no idea they collaborated and that Diesel was, hip to the whole Natty Law stuff. And I was like thoroughly impressed. Like, damn, like clean, precise, hard-hitting lyrics, same with Joe Murray. I love his music as well. Y'all can check him out. That's his website. And it's actually the QR code. The link goes to not his music. There's links in that, for his music, and he got at least like 2 albums. But he's been really under some hardcore medical issues, and he hasn't been able to have the energy to put out music in recent years. So if anyone out there can help out a brother, man, like this is a guy to help out. I heard him put a post on Instagram last night, and I was like, damn, this falls in perfect. So I wanted to play this music regardless. But the fact that, he's in dire straits, it seems, I just want to throw that out. I definitely want to chip him a couple bucks or whatever. But Brandon, you probably know him longer than I have. Man, shit, I've only known him for like 2-3 years or something like that. But I mixed him. I have like 5, 6, 7 tracks of his in the mixes I do. I feature him on the One Great Work Warriors, some of our video intros and all that jazz. But man.
Yeah, I've actually never got to speak with Joe. I've never done a video with him, but it is an honor to stand alongside of him, in his spiritual battle, And even though I've never met him, I never talked to him, it was a pleasure to watch the conference that he and James Courtner had put on. It was fantastic. So I hope that he can have a speedy, recovery. And I hope that anyone who is listening to this, if they are in a position to actually donate to an individual who has put out the message of truth, Joe is an individual who should have, donations, because he's taken time out to put on a conference and to put out the videos and the music, so that deserves some form of, compensation. So if anybody can, please donate to his to his cause because he is in need. And of course, anyone can check out his work. He's on the network, as well. So yeah, I really do enjoy his music, and I've checked out, how some of his work, and highly, highly impressed. And he always brings that masculine energy, and that's what we need, and that's what I think most people sense when you're listening to his work. And these automatic, is they bringing you that masculine, in your face kind of music, and that's what we need, And yeah, some people may not jive with it. That's totally fine. Hell, we're not saying it's going to, be for everyone. It's going to be for, certain people, But I've always liked all forms of music. I like how Mark Pancio's band music, because I was always into, like certain forms of, hey, believe it or not, man, hell, when I had long hair, dude, I would be some headbanger music, man. I mean, I was never really in the country, but, that's probably the only genre I could never get down with was country. But, hey, man, if there's a country song out there talking about natural law, please send it my way. To me, it's about the message or the truth within the music, So, but yeah, Joe and Diesel would always bring that much needed direct, masculine, vitriolic approach. And that's really what I could get down to, So hopefully, individuals out there can at least support his cause, because I'm sure he can use it right now. And even if you can't, just send him your email, send him some blessings, send out some good words, some good spirit into the all, into the isness, because you will be surprised at how, how much some good words or a good email, just some comfort and support can go.
Yeah, well said, brother. Really appreciate that. And yeah, I've been really inspired by a lot of cats like him, and I always need, I wouldn't say always, but it's nice to have, nice, it's such a 4-letter word, right? But you know what I mean? Like, damn it, no. Catch myself too much with crap like that. But no, for me, it's great to have those, reminders, whatever, little, bit of fire lit up your ass here and there, hearing that stuff, or, speaking the truth in that frequency, in that tone, and this and that. And like, but what in the rhyme scheme, I don't like, for me, it just hits me in a different way. I don't know. It's just gets me pumped.
Yeah, lyrics, man. Lyrics are, like most like mainstream stuff will have like a good snazzy beat to get stuck in your head. And, like that's the fucking aesthetics of it. Or they'll have a good chorus, a fucking catchy chorus. But, good lyrics go a long way, because someone who has good lyrics is not just a good lyricist. It's almost like, they're an intelligent thinker in a sense, because, you can format your words to portray a message. And it's almost like, it's almost like a bard, from back in the day, or, like a good poet, if you're good with words and you can frame it in a certain way, you can darn near sell anything or portray any kind of message. And I've always been a fan of good lyrics, like back in the day when I was very unconscious, I would always look up the lyrics of songs. And, I tell people nowadays, hey man, especially if you're letting your kid listen to a lot of music, I always tell them, hey man, just go look up the lyrics. Because sometimes you can't really understand it just hearing it. You really need to see what's actually being said. But yeah, man, hell, great lyrics can go a long way. And I think it's a reflection of the individual and that thought process, because anyone can just, find a beat online, or, have some kind of beat created, with the technology. But when it comes to being an actual lyricist, that's a totally different animal. So to be an actual lyricist is way above than just being a performer or a rapper, because lyrics go a long way, because what are you trying to portray in what you're saying? You know, what is the message?
Yeah, man, there's a lot of magic involved with that, and it could be used for the good or the bad, and that's why, yeah, it's highly compromised with the corporate music and all that jazz, right? Yeah, you won't hear that shit on my channel, right? But
Yeah, that's the aesthetics, you know, that a lot of people fall for, you know, the eye-catching stuff, you know, the glamour it up, put makeup on it, you know, make it as fancy, but behind those layers of caked up of caked up, you know, like mascara is bullshit, you
we
know.
kind of
So
that in Las Vegas, you know, all the
yeah,
lights and
yeah,
grabbers. Here you go, and now we got clickbait on the internet. Any way page you go, kind of thing. You know, shit.
yeah,
Feel bad enough
and
flashing a QR code sometimes, man. Damn, I'm just kidding.
and I've come to learn more of that while studying the trivium and going through Chris Nelson's work, because there was something like he said, the social engineers put a lot of focus on aesthetics. They put a lot of focus on the rhetoric, you know, how something looks, how shiny is it, you know, how bright is it, you know, how alluring is it. And they put more focus on that is to catch people, you know, to catch you on that hook so they can reel you in and sell you some bullshit, you know, like rather that bullshit is going to be a physical item that you don't need, or that bullshit can be a ideology that's not going to serve you, you know. So I've kind of taken a step back as far as my own approach when it comes to, you know, just making shit look good. And, you know, like, mind you, you want to, like, you do want to have a good level of aesthetic. You don't, I mean, like, you don't want your work to just be shit, but we shouldn't be overly focused on that. You know, because I've fallen victim to this, you know, like being, you know, so overly focused on how my presentation looks and kind of losing sight of the actual truth in the presentation, you know. But it's just a learning process. But yeah, I mean, when you look at it, the social engineers put a lot of focus on the aesthetics, a shit ton of focus on the aesthetics, on the output, because they understand that if you're unconscious and if you're ignorant, that output is going to, you know, be taken in the form of input. And sadly, that's not going to be real correct grammar. It's going to be distorted grammar, which is going to create distorted logic, which creates distorted rhetoric. So be careful, be watchful, be discernful when it comes to the aesthetics of anything in reality. You have to have that level of critical, correct thinking and use discernment at anything, even with what I'm saying. You know, it's like Derek, I'm sure you come to this, you know, like you talk to people and then, you know, like you can tell when people are just in that alluring state because you're talking and they get enticed by what you're saying and they just start believing you. And I'm like, no, that's the wrong thing. Because how do you not know that I'm bullshitting you? Yes, I know I'm not bullshitting you, but just because I sound good, don't just take it on fucking face value because it sounds good. You have to be willing to do the fucking work yourself and decide if what I'm saying is true. You know, so don't get focused on the aesthetics. Don't get focused, you know, especially in the physical world, you know, when I'm interacting with females, you know, and they're just looking at me, you know, it's like they're looking up and I could just, you know, I've gotten that look many times before because I'm 6'6". And I'm like, hey, man, forget all that shit. Forget it. Listen to what I'm saying, then you take it in and you go and do the work for yourself to decide if what I'm saying is true. We got to get over this, you know, oh, because this person looks good, or because this person smells good, or because this person sounds good, or because this person, you know, has a shiny, you know, have whatever. Like, we got to get past all that. We got to be able to look past all that and get and filter all that shit out.
Even
so
the
therefore,
pheromones.
correct. You know, and be able to filter all that shit out so we can get to the base essence of what's being said. And I'll never forget, and this is funny, kind of kind of off topic. I had an ex pimp tell me one time, he was ex pimp, and I kind of tried to get his life, back together. He said, Brandon, sorry, phone going off. He said, Brandon, if you look good, you sound good, and you smell good, she gonna want to taste and she gonna want to touch. So, we can't be overly focused on the aesthetics. Like we can't be, because we'll fall into that illusion of letting it bypass our conscious mind, and then we'll lose track of focus, and then we'll let in all of the garbage rhetoric into our psyche, into our own thinking, and to our own being.
Yeah, great analogy, man, for sure. Yeah. And I think we touched a little bit on, but yeah, they try to play on our subconscious with the colors, and they, go through school and they study this shit and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm not saying like they as if it's so generic, but not everyone, of course. But yeah, there's certain institutions where they have this under corporate, research or whatever the fuck, right? But yeah, it seems like the more people are unconscious, the more that their subconscious is going to be tricked upon or whatever. Seems.
Yeah. So, we've got to get back to proper discernment. We've got to get back to proper focus, because without those key ingredients, then people will never ever get to a natural law. They'll never ever get to the trivium on the individual level. And if we're not doing it on the individual level, we'll never ever achieve that in the aggregate. So get back to the basics of reality and how it's structured. And that's why, hell, I've been talking about words and, thinking, how the mindset, because, hell, that's a whole different beast right there. Is the people don't understand the words that they use. Hell, I've seen threads online, people talking about sovereign citizens, and I'm like, my gosh, man, you're talking about something that doesn't exist. You're talking about an oxymoron. Sovereign means the complete opposite of a citizen. A sovereign is an individual or a being who is not a subject of anyone else, or a state, or a commonwealth. A citizen is the exact opposite, because a citizen is one who is a subject of a state, an authority, or a commonwealth. So, we have to get back to the basics of understanding of definitions in reality, man, because without this, without this this harmony, because that's really what words are, our vibratory, frequencies. Without an understanding of words and definitions, humanity's doomed. Like we're doomed. We're done, because the words are so important. And the etymology of words are important. And like I've said, if people don't understand the words that you use, here's the best thing that you can do. And it's a free tip. Do this. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. And I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious. And I want to say, this is probably why, if you looked at the mystery traditions, like the initiate, in a lot of stories and teachings, from what I've, have seen, the initiate would be silent, like he wasn't allowed to speak. And I truly wonder if it's, was not just to, observe, but he learned the importance of consciously talking, like learning the words that you use. Because I'm telling people, man, if you just go around using words that you don't understand and you don't use, you're just casting spells, not just on yourself, but on other people, So get back to the basics of etymology, of understanding, because once you start breaking down these words and looking at these words and seeing how language is structured, you'll see why we are controlled. You really will see why we are controlled.
Yeah, man, no doubt. And yeah, just running things through the trivium, the simple method of just asking those 5 simple questions, right? The who, what, where, when, and why, and how. But
Yeah, and understanding the importance of grammar, understanding that language is so important when it comes to consciousness and evolution. You know, understanding how it's structured, because it's a language in and of itself is a powerful tool. Before we had language, we had symbolism. Then we had language, we had the word. Then after the word, we had the written language. The written language could easily be manipulated because you can write stuff down. But because you write stuff down doesn't mean that it was correct. You can write stuff down incorrectly and then teach it to people and have them think that it was correct. So the importance of grammar, was to pretty much filter things. I mean, because when you think about it, when you say a word, you were filtering something from the all down to the micro, because you were talking about something in reality. So you're not talking about something that's infinite. You're boiling it down and filtering it down into one thing. So think about this. This is a remote. This is not a dog. This is not a car. So obviously that word remote means something in reality. So it has an essence. It has a form. The essence would be the definition. Of course, the form would be the physical, how remote. Well, this is the importance of language, is for us to learn the structure of reality. Because when we use words, we are describing things. Every word that we use describes something in reality. Every single word. And every syllable that we use is made up of letters. So all this is integrated into speech for us to do what? Communicate. Well, what are we communicating? Things in reality. So just imagine without words, where would we be? Like without speech, without language. That's what separates us from the other, lower brothers and sisters in the animal kingdom. This is the importance of consciousness, of being human. This is the responsibility that comes along. This is the importance of grammar in the trivium, because you understand the importance and the significance that comes along with just speech itself. Speech and language is very important, extremely important. That's why I don't degrade language. I think people who do are very ignorant. I hate when people send you a text and, it's like, damn, I got to go buy, my Saturday box of cereal so I can get my decoder so I can, fucking decipher, what you're trying to say. Just spell your shit out, man. Articulate your stuff. Use clarity. We should be using more and more clarity when we speak. That way we can give off a sense of understanding. It's not diluted. It's not distorted. We are being very clear. We understand the meaning. We understand its definition. Because to define something means you're filtering it down to something in reality, in actuality. Therefore, it could be understood better by other people. So language, man, grammar, very important. Very important. And I know some people say that grammar is the most important step in the trivium. Some people say logic is the most important step in the trivium. And some people say rhetoric is the most important step. I think they're all fucking important,
Yeah,
and
it's like a symmetry type of thing.
Yeah, and I can't say, you're right. I can't say for sure, but, I would say grammar and logic are at least a little bit more important than rhetoric, because you can't get the rhetoric without grammar and logic. But grammar is the building blocks, and without good grammar, there is no logic and rhetoric. And like my whole life, I've been a very quiet person, and thankfully, and I still am, because I'm one of those people where, like, I'm not going to talk unless there's a need for me to talk. Like, I'll just sit back and I'll just help observe and I'll watch. And I won't butt in until I have to, because grammar, man, language, speech, important. People really just don't take heed, or care for language, but I do. See, I respect language, you know.
Yeah, I love that. Ooh, did I miss a comment? Yeah, Chris Nelson for sure, man. Yeah, symbols are the most powerful tool we invented. Yeah, no doubt, man.
Yep.
And you guys are familiar with Dan Alexander's work?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some really great series on that all alone, and he ties it with numerology as well. It's fantastic. Very few do it like he does. And he's pretty adamant on getting it out there, and it's great. And he could use some support out there too. So just with like people checking out his work, because it's beneficial. It helped me learn some stuff. We had him on Dissolving the Divide, like we had Chris and Brandon as well. Y'all know what it is, but yeah. Anyways.
And that's the thing is it's always good to check out like other people's works, because like there are a lot of things that we're still kind of missing in my own, kind of knowledge, that when I checked out, Chris Nelson's work, like he helped me understand things better. Or, when I check out, hell, it can be anybody else's work, it helps me, put more pieces into this puzzle. So, it's about expanding your consciousness, and still being willing to learn and admit, you don't have it all. Hell, I don't have it all. Hell, I don't know everything. There are some things that I know, but I'm still willing to learn. And one thing I'm not willing to do is to shut myself off from learning. I feel like one of the reasons why I was gifted with a big head is to take in this knowledge, So, I'm always willing to learn. I'm willing to learn from the right and correct teachers. I'm not saying, just go out there and start listening to everybody. There are some things I don't want to learn, but I'm talking about when it comes to understanding reality better, when it comes to understanding truth and morality better, when it comes to understanding myself better, that's what I want to learn. And I will continue, learning more and more. And I truly am grateful for the teachers, who have come, before me, and I will continue to honor them, because I think that's the right thing to do.
Fuck yeah, man. And you definitely have done so, man. And yeah, that's the proper attitude, with a little gratitude, and elevate to higher altitude, or what is it, latitude? But anyways, yeah, man, it's almost 4:30 in the morning. I am running out of steam, man. But
yeah, hell, this has been going on for almost 6.5 hours because I've been recording.
Oh, tight. I did want to play another track of music or two, and the fact that we just mentioned Dan Alexander, I had something of his kind of in the mix on deck, and would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Much love, Joe.
Yeah. It's crazy. So many things to do. So little. But you know what? I was thinking.
Yo, what happens if there is no meaning at all? Too many problems to solve and no means of resolve. I'll be the guy with his eyes on the prize, cause I know that life is a blessing and I'm gonna thrive. And whether or not when I die I'm revived, I know I gave it all I got every time I arrive. We've all got light inside, so just shine it bright. And when you get there, find those who have dimmed and be their guiding light. But first you see the dark side of being human, when belief systems turn into your own institution. That's why we call religion BS. And you can tell them till you're blue in the face, but they must be deaf. Yeah, that's okay that they need something to follow, but do their teachings have depth, or are they nothing but hollow? Cause I'll admit, as a kid I was confused as shit. They said to pray up to the sky instead of embracing this human gift. But now I see through the foolishness, the illusion of money and power with corrupt rules rulership. The planet is beautiful, what are we doing to it? It's up to me and you to fix what we've done before we ruin it. It's way easier said than done, but if we don't try, then life in paradise will never come. So we need affirmative action. So stop crying, start living and learning and laughing. Now I'm not saying it's all fun and games. We need to start running things right, or it might possibly go up in flames. And wouldn't that be such a shame? Cause most people have no idea that we exist on other planes. But that's a topic for another day. If you mention the word dimension, they'll liable to up and run away. So I guess it's best to start with baby steps before you scare them by showing them how truly crazy gets. And I don't mean by acting wild and rough, cause honestly mature people see that kind of thing as childish stuff. Yeah, they all say that life is tough, but wanna make it out sorta even Steven, kinda like Shia LaBeouf. The truth is, I don't need music or nothing to say this. Since it means something, it probably won't be up in your playlist. But that's an outcome I'm okay with. I'm starting to feel like the world is Goliath and I'm David. Alright, I'm used to being overlooked, and at this rate, humanity is just heading nowhere good. So I'm at a point where it isn't about me, and I feel the powerful energy in and throughout me. So I need to share it with others, because there's much more than what we see out there to discover. And now it starts sounding all woo-woo, and I understand cause not long ago I had that kind of view too. So what do we do to remove the veil? We start showing what's really going on and let the truth prevail. Cause we don't need a G-O-V until we see that free is something we won't be. So let that marinate in your mind, be aware, face it. Maybe either they're afraid or they're blind. Maybe it was just a plot, I don't know, but like I said in the beginning, it was just a thought.
Oh man, hell
I like that.
Hey, when I was a child, I used to watch Even Stevens.
Oh yeah, is that what the melody's from, by the way, or?
Nah, but when he said the Even Stevens like Shia LaBeouf, yeah, cause he was the main character in that show.
Wow, that shows I never knew about it really, but shit. Did Even end up breaking out? I fucked it all up. Did Steven end up even on things with the equilibrium? You know, with the scales of Mayotte and all that shit. You know.
Nah, the show was the show was on Disney, so yeah, you already know what that was about.
Yeah,
it was about a family, like your typical American family. But the son was just a misbehaving chaos, a little bastard.
Okay, a little Dennis the Menace type of archetype.
Yeah. But he had a sister, who was like a goody two shoes. So you kind of evened it out, and then yeah.
Good old Bart and Lisa, right?
Yeah. I know these archetypes.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it sucks that, what do we see on TV? It's like they pump the programming full of like negativity and conflict and this and that. Yet there were some wholesome moments of Family Matters and other stuff where they resolve problems, and, they want to hear, the son, express his feelings or whatever, like, oh, what's really wrong? Hey, don't lie to me, son, or whatever. And like, that's all right. It kind of degraded since then, and it's not like that was the bee's knees to begin with, but yeah, it could have been a lot worse. I don't know, man.
I honestly couldn't tell you what's being shown on television outside of sports, because I haven't owned a television in it's been like 7-8 years. So like I don't know what the like the main stupid show is, like the trending show is. I'm sure it's probably some stupid Real Housewives or some stupid reality show. But I do know that people still watch sports on television because they think that's what reality is, and then they come to tournaments and they think they're going to act that same way. Then I have to get in their ass, and then they realize that this is the real world. So,
but also the fact that people can bet on things. I had it in my hand, it flew away. Have you noticed that? I mean, there's like fantasy sports and all this stuff. That's what I've noticed over the past, decade at least. And now with the gambling stuff, people are getting more hooked into it than before, even if they were kind of getting. I noticed the little drop off of popularity and stuff, and people can kind of see through how basketball is kind of whack sometimes, and with the refereeing being kind of convoluted or whatever. It's not the word I wanted to use, but you know what I mean? Like things are kind of rigged here and there, and yeah, it's fucking bread and circus. We all
Yeah.
know this, but
The game that definitely rigged at higher levels. That's easily, and an umpire trust at at the low levels. 99% of the umpires who I work with have no form of moral integrity or principles, and if they ever made it to the higher levels, they would easily sell out. Just to make some extra, money. But yeah, majority of the umpires who I work with on the travel ball circuit, they have no integrity. They have no principles. They have no morality. And if people actually heard some of this shit that I've heard from other umpires, dude, you will honestly be vomiting. I've heard shit that I wouldn't even want to repeat on any camera from umpires because it was in the realm of pedo stuff, like just sick, twisted motherfuckers, to the point where I had to request, like, hey, don't put me with this person anymore, because like people just don't have any hell integrity. People will sell out on a dime. You throw enough money in people's faces, and that's most people in society. Like I had a coach it was on Saturday. I forgot how the conversation started. I'm like, yeah, I've been up since 7:00, and I was at the park till like 10. But she was like, yeah, but at least you're being paid. I'm like, as if that fucking matters. As if me being paid fucking matters. As if I'm out here just to get fucking paid. I'm not gonna fucking be rich being a goddamn umpire. I'm not out here for the goddamn money. If I wanted to goddamn be rich, I would use my intellect to go take advantage of people like most fucking people do. I'm not out there for the goddamn money. There were plenty of other things that I would do for money than go out, than throw myself into a fucking lion's den. Sit up there dealing with these ignorant fucks, these ignorant coaches, these ignorant fucking parents who don't know shit. And then will tell me I don't know the fucking rules. Bitch, I will go into fucking rules you've never heard. And that's the shit that fucking gets me, is when you have a dumb, ignorant person who doesn't know shit, hasn't hasn't experienced anything about umpiring, is talking shit behind home plate. And you know what I do now? I don't give a fuck if you in front of your wife. I don't give a fuck if your grandma's there. I don't give a fuck if your whole family's there. I will embarrass you in front of your whole fucking family. I just don't give a fuck anymore, man. I will fucking stop the game. I will go over to you and say, hey, if you want to do this job, come do it. I put your bitch ass on blast. Come do it. In front of everybody. Boy, do they get fucking quiet. They start clenching their cheeks. I've done it to a dude in front of his wife. I embarrassed him in front of his wife because he was just talking shit. And finally, hell, I got fucking, we all got a fucking breaking point. I'm honest. If I'm on my last game, I've been there all fucking day. I've been in the sun all day. I haven't ate. I haven't showered. I'm ready to go. Yeah, dude, I have a short temper, I admit that. We all have a fucking breaking point. But if you think you're gonna fucking, and trust me, I know where my skills are at when it comes to umpiring, and it's extremely high compared to most people. So if you think that you're going to come to my field and try to embarrass me, you're a clown. Because hell, Derek, you've seen me, like umpiring. I'm good at what I do. I don't need no one telling me that. I know it. It's the truth. So I'm not going to let some fucking ignorant person come tell me, or try to show me up. someone who has zero experience, doesn't know nothing about the rules, doesn't know nothing about fucking umpiring, doesn't know nothing about the mechanics, doesn't know nothing about the rule books. So
One of the few professionals on the field at all times, it seems. You know?
right, yeah.
I said few because, you know, respects to your mom and all that.
Oh, hell, she retired. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, congratulations.
yeah. She retired. yeah. She finally gave it up after like 20 something years. Yeah, she finally retired.
Yeah, she deserves it, yo.
Yeah,
Living the good life, you know.
yeah, she is. But yeah, man, it's just, you know, like when you have know nothings who think that they can do what you do and think they can do as good as you do. I'm like, hey man, put your money where your mouth is. Be a man. Come out here. Grow a pair. And that's what I tell them. You're not man enough to come out here. Tell them that in front of their wife. Tell them that in front of their kid. Tell them that in front of their fucking family. You're not man enough. You want to go ego to ego? You're not man enough. Tell them that shit in front of their family. I look them in the eye and tell them you ain't man enough to come out here. Because if you was, you'd be out here.
He's already thinking of excuses to give to the people he's embarrassed in front of, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, put your money where your mouth is. And I was, you know, I write notes and stuff, video ideas and stuff, and I thought a little cool play on words. You know, what about? And this goes back to what you're talking about, the whole importance of speech and this and that. We don't have to go dive back into it again, but you know, as far as like, what about? Have you ever heard anyone say, "Put your soul where your mouth is"?
Well, that's the thing is most people don't even know they have a soul. So, you know, like most people are just sadly soul dead. You know, their soul can be revived at some level, you know, but then most people say, well, the soul isn't real, you know, and I'm not talking about, you know, from just a, you know, like new age, you know, concept. I'm just talking about, you know, I mean, because I don't know, you know, what happens after, you know, death. I'm not going to try to assume, you know, I've done a lot of research, but hell, I'm just totally fine with saying, hey, I don't fucking know. So yeah, you know, most people probably say there isn't a soul, you know, once you die, you just thrown into the ground. And then you have another people who probably say, well, you go, you know, when you die, you are lifted into, you know, how the clouds, and then, you know, how you go through the pearly gates, and then, you know, how God's going to be waiting there for you. Like, nope, don't subscribe to that either. You know, I don't know what the fuck happens when you die. That's why I'm trying to do what I can here in the fucking present now, because whatever, you know, happens then, hey, at least I can say, at least now I'm doing the right thing and I serve the truth and I try to put truth and morality out there into the world. And that's really what I care about. Not really interested in all that shit that supposedly happens after life, because I don't know and none of us knows, and we won't know until we die.
Yeah. And I just like I don't know if this is taught in the Hermetica, but just as far as like, you know, energy, it's just, you know, the law of like transmutation or transcendence, even that kind of thing. And yeah, we don't know till we try or do it or die, rather. That's a play on another popular phrase. You don't know till you try. But I was thinking, because, you know, I really wanted to promote for anyone out there who wants to try to, you know, speak the truth, you know, because, you know, that's kind of what you were tailoring off of, you know, getting the message out regardless. You know, we're going to die regardless. But for folks that need a little launching pad or any kind of outlet to put their, you know, creations in a contributive manner to Coriandrolate, you know, like if you want to write articles, this and that, this Liberator 2 website, it's like a digital newspaper, if you will, for, you know, for the Rebel Alliance, if you will, you know, in alliance with, you know, the governmental defiance and all that jazz, and natural law, of course. You know, he's in the One Great Work Network, and I think there's still time for people to submit a 1-minute video clip answering a simple question: is what is the most important thing that you or that one needs to know? I guess. Me too. Yeah. What do you think is the most important thing I should learn? You already know that, and you already gave your submission, so no spoilers, man. Corey's been keeping a tight lid on that, but it's for others to kind of, yeah, jump in, participate. You know, it's there. You know. We
Yeah,
did that
it's
last year, right? So yeah.
yeah, it's a good way for individual to get started. Because you're not having to do something that's overly complex. The only thing you really have to do is just think about the actual question and then just submit it. Just record it. You can record it with your phone. You can record it with your laptop's camera. It just needs to be a 1 minute submission, and you can send it to Corey. People are always saying, "Where do I begin? Where do I start?" Here's a good way right here, and it'll be a follow-up, interview whenever he decides to get ready. So you'll have time to get your thoughts together. And that's if you choose to do the interview. I just get tired of hearing people's excuses on where do I begin, because it's just excuses. When we're in the age of information, we're in the age of technology. There are plenty. There's an infinite amount of ways that you can begin.
Yeah. You and I made tutorials how to make videos. You do OBS, DaVinci, and all that stuff, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. DaVinci Resolve is my my number one tool right now, and I probably should do a more advanced video, just because I've learned so many more tools. But yeah, it's about how much time are you willing to invest in learning a new craft. And that's the thing is, I don't just invest my time in learning the knowledge, in learning and trying to fix myself. I also dedicate a lot of my time in learning how to get better with the software and with this hardware, because I don't want to stay. Because I don't want to stay stagnant. But like I say, I can get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, shit, I got all day to learn and do what I want to do. So that's the beauty for me, because I have,
Oh, I said time wisely spent, and it's a balance act, and I haven't really added that too much into the equation, except for in latter years of I did my music mixes. I was in a comfort zone of like, okay, I got this technology, I'm in my routine, and I'm just systematic with that. But yeah, as the years go on, the computers get a little ragged or whatever, or there's like things that'll run circles around them at this point, right? And just having the proper balance, the yin and yang, if you will, of the feminine taking in energy, learning, and then putting it back out with the masculine energy. But yeah, we also have to learn how to improve how we can get the message out better, more effectively, more efficiently, and also save us time in the future, because you've done this so many times, and it's like new cycles with the new tech and the new updates sometimes, and all that shit, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've actually maxed out a lot of my early devices that that I was using, to the point where it was holding me back. Like two of my early devices, I had literally maxed them out. And what I mean by maxed them out is my creative capacity was overloading the actual device. So I had to get a new device. Thankfully, the most recent two devices that I have are going to be hard to max out, because, they're more quality tier. But yeah, when I started and I was learning so much about technology, the first laptop that I had, I maxed out. The second laptop, I had maxed out the GPU in the graphics, because I started off on 8 gigs of RAM, went to 16 gigs of RAM, went to 24, went to 32 gigs of RAM, maxed that shit out. Now I'm on 64, so my workload, especially in DaVinci Resolve, is getting more and more complex, but I see that as a tool of me creating and learning. Hey, maybe I can get to the point where I'm going to need 128 gigabytes of RAM, Now, I think I'm pretty good for a while, I've got plenty of storage. I've got plenty of graphic power. I have an extremely powerful CPU. I have a pretty powerful device. I have another powerful laptop. So I'm just extremely blessed to be able to, learn this technology and have it literally at my disposal, which I'm just not going to get into. I'm just very blessed, and that's why I'm thankful, and I will continue to use the technology that is donated to me to put out this information, as best that I can,
Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. And again, you're using that time to put that proper action, getting hands on and like getting hardcore with the tech. Max puissance, max power after getting maxed out, man. That's hilarious.
Yeah. And wait, hold on real quick. For anyone out there who says, you don't need a certain device, you don't need, an expensive laptop, or you don't need an expensive PC, you are out of your fucking mind. When it comes to actual creating, I'm going to give you an example, which most people are like, damn. When I was editing one of our One Great Warriors videos in 4K, I maxed out one of my SSDs just off cache alone. It was over 1 terabyte of cache. So when someone says, you don't need a powerful device, hell, maybe you don't, because you're not really creating much. But when you actually get into actual creating and, editing a video that's 1 hour and 30, 1 hour and 40, minutes long, I've been recording for almost 7 hours. I'm sure this one file is going to be about 50 gigabytes. So when I run it through DaVinci Resolve in 4K, that's just going to be at least 300 gigabytes. So you got to have storage to save all that up. So the more you create and the more advanced, how that your creations get, you're going to have to start to update, your device. But I actually had one project, it maxed out my SSD, and it was only 25% complete. But that was at 4K because I record and I edit in 4K. Sometimes I will drop it down to 1080. But, I see people saying, you don't need, a powerful device. Bullshit. Like when you're actually creating and, you want to, get better at your art form, at your craft. You may need to get a more powerful device. So, hell, I just wanted to put that, hell across. Hell, maybe when you begin, you may can buy something cheap, but as time goes on and you get better, you're going to want to get a powerful device. And then too, apps aren't the same, like 5 years ago. Software is bigger, it's more complex, it takes up more space, it uses more resources, like all that shit. For all that shit, it requires space, so 500 gigabytes of storage may work for some people, but some people like me, I need 4 terabytes of storage, because I need 4 terabytes of storage just for cache alone, because if I'm doing one of our videos and I'm pre-rendering it, it's like I can easily max out a 4 terabyte SSD of storage just off one project in Resolve Studio. And I know this from experience. So when people be like, oh, you don't need a powerful, man, shut the fuck up with that stupid shit. You're not creating anything of any complexity. And I don't consider myself to be anybody who's professional. Hell, I'm not a beginner. I'm kind of in the median, when it comes to using DaVinci Resolve. I'm more familiar with Fusion. Fusion is the harder part, the professional part. But I would say I'm kind of in the middle when it comes to DaVinci Resolve. Derek, like you've seen some of the shit I posted privately of DaVinci Resolve and like how big some of this shit can be and how complex this shit can be, you know. So yeah, you do need a more powerful, you know, laptop, preferably a desktop, in order to do things at better resolutions. You know, because I choose to record at 4K and I choose to edit at 4K just because I would like to up my quality. And to upload and to do things at 4K, you need a good, powerful laptop or PC. That's just the reality of. And I'm not talking about little clips and edits. I'm talking about shit that's gonna put a strain on your PC. You know, I'm talking about, you know, certain filters, you know. And then too, you know, it depends on, you know, what you record in, you know, because there's different kinds of codecs. You know, if you record with a mirrorless camera, you know, because most people don't have a mirrorless camera. Hell, they just have a fucking webcam. Well, your webcam file is going to be small. You know, if you are, you know, if you have like a Sony, A7S3, you know, how recording in like, what is it, S-Log, you know, yeah, like those files are going to be fucking bigger. Like they're going to be giant, man. I've seen people that had like a 10-minute files that were like fucking 80 gigabytes. If you recording like fucking with a Blackmagic camera, you know, like 5K raw, yeah, that's going to be a big ass file, man. You're going to need a powerful CPU and GPU in order to, you know, run that through DaVinci Resolve or run that through fucking Premiere. Now, I do understand most people ain't, you know, like don't have that kind of shit, but some people do, you know. So yeah, the people who want to get better at this craft, yeah, you're going to need a more powerful tool, but those are like the more advanced people. You don't need it starting off, you know, but as you get better and for your craft, then yeah, you may want to invest in a powerful tool, a powerful device, because it's going to make your uploads faster. It's going to make your rendering process faster. It's going to make your workflow much faster. And Derek, I'm sure you're realizing this, but yeah, when you have a workflow, if your shit is lagging and stuttering and slow, it's going to piss you off and it's going to slow everything down. That's not what you want. You want a fluidity in your workflow. You want a nice, powerful device that's going to be stable, that's not going to be lagging, it's not going to be stuttering, and it's not going to be maxed out. And I know from experience.
Yeah. When it fucks with the flow, oh yeah.
When it fucks with the flow, it's got to go.
You know, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, that can sound really daunting, man. And like the majority of people out there don't know how these things, you know, work, or like would take so much space up for, just they think, you're making a video, okay, you know, like they wouldn't think anything close to a terabyte or even 100 gigabytes for one video would happen. And then afterwards, obviously run it through like Handbrake to compress it, of course. But yeah, man, there's a lot of processes to go through, man. And like the rendering, that's just one that takes up so much time. I'm not even at that stage. My shit isn't powerful. Well, I don't know. We got to talk another time about DaVinci. I'm having struggles with it. Meant to ask you weeks ago, actually.
Hey, look, this file is already 46 gigabytes. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's now. Oh, dude, when I run it through fucking DaVinci Resolve, it's gonna be at least 300 gigabytes.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, that's totally fine. You know, because I just run it through Handbrake, and it'll be totally fine. You know, in the in-game process. Yeah, like hell, I have no problem. You know, with that. It just takes time. You know, pretty much, it's not gonna bog down my system because my system can handle it. Well, yeah, hell, I've got multiple devices that can, you know, can handle this. You know, I'm very blessed. You know, I'm very blessed. The universe has blessed me when it comes to putting this information out in the form of technology. I have no excuses. Probably blessed more than most people. Very fortunate and thankful. It has been a great, you know, burden that has been lifted, because there's less money I have to spend on technology and more money that I can spend, you know, as far as like health, food, you know, like other things, fucking life. But yeah, I'm very blessed. I got my new desktop that was, sent to me is running well. I can't wait to he'll edit our video in DaVinci on Wednesday. So kind of looking forward to it. I got some new things that I've been working on, and I'm not limited by anything. So
yeah, I'm sure that's a great feeling of, like a sense of freedom in a sense, right? But yeah. Speaking of freedom, what's up with that End Slavery Summit? And what I wanted to mention is that, yeah, for me, like if I never made much content at all, even if, like I already did, for me, I just love the fact of being in cool company. It's getting unique exposure to yourself, to people that you might never would have thought. Mosquitoes keep coming out of anywhere, man. Sorry. So yeah, that's just like a little thing of, motivation for folks. Yeah, it could be new for you and being on camera, this and that. A 1 minute clip doesn't mean you have to show your face, if you will. And I've mentioned this in past videos, trying to, you know what I mean? So yeah, and you can opt out for he's not trying to interview everyone. Like it's not some intense thing at all. It's like, yeah, it's actually really easy. That's such fucking light work for me, for you too, like we're used to, doing other stuff. And yeah, and that's not a knock on Corey's stuff. It's just like, we're just talking about making a 1 minute video. You know what I mean? So yeah, and we already know what to talk about and all that jazz. It's not like we're fucking know-it-alls. But another thing that I wanted to mention is that I'm in a really, really, really cool situation with Theo Lukes. He bought this domain site, nattylaw.com. And if you guys want, get a hold of me. This website's still under construction. We started going at it hard for the past like week and a half. And yeah, it's just a place where people can learn about natural law. It's got a lot of similar resources as, the One Great Word Network. Theo's putting his aesthetics and style and what he wants to. And I've just been feeding him all types of data and stuff. And I'm like, like we could always use more. And we're trying to get all the links for, people that are dedicating a good amount of their work, where people can go to and learn more about this stuff, even though it can sound redundant sometimes, right? There's just like so many different angles and so many different ways we can apply the science of life, natural law, universal law. It's, the causality. Every single moment, there's something to be observed in regards to the Hermetica, especially when it's all in your, about that state of mind, right?
Yeah, that's what it's all about, is trying to bring something, trying to add something to the discussion, so more people can understand it, because we're all going to come from different angles. We're all going to learn differently, so some people may not learn it from me. Totally fine. Totally get that. Totally understandable. Some people may not learn it from you, so you can learn it from someone else. It's not the individual who you learn it from. It's the actual truth of the teachings of natural law, of morality, of the natural law expressions, of the trivium, of the law of freedom. What is the satanic mindset? The occult traditions. It doesn't matter who you learn it from. It's the essence within the teaching that has the significance, and that's what people need to be worried about. Not the teacher. Not how it's being. How delivered. So we need more.
Nature is the teacher. And having that special interaction with you and yourself and nature and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, so. And then also too, I think people don't put enough emphasis on learning from the correct teachers who have come before us, who have done it correctly. I think that is one of the best ways for us to learn, because nature can teach us some things, but it can be some guidance, but then too, it can also bring distortions in our way of thinking, because, you got people saying, well, you're never going to handle that anyway, and you did like that. Well, no, you're fucked hard. But learning from the teachers who have vetted the information and made it easier for us to learn, I think is one of the best ways. So we have a lot of great teachers who are already out there, who will put this information out. You can learn from them, and then he'll learn from nature, and then combine those two in a synthesis. So then, therefore, you can create your own means of teaching and put it back out there, into the world. That way, you're not copying, someone else's work, because you see that a lot. People copying, someone else's work and not giving homage to, the person who really created it too. And then, But learning from nature, it has its positives, but we also should be learning from the teachers who have paved this great foundation too. The great natural law teachers, the great teachers in philosophy, in metaphysics, in ontology, epistemology, occultism. Those are, the teachers we should be trying to seek out. The great Carl Jung's, about psychology, alchemy. Those are the individuals that we should be seeking out, because there's so many of them, man. Like, you couldn't name them all. Like, even if you had a full week long, recording, there's so many great teachers out there. You just have to find them. You have to be willing to get off your lazy ass and seek out this knowledge and seek out these teachers, because when you do, you realize, like, damn, this shit's been here this whole time. It's like, yeah, it has. Just you never acknowledged it.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of the readings you came upon their works, or philosophies, and all that stuff, they do touch on natural law in their own words and stuff like that. But you could just tell when you have the eyes to see and can have to decode some things sometimes or whatever. But yeah, it's great to see that, and I look to, whenever I see quotes, I always try to save them for, I got, how many file folders do you have of just like pictures and all this stuff? Like, I'm buried in this shit, man, and I've been at it for weeks. It's too much, man.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've learned is organization and structure. When I save a file, put it in the location it's supposed to go in, because if you don't, you'll have a clusterfuck all over your SSD, and then you'll delete something you didn't want to delete. So I have my stuff structured to where I have my own individual work in one folder. I have my OBS recordings and like all my OBS stuff in one. I'll have a DaVinci Resolve, folder. Then I'll have, One Great Work, Warriors folder, and then just each individual folder, So when I download something, or it could be a video, podcast, a JPEG, it can be anything. I put it in this folder. That way it's not being, lost in something else, because, the shit can get kind of cluttered. So you want to have organization and, put things correctly. And then two, you want to go in and delete shit, because you don't want to just keep shit, that's not needed. And two, if you want to have backup SSDs, because, man, SSDs are cheap now. You can get like a 2 terabyte SSD for like $100, and you can actually buy the little NVMe, 2.0 SSD, and then buy a little enclosure with a USB-C or a USB A, and then plug it into any laptop or any device. So storage right now is so cheap. It's never been as cheap. You can get a Gen 3, Gen 4. Most people don't have a Gen 5, SSD. But, you can get the large SSDs. So you can get, the tiny SSDs that look like Wi-Fi cards. You can get a little Crucial, SSD like this, and then make those up to like 4 terabytes. But yeah, man, storage right now is so cheap. And, people should be creating some form of offline library, some kind of, way for, like PDFs and, books and videos and podcasts, and just, like creating your own form of of archive of knowledge. That's something that I've always done. Just find videos, find shit online, and then just download it and keep it stored, because you never know when you may have to upload it to another site. Archiving knowledge is also a tool, because with all the censorship, you never know when the video is going to be taken down. But if you downloaded it, then you can upload it to multiple platforms. So
Yeah, we gotta save the proper teachings anyway, anyhow, and that's what's great about library. You've done a fabulous job on that, man. Just sharing other people's uploads and putting on your channel and all that stuff, and uploading. You got PDFs and all that stuff, yeah, man. And I'm sure you got some torrents in the past in regards to some of that, and
yeah, I had until one day I had a external HDD that had like 2 terabytes of storage, and I dropped it like an inch, and shit just, shitty HDD drives, which why you should not have a hard disk drive and just go full SSD. Yeah, all that shit just became corrupted just like that. Yeah, it was a quick stab in the chest. That's why 2 is 1 and 1 is none. So don't have one means of storage. You back your shit up in multiple ways. So ever since then, I've just been downloading shit. Because I'll spend an hour just downloading shit. I'll have shit just downloaded in the background. Fucking if you have a good connection, you have storage, just spend time, downloading books, think about it. If you downloaded 10 things a day in a month, months, dude, that's fucking a lot of shit. It'll build up for over time, and that's what I would do. Is I would just download 10 stuff, have it running in the background. But see, this is why you need a good, powerful device. If you just have a shitty device and you downloading 2-4 things and it's bogging down your system, then hell, you can have 20 shits fucking downloading, and as long as your internet connection is good, because hell, downloading is just really all about your internet connection and what kind of SSD speeds how do you have. It's because if your SSD is going to get hot, because you are writing onto the SSD, then okay, maybe you need to, get a little thermal pad, kind of keep it cool. But hell, you can have multiple fucking SSDs and, have them all being used, have them all being, have written to, and shit, you can have, man, it would be some days I would have 10 shit that are downloading in the fucking background, but it never bogged my system down.
that's awesome. Yeah, man. Yeah, we've been chatting for a while. I've really gotta get a new computer, But yeah, straight up. I got only external hard drive disks, and to get a SSD would be pretty fucking key.
Yeah, try to get a SSD. Hard disk drives are outdated. They are ancient. They're only really needed if you just need large amounts of data storage, because you can get a 12 gigabyte, HDD for cheap. I'm not sure if they make SSDs that cheap, but if you do need large amounts of storage and you want to go the correct way, then you need to look at server style, setups, and I can't forget the actual name, but it's just multiple SSDs in a system, and then it can connect through Ethernet. So then any device that's connected to your Ethernet can access their storage.
Wow, it's like a personal cloud type of thing. Hardwired though.
Yeah, faster.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Well, I think we're about time to conclude this. Definitely want to hear you out. If anything you wanted to touch upon, well, we're going to be talking about natural law in less than 24 hours, anyways, in another recorded session with Chris Jansen and the boys.
I
Do
know.
no harm. I'm trying to kill a mosquito. He's trying to harm me. Self-defense. What the hell? Oh yeah. So yeah, I mentioned Chris Jansen. I want to pull up his thing real quick because he'll be doing a live stream of our chat on his that's not his. Sorry, Chris. Where you at? Yeah, right here. End Evil Studios. Check him out. And he posts all our videos. He does them on the fly live stream. Well, it's recorded, but he'll let folks chat away in the chat room. But yeah. Anyways, man, I'm looking at the time, and I don't mind because I live that non-linear lifestyle. Don't feel bad about me. I'm used to this, you know that.
Yeah, I found the correct word. It was NAS system, a NAS system.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, well, but yeah.
Yeah, network attached storage. It's one of the best ways if you need a lot of quick storage or if you have a lot of data. Now, mind you, it may be more expensive, but it's definitely worth it if you can invest in it.
Yeah, I might be down to try that sometime. Look into it at least. I'm really glad that people might have a better answer to the question that you've been asking for quite some time, right?
What is natty law?
Yeah, already you got that natty law.
Oh man, sadly, most people like, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
Yeah,
I've never heard. I never heard of natural law. I'm like, oh, really? But that's the sad state of the condition, the lack of care for truth.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And we're just trying to go at it, tug at the heartstrings with the right chords and harmony to properly harmonize, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, just trying to at least do our part to try to make sure that humanity doesn't extinct itself, even though it really wants to. It's trying extremely hard and doing a very good job at trying to do it. It may actually happen. So, and if it happens, hell, so be it. At least we can say, hey, at least I did my part. At least I tried. At least I helped in the spiritual war, in the spiritual battle.
Fuck yeah, man. And yeah, and you mentioned this in the presentation in the first part, and I wrote it down, and I agree, as a lot of other people have. As far as like this type of change that we're looking for can happen overnight. And Max Egan spoke about this a long time ago. He's really one that really got me keyed into more of the like articulation of like the law of one in Lakesh and natural law, and that's kind of how I learned about Mark Passio through his first interview that he had with him, and I was like, oh wow, yeah. And then you see the presentations, like, oh shit, this is like next level shit, so yeah, like to teach that stuff, like having the proper slides and all that, I feel like that's a great resource and learning tool in a school that other folks have been, taking his class to, get that out in a similar format.
Yeah. It can shift overnight. It really can. But the possibility of it happening is extremely low, unfortunately, because it's never been done, and people just don't have enough care and willpower. But yeah, it can change overnight. It just comes down to choice. It really just comes down to choice. Do people care for the truth? Do people care about right action? No, unfortunately. So until they do, then the conditions will stay the same. But yeah, it 100% can change if enough people cared and willed that care into action and had the correct knowledge. It doesn't mean things will be perfect. It doesn't mean, there still wouldn't be things that we need to fix and solve. It still wouldn't mean that, people wouldn't have to engage in their own shadow and, fix their own trauma. But, the most important thing is ending slavery, and, this illusion of authority. And that's what most people seem to forget, that's what we are trying to, help get at is to get people to realize that you've been bombarded with wrong thoughts to believe that authority is legitimate and that it's necessary. And that authority manifests itself in the present day as government, as order followers, as corporations, as the military, as any form of wrong behavior, so we don't need that. Humanity can live, we can build roads without it. We can definitely build roads without the government. We can fix things without the government. We don't need someone standing over us telling us, we don't need a violent institution standing over us telling us what we can and cannot do. We can come together to learn things and work and harmonize to fix our problems, just as mankind has done many times throughout history. There have been many tribes or certain indigenous cultures who have come together to fix things and to fix certain problems, and they didn't need a psychopathic satanic institute as an overlord telling them what to do. That's the main thing that we are trying to get at is we don't need this mommy and daddy figure telling us, hey, keep me in charge so therefore I can keep raping you. That's really what the basis of it is we don't need people in these forms of external authority. We need to replace external authority with the truth, knowledge, how reality operates and how we co-create, and the governing dynamics and how our psyche operates and the occult knowledge that follows.
Yeah, man. And people taking responsibility for their actions and trying to be as aligned to, moral principles as possible. And yeah, in this, wouldn't we much rather have, freedom, as dangerous as it could be, without, the nanny state, overseeing us and all that stuff? Or are we happy with our safe slavery type of thing? And I've traveled around the world and I've seen communities and places that it seemed more void of government, and it seemed more kind of like something you would see in the Shire with, the hobbits and all that stuff. With or without Frodo, it doesn't matter. But the allegories of that movie are so profound. But anyways, and yeah, the ring of all power, it will corrupt anyone that touches it, even the most powerful one. So if you look at that allegory in regards to government, whoever wants to step into that cancerous office is going to develop something, whether they want to or not, I guess, and that's metaphorically speaking, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because man hasn't grasped how corruptible he is. People think that they can wield that ring. People think that they can wield that power. But just as that ring in the movie has overtook and bombarded people with wrong thoughts, which led to wrong behaviors, it's, led to pretty much psychosis. That's what we've seen throughout history, with people in government, people in authority, people in power. I mean, just look at the lowest forms, in the lower state forms. People have taken that power and just ran with it, think, the rules don't hell apply to me. Well, then you have the average idiot who's maybe if I just join the government, then I can actually create change. That idea is what needs to be eroded. That's what needs to be purged. Is the idea if I join that cult, then I can create change. That idea is what leads toward wrong behavior. That idea is what leads toward wrong suffering, because it is that belief structure which gets you to go out and join the cult. Then when you join the cult, just like the trillions of individuals who've come before you who had that same idea, if I just did this, then I could create some good. Well, that's what's going to corrupt you, because you have that fundamental axiom, that belief in your mind of authority. So you think, in order for me to do good, I have to go out and join this cult. You don't need to join the cult of government to do good. The only thing you need to do good is to go out and fucking do it. But you got to have the knowledge of what is good in order to truly do what's good. And see, this thing is, they don't have the knowledge of doing what's truly good, because if they did, they wouldn't think that they would have to join the government to do good, because the government is the opposite of what good is. The government is immoral, it's evil, it's based on violence, it's based on coercion, it's based on duress. That's the hallmarks. That is the essence of the government the essence of government is violence. That is the essence of government. It is violence. It violates your rights. It violates your freedom. It violates your free will. It violates your body autonomy. It violates your property rights. So how can anything good spring from that? Then people will talk about, well, what about all the good things that it does? It has to do some good things, from time to time, because if you've ever given that pill to the dog, you can't just give it that pill that tastes like crap. You have to mask it in something that's good, that tastes good. So if the government just literally run around just raping people without doing anything good, then people wouldn't fucking buy into it. So they know they have to counterbalance the weight, by, providing people with some form of, health care, or, some form of cutback, by giving the slaves, some free handouts from time to time. But that doesn't, that doesn't amount to the 24/7 violence that we are, under, the duress, the stress that we are under.
Yeah,
it's not even the fucking same. Yeah.
In the end, yeah, the government's made up of all people and all this stuff, and under that, there's chains of command and all that. And at the end, like, all the servants to the government, in that context for that term, like, we're the ones building the infrastructure. We didn't need government. They gave guidelines and took tax money to fund these things or whatever, and the whole mixture of stuff. But you get the gist of that. And so for people to kind of just like step back and realize certain things, and like, all right, we're just people, we can kind of step out of that equation and continue doing what we've always been doing. We have master builders on our side. We can create that hermetically sealed society.
Yeah. If people haven't figured this out by now, then hell, I don't know what to tell them. But dude, it's been going on almost 7.5 hours. This has by far been the longest video that I've been a part of.
Wow.
I think I'm probably hitting 50 gigs of storage. Let's see. Yeah, I'm right at 49 gigs. So. But yeah,
we got time for one last music track, and then we'll say goodbye now, and then I'm gonna play music, and then just cut the live stream after the song's done.
Yeah. But thanks to anyone who is watching this video. Like I've said, it's all about truth and morality. We have to care for the truth. We have to seek the truth. We have to embody the truth, and we have to speak and educate the truth. because without the truth, we are nothing. Without morality, we are nothing. So it's all about truth and morality, and we have to get back to the basics. We have to reshape the way we think. We have to learn how to accurately think. We have to learn how to think correctly, because without correct thinking, we will never ever get to correct behavior. Without correct thinking, we will never ever get to the understanding of objective morality and natural law. So that's my closing thoughts.
Fuck yeah, man. Lovely. And yeah, we're almost obsessed with the whole mentalism thing, but that's the cosmic law principle. We always have to, hey, we live that hermit lifestyle, we're all going to be alone eventually, every person alone with your thoughts. How are you treating those thoughts? How are you cultivating them and all that stuff? How's your mental landscape with your thought garden and all that stuff? Anyways, but yeah, Brandon, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you doing this marathon with me. Yeah, this is probably one of the longest videos I've been a part of as well.
No problem. Thank you for having me on, and thank you for showing my Lex Naturalis her presentation.
Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, my pleasure, my honor, and yeah. It's funny because we're gonna see each other tomorrow, but yeah, man, like
yeah, around the same time.
Yeah, everyone out there listening, yeah, as Brandon always says, don't believe us. You have to find these things out and verify them, confirm them, through your observations, truth discovery, running through the trivium, and all these things that Brandon has been talking about. And we continue to discuss with those one great work warriors and with our own personal stuff and with other people we're trying to collaborate with. So yeah, it's a ongoing unraveling of quite the conscious creation. So yeah, Brandon, I'm so happy to have you in my life. What can I say, man? But yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you. I'm happy to have come across your work, and I'm always have delighted to listen to the mixtapes and to watch your content. So yeah, much appreciate it. Being a fellow warrior in this battle.
Fuck yeah, man. Much love, Brandon, and yeah, enjoy this music. It's from Ka Zodiac. What is it called? The something verse. You'll figure. Much love, y'all.
Tales from the Superverse, legends from beyond. Stories from the human of the heaven out the spine. God Zodiac, my bond is life, my words bond. In the great life circle, all things must correspond. Tales from the Superverse, legends from beyond. Stories from the human of the heaven out the spine. God Zodiac, my bond is life, my words bond. In the great life circle, all things must correspond. Tales from the Superverse, legends from beyond. Stories from the human of the heaven out the spine. God Zodiac, my bond is life, my words bond. In the great life circle, all things must correspond. Yeah, in every season I had buttered the ram. I bet his head is still ringing, halo covered the lamb. Walked on top of bull and blew the horn in some of my land. Double dust masterminded, come discover Shazam. Once uncovered the clam, pro that mother the jam. Answers from a golden panther with the sun in his hands. Ladies acting like they male when it ain't nothing but spam. They claim a virgin birth astrologies is Alakazam. Better run if you can, it's the son of a man. Tip the dragon scales in favor of the one that was banned by the shadow priest, by Scorpions, and covered the scam. A concerted effort made with just a couple of bands. Life's a testament, I'm breezing through the toughest exam. I met the Batman and told him I'm the one in command. Red and purple left the blueprint like I stuck to the plan. You don't never see my dolo cause I come with a clan. And only in the end you'll understand how numbers began. It's where you sleep, it's called the slum, and where you slumber I am. Tales from the Superverse, legends from beyond. Stories from the human of the heaven I respond. Kai Zodiac, my bond is life, my words bond. In the great life circle, all things must correspond. Tales from the Superverse, legends from beyond. Stories from the human of the heaven I respond. Kai Zodiac, my bond is life, my words bond. In the great life circle, all things must correspond. Yeah, legend from the Zuperverse who summoned me again. Genie in the battlefield like something on my skin. Check the chart, Aries rising, let's discover what I am. Nothing in Aquarius, I'm coming in the wind. Bodies got supreme machines, starting me with oxygen. AI music better than the artists they be copying. Jupiter is skinning school to college in the collagen. Uppercut him hard, he ain't got a chin for swallowing my temples in my head. Not the building you pay homage in. Stripper booty shaking, no ass, that's all light work. Light work, electrician that made the lights work. Sand from the beaches in space, that soft white dirt. Crystalline guillotine, laser cut language nut climbing up the spine stone. Lighting up the pine cone, pine needle, sitting on the sky throne. Talons of a blind eagle ripping through the time steeple. I brought rain to the valley of the dry bones. Adam's apple made my voice carry like an iPhone. Electric bolts swept through my throat, my first puberty. Now I'm sending sonic shockwaves through your community. Tornado was a parasite here that never grew on me. La Shangri-La parasite tears will never do for me. Lines of robotic cashiers that never knew the fee. Battle live and never return, they go foolishly. Outshine 1,000 rappers combined with no jewelry. Spirit brewed amidst the divine, the dome brewery. Shook me, they under duress with no nudity. Lyricists won't get up and rhyme with Zoe usually. KZO the active beat the magic and away we go. Radioactivists and they just active on the radio. Maybe so, new world orbit, that's the way to glow. Light rays cut me on the math, that's a ratio. Gave him head starts that came before him, that's Palacio. You should check the planets to the chart, that's the way to know. KZO, dogs follow me like a Maceo. Now every hood got different blood types, like the ABO. Solar gauge, taking sun bites, get a plate to go, bake it slow, paid in sunlight when the bank gets low.